Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market, people trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who Trump nominated as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. Yo, and we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get right into it because we do got a lot of things that just came in, like Iran seizing 2 ships. They are now attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So now it's basically like Pirates of the Strait of Hormuz, starring Iran in the U.S. So let's get right into it, guys. Let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. All right, let's go.
Breaking news out of the Middle East. Iranian state media claiming the country attacked 3 ships in the Strait of Hormuz, and 2 of the vessels are apparently now in the control of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
This is Axios reports that President Trump is giving Iran 3 to 5 days to unify behind a ceasefire counteroffer. That's getting their side on the same page, let alone getting us on the same page with them. Lucas Tomlinson joins us now with the details. Lucas, what's the problem with Iran?
Well, Brian, just hours after President Trump extended the ceasefire to Iran indefinitely, it appears that Iran is already breaking it, opening fire on at least 3 vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and commandeering 2 of them. And President Trump...
Well, actually, no, Iran's not breaking the ceasefire. Iran pretty much said, what we agreed with Iran was that we was going to release our naval blockade and they was going to open up the Strait of Hormuz. They opened up the Strait of Hormuz, but we didn't release our naval blockade. And then we kept it on. And then as Iran, proceeded to close the Strait of Hormuz again. And since we took it upon ourselves, yes, the U.S. took it upon ourselves to seize a ship that the Iranians were using to transport oil, these shadow fleets. Well, now Iran is deciding to attack ships and also seize ships of their own. I mean, it's getting real out here. Like I said, it's Pirates of the Strait of Hormuz.
Announcing the ceasefire yesterday on Truth Social, I'll read it to you, Brian, and everyone. It says, quote, based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded. Now, early this morning, the first attack by Iranian gunboats took place in the Strait of Hormuz, causing heavy damage to the bridge where you drive the ship, of course. The second attack took place 8 miles off the coast of Iran, the third attack nearby. Ship tracking shows a Panamanian flagged and Liberian flagged vessels attacked and seized. Iran's state broadcaster says the 2 vessels are currently inside Iran's territorial waters, being held for inspection of their cargo. documentation and related records. Recalls just a few days ago on Friday, in fact, when President Trump said Iran would never again close the Strait of Hormuz. Last night, he said financial pressure is key to ending the war, posting, quote, Iran is collapsing financially. They want the Strait of Hormuz open.
And this is the problem with what Trump is saying. Iran was already collapsing financially. It was already collapsing from the fact that we destroyed their currency. So closing down the Strait of Hormuz or doing a blockade over it is not hurting Iran's capability to carry out, well, their military strikes. As you see, we're closing it down. They're losing $4 million a day, $400 million a day, while we're spending $2 billion a day, by the way. But like pretty much while they're losing this money, they're still able to attack ships. They're still able to seize. They're still able to oppose their will on the Strait of Hormuz or oppose enforcement. Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. And if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, please just super chat it in.
Immediately starving for cash, losing $500 million a day, military and police complaining that they are not getting paid. SOS. Now, Vice President J.D. Vance's trip to Islamabad for a second round of talks.
See, and this is the propaganda. They've been not getting paid, bro. I mean, $1 here is like $1 million over there. Like their currency is cooked. These guys, and you gotta remember, this is not just this is not really their regular military. This is a religious, like, militant group. It's called the Islamic Revolutionary Guard for a reason. It's not even about money to them. It's literally about protecting the country. And maybe they'll get paid later. Like money is not really the thing here for them. It's not like our military. Well, actually, no, our guys will still fight if we were going through it.
With Iran,
so you pretty much get what I'm saying. I mean, when your country's at stake, F a paycheck. It's like, we'll worry about that later.
To be on hold. Iran says they are not sending a delegation until the blockade is lifted. And certainly, Brian, you have to imagine that after Iran commandeered 2 ships, attacking 3 of them, that also will jeopardize these talks in Islamabad.
I would say so. Thanks so much. That's kind of new, Lucas, that we didn't know they were holding on to the ships, UK and Panamanian. And also 21 minutes ago, the senior Iranian advisor says the U.S. blockade is no different than bombing us and must be responded with a military response. And that is the speaker, Mahani Mohammadi, an advisor to the parliament speaker, came out with that statement, we assume, from the speaker. So let's see. Do they want to end the ceasefire, Lawrence?
They don't. They don't want to end it. They will want a time to delay, to regroup.
Now, here's the problem. It's not that the Iranians don't want to end it. I think we just want to progress with the war and keep going up the escalation ladder. Because if we want the Strait of Hormuz open, then we'd just release a naval blockade and let everybody go through as we worked on a peace deal. But Trump didn't want to do that. All he had to do was remove the naval blockade and the Strait of Hormuz would have been open. I mean, shit, if he didn't start this war, the Strait of Hormuz would be open. But because he wanted to be stubborn and not remove that naval blockade, you can agree with the action or not. But because of this action, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Because we start seizing Iranian shadow fleet ships, now they start seizing other people's ships. So, like I said, it's the pirates of the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, this is wild.
And I don't think it's going to work out for them. I mean, we've been watching them the whole time. We have complete control of the skies. You know, they shot one of our guys down, but we were able to recover both of our pilots. So that didn't go well for their morale as well. So we got control of the sea, control of the skies. Also, those drone facilities.
It's really hard to sit there and say you got control of the sea when these guys are, shutting down the Strait of Hormuz when they want. Seizing ships now is like, I mean, it's really hard to sit here and say, oh man, their naval power is decimated. How the hell are they seizing ships then? Like, come on now, they're not riding over to the ships on rockets or the missiles.
We've knocked most of those out. So again, as the general continued to say, we're on the 5-yard line right now.
Yeah, you're right. We've continuously heard that. We're on the 5-yard line. We've got to finish. We've got to make that touchdown, and we've got to bleed them dry, and that's what President Trump is doing, costing.
Guys, make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way, but let's make sure we get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Let's get to 100 likes.
them $500 million a day. They have all this oil. They have nowhere to send it because they can't send it to Carg Island because that oil, those tanks are full. And they want to put them on ships and send them to other countries around the world, but those ships are not allowed to leave their ports. And that's because of President Trump. You would think that they would just hand over their nuclear.
Yeah, but after U.S. intelligence released the fact that Iran was getting these shadow fleets through, I mean, shout out to Chad. He's like, yeah, 30 of their ships made it through though. So it's like I'm saying, it's like we're trying to sit here. I don't know why Fox News is doing this to themselves because they're ruining their credibility on honestly reporting on this war. But like, bro, everybody can see that it's one. If we have this, like, we pretty much decimated their navy. Why? How the hell are they seizing ships? I'll tell you, they're going out there on the speedboats and saying, "Look, if you go anywhere else, you're cooked," and they're shooting from them off the ports. So once again, they're able to show that they have cards of shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, and not only that, but firing on ships and seizing them. Like, this is a whole. This is up the ladder of escalation now. I mean, firing on ships is one thing, but taking the ship, seizing it, then that's different. And I know, yeah, we started it, but still, though, this is definitely going up the escalation ladder. And I mean, what's next? Now they're going to start firing off the coast of Iran, and the U.S. going to start firing from the ships at the coast of Iran. Is like, well, what are we doing here?
You're enriched uranium to us, because is this really worth it to bleed them dry, to lose their economy?
It seems to be for the IRGC, which might be separate from the foreign minister.
How much longer can they handle this? How much longer?
The one thing they have is that
they don't care. That's the problem, bro. I mean, like, that's really the problem. They don't care. They will drag this out. They will destroy the entire global economy if it means that that regime survives. That's what these people don't understand. Like, they making it about money. I mean, bro, they don't care. Their entire country's at stake. It's like I said, when your entire country's at stake and America's pretty much saying F y'all sovereignty, it's F a paycheck until everything is solved. So they're not even worried about money right now. That's the thing that these people are not realizing. And that's what they're trying to sell to you. Though that we're draining them of money that they already were drained of. And that they're, oh, don't worry. That's why they're going to quit, because we're draining them. And it's like, oh, yeah, sure. Because they're still out here closing the Strait of Hormuz and seizing ships. It don't sound like they're ready to quit. But I mean, hey, we'll let y'all cook though. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and smash that like button, or double tap the screen and like the video.
So-called mosquito navy, the small boats that can go and do damage to big boats. We learned a lot from the USS Cole about how to defend ourselves on that. But these other tankers really have no defense.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full show.
And don't worry, we're going to get into Trump's engagement that he was on, what was this, CNBS or CNBC? All right.
Ships have been reported, been hit, Maddie. Meanwhile, to another alert, at least 3 cargo ships have been reported, been hit by Iranian gunfires in those small little fast boats in the Strait of Hormuz, and it happened this morning.
Meanwhile, President Trump has extended his ceasefire deadline, citing a fractured regime. And Matt Finn is live in Islamabad, Pakistan, with the latest for us. Hey, Matt.
Hi, Ainsley. There is supposed to be a ceasefire, but we are getting these reports of 3 separate ships attacked in the Strait of Hormuz this morning. The third cargo ship, the most recent, reportedly has been attacked while attempting to transit the strait. It may have a Panama flag on it. And earlier, the British military reported one of its ships was attacked as well. We don't have the confirmed attacker, but, Iran is suspected here. And here in Pakistan, both the president and Pakistan prime minister have left it open-ended, the possibility of peace talks happening here. We saw how touch and go it was over the past couple of days. There was the possibility of peace talks happening today, and that obviously did not happen. Our White House producer, Pat Ward, says any further updates about in-person meetings on Iran will be announced by the White House. The president has given us some recent updates, writing on Truth. Iran is collapsing financially. They want the Strait of Hormuz opened immediately, starving for cash, losing $500 million a day. Military and police complaining that they are not getting paid SOS. The president also...
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I already know that's a lie. I already know that's a lie. Like I said, when you're literally fighting for your entire sovereignty, your country, because Trump is threatening to demolish to end your civilization, they don't care about a paycheck. It's like, I'm just saying, I know it's really hard for Americans to like conceptualize this, but imagine if there was literally a threat that was threatening our country and we couldn't pay our military, but the threat is still pounding down on our country. Like, I don't know, let's say aliens, since no country could ever threaten us. So let's say aliens. You think the military gonna care about getting paid while niggas is getting vaporized by aliens? No. So you think Iranians are care about getting paid while people are getting bombed? No. Like, come on now. They worry about that after the bomb stop, if they still even around. But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
Also writing, Iran doesn't want the Strait of Hormuz closed. They want it open so they can make $500 million a day, which is therefore what they are losing if it's closed. They only say they want it closed because I have it totally blockaded. So they merely want to save face. People approached me 4 days ago saying, sir, Iran wants to open up.
Hey, shout out to my man Chad for sending a headliner. Appreciate that.
The strait immediately. But if we do that, there can never be a deal with Iran unless we blow up the rest of their country.
Oh, for 1,500 joules, too. Let me go ahead and give you the shout out real quick. I keep getting those mixed up. Right.
Their leaders included President Donald J. Trump. Now, also happening today, the UK and France are hosting discussions with 30 other countries about plans to open the Strait of Hormuz. I did an interview with the head of the European Ship Association, and they say that some of these companies are losing millions of dollars a day. So the UK and Europe is very pressed to get that strait open right now. Back to you guys in New York.
All right. Thanks so much, Matt. It's amazing what's happening right now because one, we're victims of our own success, killing so many leaders, military leaders, as well as political leaders. They now have a rivalry playing out in real time in front of us between the political wing of the party, evil, but the really evil, military first, the IRGC, they're battling with each other in order to get a unified mission. And up until the last minute, I understand that it looked like they were all set to get on a plane and go to Pakistan. They got word. The Pakistani said the Iranians going to show up. And at the last minute, they said the Iran's not going to send any.
Do you want to know why the Iranians didn't show up? Because we kept up the naval blockade that we said we were going to remove. And the Iranians are just like, bro, what's the point of talking to you guys if you say one thing in our face, but then you do something else? Like, we said we were gonna lift our restriction on the strait. You guys said you're gonna remove your naval blockade. You don't. You turn around, you want to talk about, oh, I'm not doing it unless we get a nuclear deal. And I mean, I get it. I get Trump's position. The problem is, though, that's not how you do it. I'm sorry, but if you remove the naval block, then the Strait of Hormuz will be open and these guys will be on their way to Islamabad. But since you did it, now they really don't trust us. Now they canceled negotiations and now they're seizing ships in the Strait of Hormuz.
Delegation. So we pulled back and we held off. And the president said, we could probably go. He's probably thinking I could go back to the fight. But I think they should at least come back to us either a state of belligerence, let's bring it on, or a state of here's my, this is what I'd like to do, Ains.
Well, the president was tweeting about this on Truth Social, talking about how much money they're losing. They're losing $500 million a day with the strait being closed. So
I'm sorry, bro. When it comes to Iran, this should be so hilarious. Oh, they're losing $400 million a day. Now they're losing $500 million a day. Next week, it will be $700 million a day. Just like they killed 10,000 protesters, 20, 30, 45,000. It's hilarious with these guys.
We want to dismantle the nuclear program in Iran until they give us that enriched uranium and agree to dismantle. Then we'll continue to keep that strait closed, and they will continue to lose money, and we will bleed them dry, and we'll continue that economic pressure. But Lawrence, the problem is as Brian was mentioning with the negotiations, Iran can't communicate, first of all. So they have to go back and forth and try to find their supreme leader without being caught and without being traced.
Handwritten notes.
Yeah, the senior leader is nowhere to be seen. And number three, there's that power struggle between the Iranian parliament speaker.
But the supreme leader had been confirmed to be alive. I mean, there is a rumor going around that he's gay, which is hilarious, by the way, because he did have a kid. He did, but we blew him up with his dad. So that's that. But no, like according to Russian ambassador, the new Ayatollah is in Iran, but he's refusing to be shown on TV because, well, we can track him that way and we'll find his location and we will, just bomb him. I mean, that's what we do. I mean, as soon as you pop on TV, show any type of digital trail, we're able to get your location and pinpoint you exactly where you're at.
Ilibov and the IRG. He wants diplomacy and negotiations mixed with military strength. And apparently the IRCG is opposed to talks completely, Lawrence.
Yeah, so the regime is in total chaos. They have no leadership right now. No one is really in control. It looks like the supreme leader is still wounded, battered. They can't communicate by cell phones because the Israelis and the Mossadists take over that. The pagers just don't work for them as well. They're pretty much down to carrier pigeons. They can't use boats. They can't use drones to communicate.
That's actually true. I'm be real with you, though. One thing, I mean, they do be using the hawks to send messages and all that good stuff. Like, you know, Muslims, they don't do the dogs, but they sure do like birds. I'll tell you that, man. I mean, even that boy Bin Laden had his own little pet hawk. So, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, we can't trust the pagers no more. I mean, look what Israel did with Hezbollah. I mean, we can't trust him getting online or going on TV because, I mean, look what we did with Khomeini. So the only thing they could really do is just start sending birds in the air. Which, I mean, trust me, they're known for doing that.
Hey, and so what you have now is that the people with the guns now are controlling the operation. Now, the president wants to have this debate and allow them to get their act together. It looks like the Pakistanians are trying to convince the political leadership as well as the military leadership to get on the same page. But at some point, the president is going to lose his patience. And I think we're going to be right back to the battlefield.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. We got over 300 y'all in here. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video. And any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and feel free to send a super chat in. If you just want to support the show, you can just send a gift or a Venmo.
How inappropriate was Senator Chris Murphy yesterday? First off, you know about his comments in Barcelona when he went off the map, addressing a bunch of socialists, ripping our country, saying we're run by a dictator. Governor Waltz, even more embarrassing, really to himself. He just doesn't realize it. Ripping our country, saying the most horrific things, saying our president basically has lost his mind, judging by the guy that he was trumpeting, Joe Biden. He was the biggest defender of Joe Biden. This guy
what was it? Senator Murphy, what was it? They said that some Iranian ships were, I guess, made it through the strait or something that, you know, pretty much showed Iran's, you know, I mean, has some cars or some military strength. And Senator Murphy said, awesome. That's it. I mean, he just said awesome. You know what? I was like, I don't know. I don't think you could really say he was cheering. He could say that in, like, I don't know, a sarcastic way. Like, oh, the Iranians just, I don't know, blew up oil vessels. They are great. Okay, great. It's like, obviously, I don't mean great. You hear it in my tone. So him just saying awesome, I mean, we really don't know the tone he's saying it in. But, hey, not like he said awesome with the little, like, emojis with the celebration and the prayer hands and all that good stuff. And hey, they did it. So, I mean, it could have been more direct.
To Barcelona and rips our president. And then you have Chris Murphy. When the Iranians came out and they said at least 20, and they put this out, at least 26 Iranian shadow fleet vessels bypassed the U.S. blockade. Murphy put this on a retweet. Awesome. He wrote, awesome.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like, I don't really know if you can, like, really hit him that hard on it. Like, where's the emojis? Where's the little pop balloon emojis and all that good stuff? Where's the Iranian flag next to it? It just says awesome. Just like if somebody said that, like, oh yeah, at least 26 Iranian shadow fleets made it past U.S. blockade. Like, great, perfect. Obviously, you know, I don't mean that. So I'm not really sure in what context he meant it in. So I can't really sit there and condemn him and be like, how dare you celebrate an Iranian victory, which is wild, by the way. I'll report an Iranian victory, but I'm not going to sit there and celebrate it now. And I mean, yeah, never mind. Let's not go too far into that.
He wrote awesome and got backlash from both sides, Democrats and Republicans. The Pentagon said, first of all, that report is completely false. Then they called Murphy's reaction shameful. Senator John Cornyn and the libs of TikToks, they accused Murphy of being a traitor and for rooting for Iran. And that's what we've heard from the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. He keeps saying, whose side are you on? As Americans, you shouldn't be rooting for Iran. You should be rooting for our country, even if you didn't vote for the president. But then, Lawrence, what did he do? How did he try to fix this yesterday?
Let's see.
Yeah, so after all the pushback, because Many Americans are outraged. Many people in the military are outraged. And reporters are asking him, what did you mean by this? And he said that it was all sarcasm. Here he is.
Thank you. I'm just like, come on, guys. Wasn't it a bit obvious though? Like, don't you think? I mean, MAGA, let's not be this. Like, come on, don't be this sensitive, guys. Really? Obviously, it was meant with sarcasm. I mean, I was speculating, but I was like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he just means that, like, oh, awesome. Oh, of course, great. That's exactly what we need to hear. Hey, sarcasm.
Twitter's become kind of
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get those likes up. Let's get to 100 likes so we can get more people in on the conversation.
cesspool. I probably should give up on sarcasm on Twitter. Obviously, anybody that's seen anything that I have said about Trump's war knows that I think it's bungled, mismanaged, and he should end it as quickly as possible.
I mean, I could agree with that.
Sarcasm is not something, I guess, that's allowed on Twitter any longer.
Nah.
Lawrence, it had nothing to do with nothing.
Nah, it's just that MAGA is really sensitive about this war. So any criticism of this war that they know deep in their heart is a bad idea, but any, criticism of it is going to cause a very, well, I would say this, harsh reaction. I'm gonna tell you that right now. They're gonna be hop down your throat about, disagreeing with this war. They'll call you a terrorist supporter, an American, when really we all just see this war for the bad idea that it is. I mean, sorry, guys. And the thing is, I supported Donald Trump, but I cannot support this war because it is not putting America first at all, whatsoever. And you can't substantiate how.
With Twitter. This has nothing to do with X at all. That's your comment. And if it was an anomaly, where did that come from? No, that's exactly what he says. If you watch both senators from Virginia, if you watch him, Senator Kelly from Arizona, and if you see Chris Murphy, he's by far the worst. They are actually seemingly cheering for Iran, making sure that any type of Iran defiance is underlined and highlighted. Okay. And talking about this war being bungled from the day it started. And
you see how they try to frame it is like, oh, well, first off, like I said, I'm gonna have to go with Murphy on the sarcasm. Like, it could have, if he was celebrating it, I'm sorry, but he could have made it more direct. He could have just added some emojis to it and all that good stuff. We know exactly what he was doing. But what they're really trying to do here is trying to say that anybody who has any criticism of this war pretty much deserves to be attacked. And not like physically attacked, but bad content, pretty much calling them idiots in the comments, and they don't know what they're talking about. You vehemently disagreeing with them, even though you don't really got a good argument. That type of buffoonery right there.
Saying it never should have happened when they're already on the record talking about Iran needed to be addressed in a nuclear program that can't take root. So I don't buy for 1 second that this is sarcasm.
Yeah, I think what happened is he got pushed back from both sides.
I mean, they are part of the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, and I mean, they do have the right to enrich uranium. So, even when people say that, oh, they can't enrich uranium, I mean, due to the fact that they signed a non-proliferation treaty, unlike Israel, I mean, they can. And they don't got nukes, they don't got a nuclear weapon program, and they're under the non-proliferation treaty. But who do got nukes and is not under the non-proliferation treaty? I'll tell you. Israel. Like, duh. But for some reason, everybody want to get mad at Iran. And here's the thing. I mean, everybody want to say, oh, well, once Iran gets a nuke or a missile, they'll just start attacking everybody. Who's Iran attacked? Please tell me who they've attacked preemptively. Like, I'm sorry, but Israel's been the one attacking everybody. So if we should be scared of anybody having a nuke, it should be Israel, but they do. All right, guys, make sure to, like I said, double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get those likes up.
Realized this was so anti-American. He probably sat with his team and said, okay, what should I say? And then they said, well, you could say it was sarcasm. And yeah, let's go with that one.
But see, I didn't see any Democrat pushing back. Maybe Fetterman, who went out of his way.
Fetterman said that he was really the only Democrat that was supporting this and what was happening. And if you watch other networks, they're all complaining about how long this is taking. And Donald Trump, 2 days ago. Go ahead, Lawrence. Well, I was just going to say, Donald Trump put on X how long all of the wars have taken. Years and years and years. This has been a few weeks.
But it's not over.
The thing is that he may have put that on X, but
I'm sorry, but you can't just start comparing timelines when the war is not over. Look, once this war is concluded, Trump, then you can make the argument about, look, man, You guys are crying about forever war, 8, 10 years, but guess what, dog? It's only been like 2, 3 months. Once the war is concluded, then you can go ahead and make those arguments. You can't sit here and start talking about, oh, why are you guys crying about the length of the war? Because we're still in it. Because we're still in it, bro. You can't sit there and say, why are we complaining about it when we're still in it? And they want to talk about, oh, what the last war lasted 8 years. I mean, yeah, you're right, but this one's still going. So we don't even know how long this one's going to last. We're hoping that it's going to be ended soon, but we don't know. It doesn't look like it, sadly.
Not the only one that's rooting against the military and the president during this operation. We see it on the Sunday shows. We see it every night on the other networks saying that we're not winning, that the president is trapped, that the president has panicked, that he's caved. They're making jokes about it. So again, as I've said since the beginning of this conflict, what do you think the men and women that are fighting overseas, that their families that watch these programs every single night, what do they think about this? Do you not think they're perturbed that you're painting this military success so far as some type of win for the Iranians?
Well, actually, I mean, when they go ahead and read the same reports we have, I mean, same articles that we do, they also feel pretty perplexed about this war too. They're also going like, hold on, military generals, like CIA told Trump this is not a good idea, but here we are carrying this out. What am I doing here? I'm pretty sure there's some military guy out there, you know, reading the articles, trying to be informed. And he's just like, ain't no goddamn way this man just took the Mossad's word over our intelligence and over our military general. Hold on, General Kane, Raising Kane even said this wasn't a good idea, and this is Trump's favorite effing general. He's not even taking his word. What am I doing out here? I'm pretty sure there's a military guy out there like, yeah, thinking just like that. He's like, I'm still going to fight. I'm still going to carry out my orders, but son of a bitch.
Just to be clear, most of these programs have been going with Iranian propaganda. Every time Iran puts something out and the president puts something out, they say Iran is right. So, again, that's what we're working with.
Right. We got to just find a way to neutralize that mosquito navy.
No, it's not that we're saying Iran is right. It's just that when you guys sit there and say Iran have no cards, they have no naval capability, but they're seasoned ships in the Strait of Hormuz. But you just told us they had no naval capability. You said it's all at the bottom of the sea, bro. Like, what do you mean? Oh, we have air superiority. They took one of our guys out the air with a shoulder rocket missile from China. China. I'm sorry, but yeah, people are going to say the Iranians are right when what they're saying seems to be what's playing out on the battlefield or what's playing out before our eyes. Like, you guys sit there and say, oh, they capitulated and they're just bending their knees to get a ceasefire. Then we go meet up with them with Maximus demands and they walk away like they got cards, like, because they do. That's why. That's why if I was talking to this guy, I would tell him this is why it seems that, oh, everybody just believe in Iran, because apparently, or whatever Iran says, and they put out propaganda too, but when it comes to what's going on with the negotiations and everything like that, whatever Iran says seems to be the truth, sadly. I mean, whatever Iran says they can do, they do it. So I'm sorry, but it's really hard to sit there and take the president at their word or this administration at their word over this war when everything they're saying gets disproven before our eyes. All right.
Iran has, and at the same time, they want us to end the blockade. We're not ending the blockade. So we'll see when J.D. Vance is going to make that 18-hour trip over to Pakistan.
Be sure to like and subscribe for.
All right, though. Let's see what these guys at CNN saying as well, though. Let's see here. All right, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's make sure we double tap that screen.
Threat of a resumption of hostilities wasn't enough for them to scurry something together. What does that tell you about how much leverage the United States has by continuing to use force as a threat here?
Right, that's a great question. I think they called his bluff. I think that the Iranians figured out that the whole taco thing, the whole Trump always chickens out. They estimated that his bluster, at first it shocked them and frightened them. And then the more they, I guess, became familiar with his MO, the more they saw that he was all talk. And that I think that the other big point is Trump wildly underestimated the Iranians' capacity to suffer. I really think that he thought that by bombing.
I mean, bro, he literally expect what? The guys that believe in martyrism, you didn't expect them to what? Be able to suffer? The people, the Shia Muslims who literally consider it the highest honor to be a martyr. You think they was going to give up? Like I said, bro, y'all tripping, and y'all don't know the demographics of Iran because you really don't know anything about foreign policy or geopolitics. But it's all good though. It's all good. That's why I'm here. Oh, and make sure to double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
And causing widespread devastation and all the rest of it, that he could leverage them into a negotiation. Instead, he watched them martyr themselves and strengthen their hands. I don't know what's going on behind closed doors in Iran by any means, but I suspect that Trump probably does, and the Israelis probably do. And they've come to the conclusion, and that's why they pulled off yesterday, come to the conclusion that it was disastrous to continue.
I mean, it's also surprising that they would even schedule or even get to the point where they were committing the vice president to go to Pakistan when they hadn't even gotten sign off on broad concepts of a deal.
Well, I think that they were obviously hopeful. And, to Geraldo's point, we don't actually know what's going on behind the scenes. I think it's fair to say that part of this is because they are, in fact, fractured. And then, of course, makes complete and total sense, given the situation on the ground, that we would doubt that there is fractures within their leadership to the extent that it exists.
No, there's no doubts. I mean, I'm be honest with you, I'm doubting it. You want to know why? Because, well, they all seem to be in sync and they all seem to be just going along or matching our energy. Like, we pretty much try to say that, there must be some type of disruption in there because they closed the Strait of Hormuz again. No, they closed the Strait of Hormuz because we didn't release our naval blockade. It's not because there's some type of disruption or some type of division in the Iranian leadership. Like, are you serious? But that's how they're trying to sell it to the American people, though.
Kind of naive to me. I think, you want to make sure that you're doing a lasting peace. Yesterday, you had brought up, I think it was a Reuters piece that suggested that international leaders were kind of worried about whether or not the president was going to lead for a headline and just get something done. This shows, again, quite the opposite, that he's being thoughtful and not wanting to just grab a headline and is, in fact, willing to take on a political cost so that we can get to a point where we have a lasting peace.
I'm not sure that's what this shows, because it would be one thing if the reporting indicated that we were close to something, headline, a lasting deal. It suggests that we weren't close to any of those things. We couldn't get them to even respond to broad strokes. You're willing to talk about your nuclear deal.
Guys, any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements? Bro, you can just go ahead and super chat it in. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up because, that's YouTube. Not me, but YouTube.
That doesn't suggest that we were close to anything at all.
No, and we shouldn't be in this war at all. These last 7 weeks have been horrible for the United States of America and for people all across the globe. The reality is we've spent $60 billion on this war. It's going to be another billion or two by the time the show happens again tomorrow. And the cost has been real and has been detrimental. We've had over a dozen service members who have died, hundreds who have been wounded. In my community and the constituents that I represent, they're feeling this at the gas pump, in the grocery store. People are deciding whether or not they're going to be able to afford the medicine or the rent. The consequences have been dire. And this administration has done this because we have a wannabe dictator as president of the United States. And again, we are in a war that was completely unnecessary. It is. It's an authoritarian, an elected authoritarian who is operating as a dictator who thought that he could kill.
All right, bro. Chill out with all that dictator stuff. I mean, bro, followed the Supreme Court order. So, I mean, that's what kills me about this, because I'm be real with you. No, this is real TDS. Oh, he's a dictator. And I'm like, bro, first off, I'll be real with you. He's acting within his war powers. He has 60 days, and then you got to take it to Congress. So we're going to see. That's going to be tested. And then also, I mean, I'll be real with you guys. He has been following the courts in the Supreme Court. So, well, what else do you want from the man? I know you disagree with what he's doing, but that don't make him a dictator. I disagree with what he's doing. I'm not saying the man's a dictator.
Who thought that he could kill, destroy, and bomb an entire nation into submission, and that isn't what has happened. And that isn't what's happened.
Fair and reasonable. I've said this before, to debate the actual.
I mean, that don't really make him a dictator. That just makes his ass ruthless. I may not agree with the ruthlessness, but it doesn't make him a dictator.
issues here and whether or not we think that this was the right move. But to immediately go to this lazy talking point that is used by the left all the time, just screaming about a dictator in chief, and it's just, it's not a serious conversation.
It really
If
is.
you say that you're serious about
serious.
the issues that people are facing,
It is
talk about
I mean, it is. Well, I mean, no, it's not that serious because I'm gonna be real with you. Then we got to bring up, well, what about Clinton? Clinton was doing some wild ass shit out there in the Middle East, hurting a whole bunch of families, bombing a whole bunch of Shia Muslims. So yeah, Clinton, Obama's done caused some BS out there in Yemen. So I'm sorry, but we got to play it across the board. I'm against any Middle Eastern interference, like from all presidents. I'm not just picking on Trump. I'm even on the Democrats' ass as well. But his ass, he's just calling Trump a dictator for his Middle Eastern interference. I'm like, oh, great. You gonna say that about Obama? You gonna say that about Clinton? No, you won't. So shut up.
Policy.
It is serious.
Instead of going to these
It is
silly
serious.
attacks.
And let's talk about the policies. I'm glad you mentioned that. Let's talk about the big ugly bill that cost us billions of dollars.
I think it is fair to say, I mean, in this moment, this war is what's on the agenda.
That's right.
And it is a test for President Trump. It's a test for the United States. One of the interesting pieces of reporting also that to come out is that our stockpiles of weapons are being depleted. 45% of our precision strike weapons expended, 50% of our THAAD, these are missiles that intercept ballistic missiles, have been expended. Patriot batteries, 50% expended. Tomahawk.
Yeah, you know what? This is what Fox News and the right-wing media has been avoiding. That I've kind of been like, and I've been yelling it, but a lot of people don't really want to listen to it. But yeah, we are running low on our Patriot missiles, Tomahawks, THAAD missiles, all that good THAAD missiles, all that good stuff. And if we keep carrying this out, we won't be prepared for, threats like China, well, bigger threats like China. If we keep dragging this out, like our stockpile is running low, we don't have the manufacturing capability to replace it. We should have did that first if we were ever going to even start this war in the first place. And we got places like Iran who makes 300 missiles a month, while we're over here making like what 700 to 600 to 700 missiles a year. I mean, that's not good math, guys. That's not good math. Well, it's not math that works out in our favor.
Hawk missiles, 30% expended. It's going to take years to rebuild these stockpiles. And the concern is that if there is another conflict, that we're not going to be ready. So that's the other thing that's on the horizon here for us.
I think that it's a very rational concern because there might be a conflict in a completely different area of the world that we haven't even anticipated yet. We're worried about a peer conflict with China that we might not have enough weapons to support. What I think we need to do a better job at, and by the way, I think this war is a disaster. We'll talk about the messaging later, but we do not have a dictator.
I'm gonna be real with you. This war is actually making Taiwan okay with Chinese takeover. Why? Because they see the strongest country in the world can't even open up the Strait of Hormuz from Iran, which is a regional power, by the way. So, I mean, you would think they'd be a bit more understanding, but they're like, hold on. If you can't protect the Strait of Hormuz against Iran, what makes you think we can protect Taiwan against China? And I'm not saying that we can't. I'm saying this is probably what the Taiwanese people or Taiwanese government is thinking. That's why I believe their prime minister went over there to China to talk about furthering relations with China and Taiwan. Why? Because now they don't really trust our military capability no more. I mean, like I said, if we can't protect the Strait of Hormuz or open up the Strait of Hormuz against Iran, then how can we ever think about protecting Taiwan against China?
Sorry, we have a very unsuccessful dictator. If we have a dictator, he's checked continually all the time by his own Congress, by his own courts, by other countries and our allies. There is no conversation about the Iranian dictatorship and torturing their own people. I mean, I would just be curious to hear what you have to say about that.
I appreciate that. So let's be very clear. This Congress has capitulated to what this administration has wanted at every turn, from the big ugly bill to cutting Medicaid to making it harder for people to live. And I'm not saying that Iran is a perfect nation. What I'm saying is this president ran.
Could you condemn the actual dictator?
Yeah.
Can we talk about this? Because we said we had a president who said he didn't want to have forever wars. He said he didn't want to have forever wars, and yet here we are in one. $60 billion.
Bro, we're in a war. We're not in that forever war, okay, bro? I mean, Jesus Christ, man. If you're gonna debate this, debate it like in good faith.
people in this
7 weeks
administration, as
forever.
well as Congress people, Democrats and Republicans, who are making billions.
Just to add layers to this, the president is now putting on the table a bailout of the UAE
Really?
in the middle of a war that is incredibly unpopular, that has no end in sight. How is that going to work with the American people?
We don't know because we're preliminarily talking about this. It's not an official proposal. This
Do you
is
think
something
it's a
that
good
they're
idea
saying.
for us to do?
It could potentially be a good idea depending on how it actually works.
To lend money to the UAE?
In this context, depending on the specifics,
I don't know, man. We might have to. The UAE, things with the UAE is already getting shaky. They're already telling us that they might have to start, buying, getting their oil or buying oil, or my bad, not buying, but selling their oil in Chinese yuan. So, yeah, let me go ahead and read this report real quick. It says UAE officials also pointed out that the U.S. started the Iran war and said that they may be forced to use Chinese yuan or other currencies for oil transactions if the availability of dollars get tight, sources told the journal. So, yeah, this is not really working out for us. And if you're wondering, where are you reading that from? I got it. Look, it's right here. You feel me? And then let's go all the way up to Yahoo Finance. So, yeah, and they're pretty much reporting from what the Wall Street Journal is saying. But all right. Oh, and shout out to my man, Movie Movements. Hey, thank you for starting us off on the super chats. Appreciate the support, my man. Bro, literally, bro. Like, Movie Movement, you cooking with that. He's like, yeah, China is watching, rubbing their hands like Birdman. Literally, just they're like the fools. They wanted to get into war with Iran. Now I see all their missile capabilities. People are coming to us for oil. I was like, bro, we're literally doing everything China wants right now. And I know some of our people are going, now we're flexing in China's face. No, we're showing off our capabilities so they can make adjustments to their arsenal that they're selling to Iran pretty well. Oh, God forbid that they're selling to Iran, but they took down the jet with Chinese solar missiles. So I would say it's kind of safe to assume that China might be sending weapons in there already, even though they promised Trump that they wouldn't. But come on, how is China? You really trust China to keep their word? When have they ever?
They walk in golden slippers.
Okay, so we do this with other nations pretty frequently or semi-frequently.
Can I say one other thing about you started the piece with the depletion of our stockpiles.
All right, that's
how do we know what the depletion of our stockpiles are? How is it that all of a sudden every news outlet in the country got the depletion of our stockpiles? Who benefits?
Watch a movie, bro. They're gonna start calling you an Iranian supporter, bro. They're gonna start saying you work for the IRGC, bro. See how they do my man Chris Murphy. They ain't being too kind to him.
When there's fear over depletion of stockpiles. Right. Defense contractors benefit. In the same way, oil companies benefit when the price of oil goes up. You can't divorce yourself from the, everybody is not all, doobity-doo and rally behind the flag and bad guys, let's get the bad. There are those with self-serving nefarious motivations.
You don't think we actually have a depletion?
It's an interesting question. I have covered war, 11 assignments in Afghanistan, 11 in Iraq. I've seen lots of armaments be depleted over time. You have there is a process where there is constant replenishment, and to think that we can get a depletion of our stockpiles fighting a third-rate country like Iran, and this was the army we were going to take against China and Russia. I think it's preposterous.
That's scary. Yeah.
I hear your skepticism, but I do think that there were some unique aspects of this particular conflict that would make it possible or even plausible, even if you are skeptical, because Iran had very cheap drones that we were using very expensive weapons to shoot down.
True.
And that imbalance is pretty unique to this conflict. And it also, I think, suggests that that's a problem that we need to resolve. And I think that's one of the things that has been revealed by this.
As far as I know, we lost 3 F-35s. We lost 1 F-18.
Them some expensive ass.
I don't know. I guess a couple of accidents here and there.
Yeah.
In terms of what our armed forces have.
I'm sorry, but look, I'm not trying to sound like Mr. Krabs, but bro, that shit's expensive. Bro, that's money. Taxpayer money, bro. Please don't talk about it like that shit wasn't like $1 billion loss. And then while we're losing $2 billion a day on this war, like, come on now, bro. But don't do us like that.
Offended. We have a vast amount. Of
You're missing
But
Ukraine as
but
well.
here's what I'll say. I just want to say, like you mentioned, the policy. Those are policy
Those are
choices.
policies.
Those are choices that when we say, are we going to? I'm sorry. When you the UAE and we bail them out, that is money that is going not into the United States but across seas, and that is what Justin is saying in terms of when his folks are saying,
bro, why is this lady making good points, bro? She rarely ever makes good points. I mean, guys, MAGA, you know we're on the wrong side of the debate when she starts making good points, guys. That's all I gotta say. When this lady starts making good points, just know we're fucking up somewhere.
I thought you were going to put America first, and my pocketbook is getting smaller and smaller and tighter, and then the UAE and their golden slippers are getting richer
they're not
and
quite
richer.
talking about just handing over money without any conditions.
And to Geraldo's point, we know that defense contractors make millions and billions of dollars with.
Yeah, I mean, bro, while affordability is getting worse for your average American, I mean, hey, the weapons companies are making money, the oil companies making money, but not the American people, though. We're kind of getting drained of money. But it is what it is, guys, because the Republicans say, look, guys, at least Iran won't get a nuke. You just got to deal with higher gas prices and food prices across the board. Oh, and inflation going up. That's what you got to deal with, guys. Even though Iran doesn't have a nuke or any weapons program, we still want you to accept higher prices for this war. I mean, did I sell it to you? Because that's how they're selling it to MAGA, and somehow they're going.
In the Strait of Hormuz, Iran's
Hello,
Revolutionary
you guys.
Guard says it
Goddamn.
has seized 2 ships in that critical oil shipping route. And Iran's state media saying a 3rd vessel is now, quote, disabled off the country's coast. All of this just hours after President Trump extended the ceasefire with Iran indefinitely. Let's go to CNN's Nick Robertson, who is in Islamabad, Pakistan, where those possible new talks between the U.S. and Iran are on hold. What do you know about these ships in Iran, that the one in particular that was seized in the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I think there are several things happening here all at the same time. The president said there's divisions within inside the Iranian leadership. We are absolutely seeing that play out in real time. On the one hand, you have ongoing diplomacy here in Islamabad, the Iranian ambassador going in to meet the prime minister. And on the other hand, you have the IRGC claiming that it has taken control of a number of ships in the Strait of Hormuz, at least one ship reporting an IRGC.
Oh, guys, I just had to do a little oil price report. So you know how we were like back down at 80, guys? You know, when we really need to get back down to $67 per barrel. But we were at 80 and everybody was clapping it up and all that good stuff. I mean, what does this say? Like, bro, right back up. Brent oil rises above $100 after Iran seizes container ships. U.S. maintains naval blockade. Like, bro, and who's this coming from? I believe. Oh, yeah, CNBC. Like, bro, what is this? What are we doing, guys? Like, is this winning? Is this winning the war, guys? Does this look like we're anywhere close to, getting out of this? And I'm not calling it a forever war because I don't want this to be a forever war. But if we're just going to be having these duplicitous negotiation tactics with Iran, then this is going to turn into a forever war.
Vessel coming up, an IRGC gunboat coming alongside of it. No radio communications. The gunboat starts shooting up that container ship.
I want you to all realize that it was at $67 before all of this. Yeah.
Severe damage to the bridge. We understand no one injured there. And another ship in the same sort of area in the Strait of Hormuz, not far from the Iranian coastline, also shot up. Again, that ship, the crew, not damaged. But the IRGC here, the military, if you will, the hardliners in Iran, are signaling what we're hearing from the politicians. And the politicians are saying in Iran that the U.S. blockade on the stations and
this is pretty much what's going on. Yes, Trump extended the ceasefire indefinitely after saying, "Oh, we're gonna blow up power plants and bridges again." But well, I mean, he taco Trumped, and I'm not mad at it. I would not want him to carry that out, so I ain't mad at it. U.S. blockade on Iranian ports remained, even though we told them we was going to remove our naval blockade for them to open up the strait, and they fulfilled their side of the deal, but we didn't fulfill ours. It's just like the JCPOA, sadly. And then, of course, Van's Pakistan trip called off because the Iranians are like, bro, we don't even trust y'all no more. You're not calling off y'all naval blockade. Y'all talking about you won't let it off. You won't like stop blockading of our ports unless we come to a nuclear deal, aka give up our nuclear enrichment. And Iran is like, okay, great. We're just going to close down the strait. All right. America said, fantastic. We're just going to start snatching ships. And then Iran said, yo, okay, we bet. We're going to start snatching ships as well. And here we are.
Politicians are saying in Iran that the U.S. blockade on the Strait of Hormuz must be lifted. And President Trump was very clear last night when he, in his Truth Social post, extended the ceasefire. He also said, I'm not lifting the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. Now, how does that play into what's happening in Iran with those leaders there who, the more moderates we might call them, who want to get into the talks?
Oh, guys, can you go ahead and double tap that screen for me, guys? Let's go ahead and get those likes up by double tapping that screen and liking the video. And if you've got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 up, just super chat it in, or you can send a Venmo, and it helps us get towards the goal. So we can open up the call-in line and have some of you guys up here.
Well, we heard from the foreign minister there, who was the number 2 at the talks last week, saying that absolutely the United States needs to lift the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. It's clear. President Trump's made that clear. That's not going to happen. We had the leader of those negotiations saying that, from the Iranian side, saying that they weren't going to come into the talks under the shadow of threats. Now, the perception here in the region was clear that President Trump wanted to use the end of the ceasefire as a lever in the talks, as pressure on the Iranians. So it does appear by extending the ceasefire, the president's taken off that pressure point. However, the Iranians have come out and said, we didn't ask for that ceasefire to be removed. The diplomatic maneuvers here that we see in this city would indicate there's circumstantial evidence to suggest that the Iranians may well have asked for that ceasefire that was put forward by the prime minister, that the foreign minister here yesterday, that the field marshal here contacted President Trump about. And
So I'm gonna be real with you. What's pretty much going on is that China and Pakistan are literally trying to drag Iran, kicking and screaming to the negotiation table. And let's be real, they don't really want to. They don't trust us in negotiation. They don't believe that we'll actually carry out what we say. And I mean, they rightfully have a reason to believe that. Let's be honest. And we're in China and Pakistan are really trying to drag these guys in. Like, look, bro, you gotta talk to the Americans and end this shit because we're all suffering. Iran's pretty much going like, nope, don't trust them. I don't even know how y'all trust them, but we're gonna stay here and keep fighting. They're like, no, look, you're gonna come. I'm gonna tell the Americans you're coming. So just come along. China needs you to come along too, and they're your biggest buyer. So I don't know. China might have even been threatening Iran too. Like, look, we won't buy as much oil from you guys if you guys keep this up. Like, we need the Strait of Hormuz open. So I'm pretty sure even allies of Iran are breathing down their neck, going like, bro, can we end this? Just like our allies are breathing down our neck, like, yo, y'all need to speed this up.
Acted upon, but the diplomacy on the ground is playing out here, and the hope here is, contacts I talked to, that the talks can still happen. That optimism is still here.
Colonel, give us some sense of what the rules of war here are and what you make of this latest move by Iran seizing these ships after the United States seized one of theirs, I think, in the Sea of Oman.
Yeah, this is a very interesting development, Sarah, because what you're seeing is, as far as the rules of war are concerned, there's definitely an escalation here. Now, a country can seize ships if it believes that there is, some criminal activity going on, or there's a threat to their national security or their national sovereignty. So that's going to be Iran's point of view. And in this particular case, what you're seeing is you've got these ships, and now they are basically a bargaining chip for the Iranians. They're coming into these potential talks with ships in their possession. They have a third one, as you mentioned, that's disabled, that could also be seized. So you have a situation where they're going to come in and they're going to take as much advantage as they possibly can of the different ships that are out there, and any ship that's trying to run their blockade. They're going to try to take it over, because they are saying that they can control the Strait of Hormuz and extract tolls and things like that. So that's going to be a significant thing.
Look, Beth, when you're looking at the scenario, there was a report out by the Wall Street Journal, and they basically said the Iranians take Trump for a sucker. How many times do they expect him to play this game before they reopen the Strait of Hormuz, in their opinion section? Of course, the president responded with a long rant, angry about that. But is that what's happening here? Or is it just this disjointed situation where you don't have, as you said, the final arbiter in all of this?
Well, I think that, while they don't have the final arbiter, we do know that the IRGC is ascendant, right? We do know, and we also know that even before the war, that the IRGC had more power in that state than any other institution. So that is happening right now, and I think that
I ain't gonna lie though. My man Trump has been really sensitive lately. Like, bro, everybody, and like I said, anybody that disagrees with this war, this man just goes at it completely, bro. Man giving 2-page True Social posts, guys. 2 pages. Man, write an essay for your ass if you doubt this war and you got a name to yourself. I'm sorry, but this is obviously showing that he's not too confident in this.
I wouldn't term it in the way that the Wall Street Journal did, but clearly the Iranians are reading us. They called our bluff and they said, we're not showing up. You didn't, we never said we were going to show up. We're not showing up. And what did President Trump do? He said, we're going to bomb there, we're going to resume bombing, and now we didn't. And so by that, while I think this was absolutely the right thing to do, because resuming bombing wasn't going to get us closer to a negotiated solution, which is the only way we can get out of this. But at the same time, the Iranians take this as us, chickening out.
I want to ask you, Colonel Layton, there's been a lot of talk from the Trump administration about demolishing Iran's capabilities militarily, its missiles, it's talked about. But we're seeing them parade this ballistic missile, in the streets of Tehran. What do you make of that vision there and what they're trying to say militarily here?
Yeah, so by parading that missile, Sarah, what they're doing is they're saying we've got stuff. And, as Beth was mentioning, they still have cards. And that ballistic missile, of a type that, we haven't quite assessed yet, is, a potential weapon that they can use. And they can use it potentially for long range activities. Are they going to go after Israel again? Are they going to go after U.S. targets in the Middle East or beyond? Are they going to go after European targets? All those things are possible. And what the Iranians are saying with this is that they have demonstrated capabilities. And it is kind of in line with what the director of the DIA mentioned in his testimony recently, which was that about half of Iran's launching capabilities, missile launch capabilities, and the actual missiles themselves are still in existence. So that is something that where you talk about destruction.
Yeah, and that came from U.S. intelligence as well. But I mean, man, they only said 1/3 of their missiles have been used or destroyed, and another third of them is just buried under rubble. And I'm just like, yeah. We ain't really do nothing to their missile stockpile at all, actually. Actually, they got enough. They got missiles ready to go, guys. Hypersonic missiles and more. So, yeah. And it's funny because a lot of people actually does doubt Iran's military capability, and rightfully so, because it ain't, bro, it's nothing compared to ours. But when it comes to them being able to exercise the military capability across the region, that's where it becomes a problem to us. because we can't stop those hypersonic missiles from hitting, well, power plants in the Gulf region, water salinations in the Gulf region. We can't stop them from hitting our bases. Like, that's just a fact there. I mean, look what they're doing to Israel. I mean, Israel can barely stop anything coming from Iran because Iran's just overwhelming their Iron Dome.
That hasn't directly happened. It has happened in a lot of, when it comes to a large portion of their arsenal, but it has not happened in terms of the totality of that arsenal. So they still have something that they can play with here.
Joining us right now is Republican Congressman Marlin Stutzman of Indiana for much more on this. Let's talk about, Congressman, thanks for coming in. Iran now saying that they want the United States to end this blockade on Iranian ports, and then they'll start talks back up. Do you think the president should lift the blockade? What should be his next move?
No, he definitely should not lift the blockade. One thing we know about this Iranian regime, and again, we're trying to still figure out.
I mean, this is where I disagree. I mean, like, look, Iran said that they were going to open up the Strait of Hormuz if we lift the blockade. They did that. They actually showed us first that, all right, look, we'll open the Strait of Hormuz. Look, 14 ships got through. You happy? We were like, yeah, but we're not going to lift that blockade. And here he is saying that, no, I don't think he should lift it. Well, then you can't be mad that they, closed down the strait again. Like, we really can't be mad that every time we try to have a deal with them and they hold out on their part, they actually do their part, we don't do ours, and we get mad at them. It's like, I'm sorry, but what's the even point of negotiating with these guys if we're just going to do all these duplicitous negotiation tactics or diplomatic tactics? We might as well just keep on going to war with them if we're just going to feign diplomacy.
Who's in charge there is they are a propaganda machine. That is one thing they are good at. They're good at moving the goalposts. They're good at saying one thing and doing another. And that's why I think that the Achilles heel for the regime is the Straits of Hormuz. We have to shut off their cash flow. And by blocking the straits, that
here's the thing, though. It's funny how they're talking about shutting off their cash flow on the Strait of Hormuz, like they're not cutting off everybody else's cash flow as well. I'm like, it ain't just Iran's cash flow you're cutting off. I hope y'all know this. I mean, it's our allies as well. It's the UAE, it's Qatar, it's Saudi Arabia, Oman. Like, those, they're cutting off their cash flow as well. Oh, Iraq too. So I'm sorry, but sitting there trying to pretend like this is only affecting Iran is low-key a bit slow. And let's be real, Iran, they're fighting literally for their country's existence. So they're not really worried about getting a paycheck right now.
Keeps the oil and gas.
Self-sufficient country, guys. Got their own oil. They can make their own rockets in-house. They make their own drones in-house. So they don't really need to get anything outside.
From flowing out and funding their war machine. Again, they're good at propaganda. We've seen this from for the last 40 years. And I think that's what's important here is to be sure that we just simply cut off their cash and force them to find a better solution within their government.
But as a point of clarity, the president of the United States at the very same time has been demanding, as part of a ceasefire condition, that the Strait of Hormuz be opened back up. And you're saying, but the U.S. should now keep it closed.
Well, I think President Trump will keep it closed in order to put the pressure on IRGC. It appears the IRGC military is, taking charge. Not sure exactly who the person is at the top of the food chain, but I think that keeping we can't let the Straits of Hormuz be open for some and not for others. And I think what's happening here too is that you have China and Europe and others starting to say they're feeling the effects of this. And so hopefully a broader coalition of countries come together and help figure this out. I think in the long run, the IRGC just simply cannot be the ones in charge of the Straits of Hormuz because it's too big to the rest of the world. We need to be sure that the ships can flow in and out of there, not just for oil and gas, but fertilizer and other commodities as well.
All right, now, excuse me. Let's get a little bit off the Iran war because we do got a bit of a problem here. This was crazy. So what was it? VA is now allowed to redraw their their congressional map, and is overly going to favor the Democrats, aka it does seem like Virginia is lost, as they've been saying all over X.
We have some breaking news tonight as CNN can now project that Virginia voters have approved a Democratic plan to dramatically redraw the state's congressional map.
Oh, guys, and if you've got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to go ahead and super chat it in to support the show or just send a gift or a Venmo. Appreciate the support. But please super chat. Please double tap that screen and like the video because that's free. I mean, that's easy. So just double tap that screen. Appreciate the support.
92% of the results are in, with just over 51% voting yes on the ballot measure. Now, if this map is enacted, it means Democrats could win 10 out of the state's 11 congressional districts, which would boost the party at large in the fight for control of Congress. Harry Ensign is here to join us. And Harry, obviously, there were a lot of questions of how this would go tonight. Tell us what we're seeing in these numbers so far.
Yeah, I would just say, look, the yes side won. Yes, they are probably going to end up lower than the percentage that Kamala Harris won in terms of the margin. But you know what? A win is a win is a win. And this means a lot for Virginia. And I will just note, just look at this. They are basically going to gerrymander this state rotten. They are basically going to lock Republicans out of power in a state where Donald Trump got 46% of the vote back in 2024. House seats Republicans in Virginia are only going to really end up with 9%. That is quite the imbalance that's going on here, right? Of course, this is part of a larger national picture as well in terms of redistricting. And this, to me, is what is so interesting, right? Oh, we've had all this redistricting, right? It started in Texas. Then it was California. We've done Ohio. We've done North Carolina. We've done Utah. But heading into tonight, pre-Virginia results, the net gain from this mid-decade redistricting was really 0 seats, neither side gaining. But now is where we are right now with the Virginia measure passing. Democrats jump out ahead. They are the ones leading in mid-decade redistricting, leading right now by 4 seats on the strength of that yes vote, however thin that margin actually is.
So, Harry, I mean, obviously, Senator Warren was just talking about 6 months from now, the midterm elections. What could this mean for the fight for who controls Congress here?
Bro, and I hate to hear this. I was even mad when Abigail Spanberger won because, and let's be real, she won because the Republicans couldn't sell how to fix affordability correctly, nor did they really try in Virginia. But that's why she won on the topic of affordability. And then when she gets in there, she makes things more unaffordable, which is absolutely hilarious. And then not only now she's making things more unaffordable, but now the Dems are pretty much locking down Virginia. And here's the thing, guys. None of this would have happened if Trump would have stuck to the MAGA agenda, the Make America Great Again agenda, the American First agenda. That's all you have to stick to, and we would not be dealing with this right now. But we are, because you guys want war with Iran. I hope you're happy. I hope war with Iran is worth it, guys. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, if you know anything about the House of Representatives, and you're down in Washington, D.C., so you know a heck of a lot more than I do, I would just say this. The power right now, it's so tight, right? Every vote is so tight in the U.S. House of Representatives. So you just take a look here, and this gives you the math of why this vote was so important. If you talk about the margin of the GOP majority in the House post the 2024 election, it was 2 seats, 2 seats. That's how many seats they could lose on a vote before losing the majority. Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about Democrats gaining 1, 2, 3, 4 seats, 4 seats in Virginia. The simple math here is 4 is greater than 2. Without Democrats needing to pick up any more seats, this would eliminate the Republican majority and instill a Democratic majority.
Look at her
because the
smiling.
margins are so tight.
Look at this. I ain't never seen this lady smile so hard in my life, bro. Nah, she's too happy. Nah. I ain't never seen this lady smile this hard, bro. Usually she has a stone cold face. Her ass is smiling ear to ear. Because they know this is a win. They know the blue wave is most likely coming. And we're all cooked. Why? Because of war with Iran. And because for some reason, Republicans are just sold on this instead of making things more affordable for everyday American. But it is what it is. And like I said, I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative. So trust me, I hate to hear this as much as you guys. But there's a lot of things we could have been focusing on instead of getting into it with Iran over nuclear capabilities that honestly, if we'd have just stayed in the JCPOA, we wouldn't have to deal with right now. If honestly, we'd have just got into the deal with them during negotiations when they said they were willing to give up their enrichment and have it watered down instead of bombing them, we wouldn't be dealing with that. But here we are.
This vote in Virginia means so very much, and that's why all that money was spent on it. My goodness gracious.
Yeah, a ton of money. Harry, thank you for doing that math for us.
I know, it's very hard.
It is, bro. This is outright shady. Like, bro, the Democrats are literally in Virginia right now, like, just laughing it up. Maniacally.
Very hard.
This is why we keep you around.
That's right.
Harry Ensign, thank you for that. For more on this, my political sources are here tonight. Jermichael, what's your assessment of what's happening?
I mean, look, I'm not happy about this. What we're seeing is a gradual destruction of incentives in our country. So what happens when you create an atmosphere and an environment where compromise no longer exists? Yeah, maybe this is good for Democrats today, but is it good for the long run? Probably not. For 4 years, there was an argument.
Oh yeah, because
for
they're
my
gonna,
friend.
look, they're gonna lose that moral high ground, and then when Republicans do it, I mean, Dems can't say nothing. But for now, they're just doing it because it all works in their favor. And I mean, I'm be real with you, the Dems, they more vicious than the Republicans. I mean, they go for it every trip. The Republicans hesitate to take power. The Dems, oh boy, they snatch that shit, bro. I'm be real with you, yo. Y'all Dems is savages sometimes. I'm talking about your politicians, not the voters. The voters is cool, but the politicians, oh, they be quick to snatch power, bro.
On the other side about democracy falling in darkness. Well, how in the hell is this preserving democracy? And look, I'm not saying that one side over the other doesn't gerrymander. Hell, they all gerrymander. It's just not a good thing at all. The American people don't benefit from this. And as someone who resides in Virginia, where you have 40+% of the state that voted for the current president, rather, leaving only one Republican congressional seat seems to be in force of democracy and protecting the Constitution and the preservation of these great ideals. I would think not.
Well, I mean, what do you say to that? Because that was a question we asked a lot of Democrats once they launched their own redistricting efforts after we saw what happened in Texas. But a lot of them argued to us was, well, if the Republicans are doing it, we're also going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the real problem here is that Republicans launched a mid-decade redistricting project in Texas. Virginia came up with its results, but Florida is likely to redistrict in the next couple of days. In fact, they held off for the vote, I think, for political reasons, but they are likely to redistrict. So at the end of the day, I think Democrats and Republicans will roughly match out to be equal. We don't know what Florida will do. I think maybe
Republicans been losing seats in Florida. Bro, Trump's district, the district that Mar-a-Lago's in, ran by a Democrat. Now it is. So I'm sorry, but it is not looking good for Republicans right now. And they just seem to be selling themselves out further, just further and further to Israel. I think it might just be too late, guys. It really might be too late for them. For both sides. But at least the Dems are taking a smart position and trying to have an anti-Israel position.
they'll be concerned that redistricting could end up, they could end up losing some of those seats because there could be such a great wave. But I think the truth is that Democrats have supported a nationwide ban on partisan gerrymandering. Republicans have opposed that. This was a part of legislation they tried to pass in the last cycle. Republicans have opposed that. I believe that we should have a nationwide ban on partisan gerrymandering. The real thing that set this all up was Donald Trump called into Texas and asked them, not by anyone voting, but just asked the legislature to change. And in California and Virginia, at least they asked the voters to wait.
Here's the thing. It'd have been a smart strategy to get Texas to redistrict, for the midterms. I get the strategy is duplicitous as it is. But when you start this war and then ruin your popularity, yeah, this is all going to work against you.
And this is very different than what happened in Texas. Voters have said they would like to move forward on this because they recognize the stakes with Trump ending accountability through gerrymandering mid-decade.
Scott, what's your take?
Virginia literally had the fairest maps in the nation. They had a 6-5 map, 6 Democrats, 5 Republicans. In terms of proportional representation, they had the fairest map in the nation that was drawn, by the way, by an independent commission that the voters asked for just a few years ago. Now they will have the least fair maps in the nation. And I'm not surprised that the yes vote won. They had all the money and all.
Hey, shout out to my man Sid. He says happy Earth Day. I didn't even know that. Well, shoot, happy Earth Day. And happy late 420, Sid. I know how you get down.
Lies. And sometimes in politics, when you got those two things, you can put something over the line. Even something as egregious as this whole thing has driven Spamberger's approval ratings down into the toilet. She lied to the people of Virginia. They had to write a ballot question that was a joke.
She sure did, man. On affordability, oh my God, bro. What she did was so fucked up. I was like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I was laughing, but my heart was breaking for the people of Virginia because I'm like, y'all literally voted this lady on affordability and she made things more unaffordable. I was like, that's fucked up. Like, she should go to jail for fraud for that. But hey, I mean, a lot of politicians would be going to jail then, right?
drew maps that were a joke. Now you're going to have huge chunks of rural Virginia represented by 5 or 6 Democrats who all live in Northern Virginia within about 15 miles of each other. It's a complete joke. Everybody knows it. And there's a reason that all these national Democrats and all their money came into Virginia because, they don't really care about the people of Virginia. They just care about power.
I mean, if we could just put that new map back, Nira, I want you to respond to that. But if we could just put that new map back up, I mean, that's back up that you can see obviously what the proposed districts that were on this ballot look like.
I mean, here's the thing. Unlike in Texas and other states, in Texas and Florida, they are not putting this up to the voters, right? Republicans, I don't know, they have a lot of money in their coffers. As far as I can see, the RNC has a lot more money than Democrats.
Who spent
a lot of them?
I mean, they got money, but they ain't got no good message no more. Bro, they're talking about we should go ahead and take this war with Iran and take the higher gas prices and the higher inflations. And they said we should be grateful because Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. AKA letting us know that they don't have a nuclear weapon and, well, nor do they have a nuclear weapons program. So basically, we're just accepting all this for no reason. And that's the message. So, I mean, I'm sorry, but all the money in the world cannot make that message sellable.
But you know what the difference is?
They may not spend more because you're going to lose. Because the actual issue is, here's what motivated people in Virginia. The fact is that because Donald Trump decided to do a mid-decade redistrict in Texas, people believed that in order to level the playing field, you needed to ensure that Virginia acted.
But you know what the difference is?
Ridiculous is
what's
the one thing. Just to say, no.
With Texas.
Neither one of you said a word about Texas.
Well, that's not true. I actually talked a lot about Texas,
where was
and I wasn't happy about that. But let me just say this: the difference is Democrats have a number of seats still in the state of Texas. Now we can disagree on whether this made sense morally, ethically. That's a fair point. But in Virginia, you're eliminating all but one.
They took 5
all but one. That's basic math. How's that at all fair? How's that fair?
You didn't give Texans
how's
the right
that fair?
to vote. You didn't put it up to a ballot proposition.
The question is, but how is it fair in Virginia?
The legislature,
Republicans with one. Would you be okay if we left Democrats with one congressional seat?
You know what I would be okay with? I would be okay with a ban on.
I mean, bro, they be calling us fascist dictators at this point. But I mean, when they do it, though, it's saving democracy. When we do it, it's fascism. Like, okay.
Partisan gerrymandering across the country. And I wish you guys had supported that.
When the president, so clearly wanted this to happen in Texas, that it did set off this kind of arms race.
Of course it is.
And now it's resulted in this.
That's my initial point. This is not good for the country. Like, I'm a conservative. Hell yes, I want my side to do well. I strongly believe.
Man, shout out to my man Noah Joyner. He says politicians have forgotten that they're public servants. Replace them and put them in common man. Yeah, replace them, put them in common man that understands that and will work on improving the life of the people. I mean, yeah, bro, they go there saying that they're for the people, but then they all of a sudden are for the lobbyists, the corporations that don't care about us whatsoever. So no, you ain't lying about that. And I mean, that's on both sides, sadly. That is on both sides. Like, let's be real. A lot of politicians are selling out their own people for data centers. Data centers that ain't bringing that much jobs in. That's raising people's electric bill. And it's noisy. Like, no benefits. And then here's the thing. Here's the thing. I honestly feel like we put the cart before the horse when it came to the data centers, because we probably should have had them generating their own energy before we just start propping them up all over America, draining on the power of the American people. Like, probably should have been done first.
Believe in my principles, and I presume Nira here cares a lot about her side, and she wants to see Democrats do well. But how in the hell is this good for democracy when both sides believe there is no interest in incentivizing on anything? We don't have to compromise. We don't have to figure it out. We don't have to work things out, because you know what? We'll have one red state, one blue state. There will be no purple states. There will be no party in the middle. How does that move things forward when you look at the things that this country is currently struggling with on the economic front, the education front, healthcare? You have China, our greatest adversary, that are moving leaps and bounds ahead, and we can't even govern ourselves appropriately. This should make any person in this country happy about where we are.
I agree. I just think the way to have dealt with this is to have a ban on gerrymandering in any of these states. Mid-decade redistricting is really something has really happened very.
Guys, let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen and liking the video, guys. Appreciate the support, but let's get more people in here by double tapping that screen or smashing the like button, depending on how you're watching.
Rarely. North Carolina did a few years ago, but we should really most people are
New York,
used to
they did
decennial. Most states are used to it, like doing it every decade. We should do it, and we should actually abandon all this. And I wish Republicans had joined the Democrats.
Scott, if you were a
had
member of Congress, would you vote to ban gerrymandering?
Well, I actually am rather protective of the states making these decisions.
That's
I don't
a no.
I don't have.
Come on.
I don't really have a problem with states making decisions about this. What I have a problem with in this case, look, Texas did what they did. They had a right to do it. Virginia did what they did. What I have a problem with in Virginia is you had a fair map, and you also had an independent commission draw it, and you also had the new governor, tell the people of Virginia during her campaign she wasn't going to do it. So this whole thing was built on lies, and the ballot question, if you read it, was a total joke. You showed the map of the districts. They're a complete joke. And so I think what they've done is they basically disenfranchised.
All right, though. Let's get over to the Iran war updates here. Video just came out. Shout out Fox News. Let's see here. It just came out 26 minutes ago, guys. So Iran threatens to hit regional power plants if U.S. strikes escalate. I know. I mean, shit, I've been telling y'all that for weeks, that if we keep escalating strikes on Iran and we actually strike their power plants, they're going to start striking power plants throughout the Gulf region. And everybody's going to be cooked. I mean, not just Iran, but, you know, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Oman, you know, all of our allies. Look at I was about to say the good Muslims, but I mean, you know, our ally Muslim countries, sorry.
Iranian regime firing on at least 3 ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian state media claiming 2 of them are now in control of the IRGC. These are civilian vessels, by the way. All this complicating the ceasefire that was supposed to end today, as new reports claim President Trump is now giving him 3 to 5 days to get behind a counteroffer because they are not on the same page even to deal with us. Here with what all this means for the U.S. Naval Forces and our forces, retired U.S. 4-star Admiral William McCraven. Great to see you, Admiral.
Good to be with you, Brian.
Your thoughts about where we're at now. You just told me in the green room for decades you guys have had a plan to go at Iran for different administrations and generations. Where are we at?
Yeah, well, I mean, the fact of the matter is since 1979, I think every president has wanted to kind of change the regime in Iran. So we've had plans.
I mean, even though we helped put that regime in there, but it is what it is.
It's for a long time about that. So where we are now, you know, we're at an impasse at the end of the day. The Iranians don't want to come to the negotiating table until we lift the blockade. But the blockade for us is a pressure point on Iran. So at some point in time, someone's going to have.
But then here's the thing, though. Do y'all want the Strait open or not? That's what's kind of weird. Then, like, y'all messages, we want to get the Strait open. Iran says they're going to open the Strait if you move the naval blockade, but you keep it on, assuring that Iran's going to now close the Strait again. So did you want it open or not? Because obviously y'all did, and y'all actions does not reflect that, sadly. If the non-removal of the blockade, yeah, that doesn't show that we actually wanted the Strait open, especially since Iran opened the Strait first.
Have to blink. If I were advising the president, I'd say, if you really want to get the Iranians to the negotiating table, continuing to bomb them probably isn't going to work. You know, lift the blockade for a period of the ceasefire, and the blockade is a switch. You can turn it on, you can turn it off. So if you lift the blockade and allow them to come to the negotiating table, try to get some movement on this.
They got to get out of the Strait, though.
They got to get out of the Strait, yeah. But you lift the blockade, and if they don't comply, you just put the blockade back in place. I mean, this is not something that takes a lot of machinations to happen.
So the president said, hey, I'm taking out their power plants. I'm going to go for the bridges if they don't come to the table. Why is that not a good idea?
It's not a good idea because, again, the Iranians have got thousands of drones and still probably 1,000, short-range ballistic missiles.
Okay, you know what? Shout out to bro. He's probably the only guy on Fox News that just ain't say, yes, we must bomb. We must cause complete destruction across Iran. Like, thank you for not saying that. He's like, no, that's a terrible idea. If you attack their power plants and their water salination centers and their bridges, they're going to do the same thing across the Middle East, guys. Yes, in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, all over here, yeah, everything over here is going to be cooked. The only guys probably going to be left alone is Iraq.
They will attack their Arab neighbors. They will go after the desalination plants. They will go after the Arab power plants.
And shout out to Steph. She says White House is live right now, letting you know. Let me see here. Hold on.
90% of Kuwait's water comes from a desalination plant. So if we begin to take out the Iranian power plants, then they will respond against the Arabs, and that will create more economic problems, global economic problems, in addition to problems in the neighborhood.
Do you who would you deal with? Who do you want to deal with? The IRGC, or would you rather deal with the foreign minister? And
you know, the fact of the matter is the IRGC is probably running the country, but you have to deal with the foreign minister. The foreign minister right now represents Iran, whether we like it or not. I agree with the president. I do think there is a fractured group. The hard part is, how do you get a consolidated answer from Iran? Hard to do.
Congratulations. You're one of the most respected people in the country, and some of your commencement speeches, one in particular in 2014, still resonates at the University of Texas, where you worked. But you have a brand new book out called Duty, Honor, Country, and Life, a tribute to the American spirit. Admiral, why did you write this?
Well, one, we got 250th coming up. And part of this was, people seem to be losing a little bit of hope in America. And this book, my speeches are really stories, and they're stories I've kind of been telling over the last 20 years. But everywhere I go, I meet great Americans that inspire you, that give you hope, that make you realize
Not in uniform.
Not in uniform, absolutely. This is not a book about people in uniform. This is, students and astronauts and doctors and Irishmen and football players. But people are losing a little bit of faith in America. If you're losing faith in America, read this book. I think it'll put you back on the right path.
You also want to bring civility back.
Absolutely.
I mean, the commercials that have people cursing, talking about a certain president or party, it's got to go. But we have an excerpt that we thought would be great for you to read up from your book.
Okay.
Here we go.
I'm done.
A virus was sweeping through hospitals and assisted living homes, taking the lives of our citizens and leaving many Americans terrified about their future. We needed courage, and we needed heroes, and heroes we got. They were the healthcare workers, the first.
All right. Let's go ahead and get over to the next coverage real quick. Let's see here. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, but let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. All right, guys, let's get over right back into Fox.
Fox News Alert, Bridge and Power Plant Day could now be any day of the week. A fierce power struggle breaking out in Iran, and President Trump showing a lot of patience. 47 says U.S. airstrikes have seriously fractured the regime, so Pakistan asked us to hold off on B&P Day until Iran can get it together. Tonight, there could be a coup. No one knows who's calling the shots.
Wishful
Vance,
thinking.
Witkoff, and Kushner were supposed to leave for Islamabad,
Yes,
but they
wishful
never
thinking
took
right
off
there.
because the Iranian delegation never took off,
Okay.
which is suspicious because this morning, Trump said the gay Ayatollah authorized the deal.
They just got the okay to go forward, which I knew they
I'm
were going to
sorry,
do
they're
anyway.
still saying that.
I mean, I don't think that is true.
I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna be real with you. The Ayatollah hasn't confirmed to been gay. It's not confirmed to be gay. It was a CIA report suspecting the Ayatollah was gay because he had a close relationship with his tutor. But the Ayatollah, he has kids. I mean, one died in a strike against Khomeini, but yeah, bro got kids.
They have to negotiate, and the one thing I'll say is this: Iran can get themselves on a very good footing if they make a deal. They can make themselves into a strong nation again, a wonderful nation again. They have incredible people, but they seem to be, bloodthirsty.
So the gay Ayatollah told his ministers wheels up, but the military said not so fast. We're basically looking at another Iranian hostage crisis. This time they've taken themselves hostage, and therefore the negotiations. The IRGC won't agree to sign over the Strait and the uranium, and they're the only votes that matter because they're the ones with the guns. The generals are demanding Trump lift the blockade as a precondition for more peace talks. They want to play an economic game of chicken.
Iran sees this as a game of endurance. They believe that time is on their side and that ultimately the domestic pressure when it comes to energy markets and the stock market will force President Trump to make a deal that's in their favor. That is not the truth. That is not the reality. The president and his counterparts in Israel have the ability to continue this operation for months if they need to.
It's
okay, and gas prices will go up for months, and things will be more hard on the American people. Gas is at now, Brent crude is at $101, and WTI is at 92, and it was just at 80 a couple of days ago. So I'm sorry, but if this blockade continues, it's not going to be any better. Inflation is going to go up because gas is going to still be up because the cost of per barrel is still up. What are you talking about?
Iranians up against the clock. The blockade's already cost them over $1 billion. Checks are bouncing, and their economy's in a death spiral and facing a Great Depression. Scott Bessent says, quote, in a matter of days, Kharg Island storage will be full and the fragile Iranian oil wells will be shut in. The blockades turned around 28 ships sailing to or from Iranian ports, most of them oil tankers. And we took custody of a runner sailing in from China with missile ingredients.
We caught a ship yesterday that had some things on it which wasn't very nice. A gift from China, perhaps. I don't know. But I was a little surprised, but because I have a very good relationship, and I thought I had an understanding with President Xi, but that's all right. That's the way war goes, right?
And it just got worse for the enemy. The Navy boarded another vessel from their
Pretty much we're allowing Chinese vessels to go through, but you know, China's giving us the trust me, bro, on, oh, you know, don't make sure you guys don't send Iran no weapons. And China's like, all right, cool, you know, as long as you let our vessels through. And that's our little special deal with China when it comes to this naval blockade.
Shadow fleet. The Tiffany. How cute. A sanctioned tanker carrying 2 million barrels of Iranian crude sailing to Shanghai. No bueno. The blockade's ripple effect is hitting Beijing. Choke points are getting squeezed from the Gulf to the Strait of Malacca. It just so happens that we conducted joint naval exercises with the Japanese in the South China Sea. And the Army just finished up joint live fire training with the Philippines. Xi's losing friends fast. The president putting pressure on the Middle Kingdom to make its proxy give up the dust. Vance isn't flying halfway across the world to Pakistan for nothing.
This could have a salutary ending. What are the chances of that? I think probably 2 in 3 right now, 65%. They're not sending the vice president over there to walk away again. They really think there'll be a deal. I think there's a 2 in 3 chance we get to it.
And if you watched primetime last night, General Petraeus also seemed optimistic about a deal. He just didn't think it'd happen today. And he was right. Our patience may be running thin, but our stockpile isn't.
It's not my choice, but it will also hurt them. It'll hurt them militarily. They use the bridges for their weapons, for their missile movements. You know, they're trying to move the missiles because we've obliterated most of their missiles, and they're trying to move their missiles around, even during the ceasefire, which I think was a good thing because we're totally loaded up. We have so much ammo. We have so much of everything that like,
as the reports say differently, like, yeah, we're actually running out of ammo. We're actually running low on missiles. 50% of our stockpile has been reduced, and we don't have no way of replenishing them. But of course, you know, Trump got to sell it to you guys and tell you that, no, we're all good, guys. We got all the missiles in the world, guys. We have infinite missiles, infinite ammo, guys. We have the cheat code. When we don't. So we don't really know how long we can keep this going. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and subscribe to the channel as well. If you haven't already, just hit that icon above. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get right back into it. If you got any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it, just like my man, Sid. He says, everything Jesse says in this segment is unverified and conjecture, yet it plays on primetime television. Bro, I'm gonna be rude with you, man. This man Jesse been out of pocket since this Iran war started, bro. He's been so out of pocket. Calling the Ayatollah gay, that's unconfirmed information. Like, bro, everything he's been saying about this war just been unconfirmed. He's honestly just trying to sell you a good image of it. And I respect the effort of propaganda because, you know, he get paid millions for this. So, you know, he gotta sell it. But it's like, dog, this man's been so out of touch. I mean, bro's bragging about bombing bridges and power plants. And I'm just like, bro, if Biden was doing that, you would say, oh, this is disgusting. This is horrible. But because it's Trump, it's like a hip, hip hooray moment. I'm like, what's going on here?
Much more powerful than it was 4 or 5 weeks ago. So we've used this to restock, and they probably have done a little bit of restocking.
Over the last 24 hours, we're seeing heavy Air Force activity, major resupplies coming in from American bases in Europe. Plus, the USS Gerald Ford just re-entered the Red Sea. And by Saturday, we'll have all 3 carrier strike groups, the Ford, Lincoln, and Bush, in theater. We might unwrap some new toys. The Marines just unveiled a new shore-to-shore landing ship designed to deliver 800 tons of troops, weapons, supplies directly to beachheads. Getting its last coat of paint is the lead ship, the USS McClung, named after a Marine major who was killed in combat in Iraq, the first female graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy to be killed in action. Our anti-sub aircraft, the P-8 Poseidon, has been surveilling the strait from the skies, and they're working overtime. So KC-135 Stratotankers are refueling them midair.
Are they trying to foreshadow a ground invasion? Because that's exactly what it sounds like he's doing. He's flexing on the whole fact that, you know what, guys, we got them guys out there ready to do a ground invasion. We're going to take Carg Island and the rest of them, guys. Yeah, I mean, like I said, man, once we put the troops on the ground, I mean, we're really about to see what's going to go. We're really about to see the horrors of this war. I'm be honest with you guys. Like, when troops hit the ground, that's when things get serious. And then that's why we really don't want that to happen. That's why we want a ceasefire and a peace deal. But sadly, it doesn't look like the U.S. want that. I'm just being honest with you. It doesn't seem like we want that, to be real with you guys. We're doing everything to avoid it.
CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper went to Israel last week, where he approved joint plans for a brand new target bank, which include energy and infrastructure and whatever missile launchers the regime.
Yes, indistinguishable from how Russian state TV sounds. Nah. The reason I'm laughing because I was watching Russian state TV one time, bro, and these guys were so like bloodthirsty. They were literally celebrating the attacking on a capital, like literally overly happy about it. I'm just like, innocent civilians? Like, bro, I ain't gonna lie, I hear you, bro. It's like the bloodthirstiness of like the way they sound about just bombing places that civilians or innocent people could get hurt, and they're just so excited about it. It is distasteful. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's not something you really want to hear or look at, but this is what we're getting, guys. This is what we're getting. I know that's a harsh criticism coming from Sid, but he's not wrong.
Dug out of the rubble. The ceasefire gave us time not only to resupply and acquire new targets, but a fresh batch of human intelligence came in. Any leader who poked his head out in the last 2 weeks is a goner. The alliance has spies all up and down Iran. So the next round of airstrikes will be devastating if it happens. Hard to know exactly what's happening inside the ranks, but sources tell Primetime the military sidelined the mullahs and are keeping the gay Ayatollah alive as a figurehead while they assert control over negotiations.
I don't know.
They basically have a gun to the head of the negotiators, and now everyone's afraid of getting killed, not just by the Americans, but by the Iranian military. It appears that there's already been somewhat of a soft military coup. And as the blockade keeps breaking the country's bank, there could be a coup within the military. The generals are having to decide the best way to hold on to power. Is it in a post-deal Iran, or is it in a state of constant warfare? No idea. This would be like if the enemy took out Trump, Vance, and the entire cabinet in 40 seconds.
Yeah, they would all be replaced. Like, do the line of succession. And I mean, yes, we have that already set up through the cabinet of who's going to replace who if, you know, the whole succession gets taken out. Actually, I think Scott Bessent would be up next if all of those guys got eliminated. It would be our Treasury Secretary. So Scott Bessent will be up next. So think about it. We even have a line of succession that goes down pretty damn far. So yeah, if Trump, Vance, Rubio gets taken out, I do believe up next will be Scott Bessent. And I think after Scott Mel or the National Security Advisor. Yeah, I think it's Scott Bessent. I think he's either fifth or fourth in line.
Knocked out our entire military, plus all of our defense contractors, and had North America surrounded with carriers. And then Speaker Mike Johnson was supposed to fly overseas for peace talks, and a bunch of two-star generals pulled out a gun and said, Mike, you're not going anywhere. For the first time in a long time, the president doesn't have a deadline. It's unusual for him, which tells me he's going to watch it unfold.
Okay, my bad. Just a correction on the line of succession. Vice President, Speaker of the House. So J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Speaker of the House. No, my bad. That'd be Mike Johnson. So yeah, so it'd be Mike Johnson. Then third would be Mark Rubio, Secretary of State. Then it would be Scott Bessent. Then it would be Pete Hegseth. And then after that, it'd be Pam Bondi. And then we just keep on going down the line. I mean, bro, it goes all the way down to 18. So the Iranians will have to kill everybody all the way down to the Secretary of Homeland Security. Like, literally 18 people would have to be knocked out all at once for us in America to sit there and be like, well, shit, I don't know what to do next. I mean, bro, they got all 18, these guys. I don't know. Shoot, they killed 15. We'd be at our Secretary of Energy. I mean, shoot, they killed the Secretary of Energy. We're at our Secretary of Education. So we got a pretty long line of succession ourselves.
Feel it out, and a deal or an attack could happen at any minute. Be sure to like and subscribe.
My bad. You're right. Somebody said not Pam Bondi, but it would be Todd Blanche. I'm sorry. I was talking about the X one. Current AG would be not Pam Bondi, but Todd Blanche. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Still a bit fresh. But all right, let's get on to the next one here. Let's see what PBD is talking about. Let's get into independent media. Let's see what they're saying.
25 this morning at 4:25, Iran's attack at around the Strait of Hormuz. 3 ships, 2 of them they seized. One is a Panamanian ship. One is a ship from Greece. That we have different names for them as well. Rob, you can pull it up. Yeah, those are the ships. So while this happened, this morning, if you look at the market oil prices, if you want to go to it, it's up a little bit. It's 91.37.
Speaking of that, man, Todd Blanche. Thank you. Actually, thank you for that reminder. Appreciate that. Even though you was being a dick about it, I still appreciate it. But anyway, though, what was it? Todd Blanche and Kash Patel had a pretty hard time at this little press briefing they were at. So Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and FBI Director Kash Patel hold a press conference. And it did not go so well for my man Kash Patel. It was actually pretty funny when he had to defend himself on his alleged alcohol use, which I'm pretty sure of. I mean, I'm sure he drinks, but is he an alcoholic? Maybe, possibly. But all right, though, let's get straight to the questions on this one.
To perpetuate this ongoing fraud. This is a serious and egregious violation of a group that purported to dismantle violent extremist groups, but in turn actually only fueled the hatred. This is an important case brought by President Trump's administration. We're thankful for the president for his leadership and funding of not just the FBI and DOJ, but his commitment to go out there and wipe out fraud and conspiracy and waste and abuse wherever it occurs, including the Southern Poverty Law Center. Even though this money was made to appear to be coming from legitimate people and legitimate entities, we at the FBI, with our great partners at the Department of Justice and in the state of Alabama, were able to comb through a decade worth of material, a scheme that took a decade to build, so that we were able to follow the money, because money never lies, and they got caught. As the Attorney General said, these charges are varying, they are widespread and wide-ranging, and this investigation is very much ongoing. Today, we're here to announce the charges of the Southern Poverty Law Center, and this investigation and the individuals who are responsible will be brought to justice. Thank you, General.
Thank you, Director Patel. With any questions?
I'd like to know why individual people are not mentioned in this indictment. Is that something that's going to come down the pike? Is this just an indictment of the entity? Can you kind of explain, could people face charges here, or is this the indictment and you're done?
So, yes, I mean, as we said, the indictment, this investigation is very much ongoing. And today, the grand jury returned an indictment against only one entity, the Southern Poverty Law Center. And we'll go from there. But as you'll see from the indictment itself, it should be obvious from the indictment that the investigation is ongoing.
I just want to make sure I understand. You're alleging that the Southern Poverty Law Center was paying the leaders of KKK and other groups to continue their operations? Is that?
I'm not alleging it. The grand jury returned an indictment that says that. And so what the investigation found, according to the indictment that was returned today, is that they were paying. So Southern Poverty Law Center is raising money, asking folks to give them money to dismantle racism. And over a very long period of time, they were using some of the money they raised from donors to pay to, they called them field, basically to informants, for information, for access, to just pay them for certain, to do certain things. And so, yes, that's exactly what the indictment charges.
I was wondering if this is going to expand perhaps to more groups. Perhaps there's been a lot of accusations about particular groups like the Patriot Front that get a lot of traction. And more so, is the government, or is this indictment, I should say, making the case that some of these matters where they've tried at great lengths to sort of make connections to people on the right per Santana. I mean, Charlottesville was very much associated by the media with being sort of like part of a right wing kind of thing. They're like good people on both sides type of thing. I mean, are we seeing a sort of the Southern Poverty Law Center was trying to create narratives using these types of groups to shape American public opinion?
Look, I think what the Southern Poverty Law Center has
My bad, guys. Appreciate that. What I was pretty much saying was, shout out to my man Josh for sending 250 jewels. And what I was pretty much saying was, he was talking about like Thomas Russo's guys and Patriot Front. Yeah, the little white supremacist group. Yeah, those guys. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't agree with their ideology in this whole, we need a little we need to cut out only for white people and white first and all this good stuff. And you're only a real American if you came from white European and all that. I disagree with all of that. But they do charity work. So I agree with that part.
Is said over the years is available for the world to see. It's on their website. It's in other forms. The indictment speaks for itself. I'm not going to talk.
Like they were helping out during that Texas flood and handing out food and helping people, who houses were flooded and all that good stuff. So I was just like, ooh, that's some real. They real for that one. They real for that.
Outside the four corners of the indictment, it lays out what the grand jury found, and obviously there's a whole body of public information around what the Southern Poverty Law Center has done over the past several decades.
I mean, in some of these instances, these are groups that have been either their membership has been dismantled or they've definitely fallen out of public view. I'm just wondering the legal theory of how these payments allegedly went on to actually benefit the groups. Did you see money go to the groups themselves rather than just the individuals who were paid informants, essentially? And then I have an off-topic after.
So look, I want to be careful to keep any comments that we make inside the indictment. And so what the indictment lays out is payments to individuals who had leadership positions within these organizations. If that's what the grand jury found. And so to the extent that those individuals receiving, one received over $1 million, okay, to the extent over several years, to the extent that there's any link between that individual receiving the money and benefits to that organization, that's not in the indictment, but because again, it's not that individual who's charged with a crime. It's that individual was a informant or what have you. And it's Southern Poverty Law Center that made those payments to the individual, but it wasn't, look, the payments were not made to these individuals in exchange for a service separate and apart from their work within these organizations. So, that's I think speaks for itself.
Just on an off topic, obviously you've read the Atlantic article that's now a subject of a defamation lawsuit brought
I absolutely did not read that article, but go ahead with your question.
I just, without
Atlantic article that was pretty much calling Kash Patel a paranoid drunk, pretty much. Saying that he pulled up to the office, he couldn't get in, or I guess he forgot his passcode. He was frantic, drunk. He thought he got fired. He was calling around, panicking. And this is coming from people in the office, allegedly. Now, Kash Patel, this is all lies, and they lying on his name. He's going to start suing. So we'll see what comes about this. But Kash, you better start suing, or people are going to start believing that.
Obviously, it's up in litigation now. Have you separately just heard any concerns, given your supervision over the FBI director, about any problems with drinking?
I have a lot of concerns, and my concerns are completely around the anonymous reporting that comes forth constantly. That reporters have an obligation to report, and they have due diligence that they're supposed to do. And when an entire article is based on anonymous sources, and there's things in the article suggesting, for example, apparently that senior DOJ personnel were informed of something, that's me. I wasn't informed. No one called me about that. So, like, listen, I did not read
I mean, what about Pam Bondi? You ask her.
that article. It is a subject of litigation, but you know, I've already spent too much time talking about it. Next question. Go ahead.
On that, Todd, I'm sorry. The FBI director is on camera with the U.S. Olympic hockey team chugging a beer. I mean, do you think that that's appropriate conduct for the FBI director?
That has nothing to do with the article. I mean, look, there's complete hit pieces, and you guys are in.
I'm sorry, they're doing Cash dirty right now. They're just like they're making Todd Bland speak for Cash. Like I'd have just been like, all right, look, go, Cash, just come up here, bro. Defend yourself, because apparently they're at your neck, not mine, but yours.
This business, and you know what they look like, and the fact that you're asking repeated questions about them almost as an admission of such. But when you have a bunch of people who are hiding behind closed curtains, saying things but not willing to say it publicly, and there are certain parts of the article that are blatantly false because apparently I was told something that I wasn't, it's suspicious. In the back.
That's fair.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Attorney General. Can you explain again what the fraud is here exactly? Are you saying it's illegal for the SPLC to pay money to people that are in hate groups, or something about the way this was done makes it illegal? Because it's not automatically illegal, is it?
No, that's right. It's a good question. So, again, I summarized the indictment, and it's now public for everybody to read. But the Southern Poverty Law Center is a 501c3. Okay, they're required to, under the laws associated with a nonprofit, to have certain transparency and honesty in what they're telling donors they're going to spend money on, and what their mission statement is, and what they're raising money doing. And so, as the indictment points out, there's different ways that they raise money, and no fundraising efforts that the investigation found did they say, oh, and by the way, we're going to give $1 million to the Ku Klux Klan. So that's fraud. So that's wire fraud. So, and then the bank fraud part of it is you have KYC, you have an obligation to tell your financial institution what the corporation or the entity that you're opening an account for does. And the allegations in the indictment are that these were fictitious companies that were set up, and so there was certain information sworn to by SPLC executives about what the entities were doing that we allege is false.
Can I just follow up on? Can I have one follow up?
Go ahead.
On the hiring of Joe DeGenova to work for the department, can you just tell us a little bit? I understand you went down to Florida, perhaps to take part in his swearing in or bring him on board. Can you explain why he's being brought back to the department after 40 years?
So, I mean, look, I think that everybody in this administration, whether it's Department of Justice or elsewhere, we're always looking for good people. And he's somebody who has a deep bench. As you said, he's been in this business for decades. And when we had the opportunity to ask him to join the team and help, we readily did.
I have an on-topic and an off-topic, if you'll allow me. Are you able to explain a little bit more about what led to this investigation? Were you guys tipped off by a former employee, or how did you guys discover this?
No, I can't talk about that, but it's been going on for a long time. There was a time that it was shut down for a while during the last administration. I don't know why, and it was started again over the past year or so, and that brings us to today.
Sorry, you mean the investigation began before this administration and then was shut down during the Biden administration?
That's my understanding. I don't have information beyond what I just said around that.
I wanted to ask about the John Brennan investigation. If you can explain why the career prosecutor who had been leading that investigation was removed, and if you have or had concerns that investigation is not moving quickly enough.
I don't have any concerns about that investigation. And again, the reporting around that really is just a source purely from leaks and not actually accurate reporting is not something I'm going to comment on and never will comment on.
Could I ask you just to clarify one thing? Obviously, the Bureau had a long relationship with the SPLC. Is it your understanding that the previous leaders at the Bureau knew this was happening and didn't view it as a crime, or is that the Bureau did not know this was happening?
It is.
All right, now let's get to the more entertaining part, is where Cash Patel starts answering questions. Let's get into it.
We started it again, and that brings us to where we are today.
Well, I do want to give you an opportunity to respond directly to the allegations in the Atlantic article that your unexplained absences created a national security risk. And beyond that, can you say definitively that you have not been intoxicated or absent?
Bro said you was absent at work, bro. That's a national security risk. What are you doing? Well, I mean, remember, these are all from anonymous sources that's supposed to be in, the FBI. So who knows if they're actually real sources or not.
During your tenure as FBI director?
I can say unequivocally that I never listen to the fake news mafia. And as when they get louder, it just means I'm doing my job. This FBI director has been on the job twice as many days as every director before me. What that means is I've taken half as many days off as those before me. What that means is I've taken a third less vacation than those before me. What that means is that this FBI with this Department of Justice has dropped the murder rate 20 points. What that means is this FBI with this Department of Justice has captured 8 of the top 10 most wanted fugitives in the world, twice as many as the Biden administration did in its entire 4 years. What that means is this FBI has seized enough fentanyl off the streets to kill 178 million Americans, a 31% increase. What that means is this FBI and this DOJ has arrested 43% more spies in 14 months than the entirety of the Biden administration. What that means is this FBI has seen a reduction in opiate overdose deaths up to 20% alone. What that means is that we have found 6,300 child victims, 6,300 families have their kids back. That is a 22% increase from the Biden administration. I'm on the job. I'm the first one in. I'm the last one out. I'm like an everyday American who loves his country, loves the sport of hockey, and champions my friends when they raise a gold medal and invite me in to celebrate. I've never been intoxicated on the job, and that is why we filed a $250 million defamation lawsuit. And any one of you that wants to participate, bring it on. I'll see you in court.
Explain the computer login issue. Just explain the computer login issue. You were not able to log into your lawsuit contends that you were not able to log into the system. What did you think after you were unable to log into the system?
Oh, let's have a survey. How many of you people believe that's true? Hang on.
Did you communicate?
You asked the question. Let me answer it.
No, let me.
No.
Did you communicate with anyone that you thought you were fired after you were unable to log into?
The problem with you and your report, don't cut me off. You asked the question. The problem with you and your baseless reporting is that is an absolute lie. It was never said. It never happened. And I will serve in this administration.
Never happened. I mean, hopefully it hasn't. Hopefully they don't come out with no type of like you on camera looking all drunk at the door yelling at your phone. Hopefully they don't do you like that, Cash. Because I mean, you remember this? You remember Cash when he tried to deny that he was ever on Stu Peters' podcast? And Stu Peters, I mean, bro, he does border on the line of anti-Semitism outright. But I'm gonna be real with you. He was on Stu Peters' podcast. He was in front of Congress. He literally lied to their face. Then they played this man on Stu Peters' podcast, and he just said, yeah, I still don't know. So I don't be real with you. I don't really trust Cass Patel when it comes to his honesty. I'm hoping that this isn't true, but I wouldn't be surprised if a video came out confirming that it's true. And he's claiming to want to sue. So, hey, when it all goes to discovery, we'll find out.
As long as the president and the attorney general want me to do so. And every time you guys report false lies, every time you guys raise baseless questions, when we are here to talk about the Southern Poverty Law Center's $3 million decade-long scheme to fraudulently fleece Americans, you are off topic.
It's a simple, straightforward question. Did you talk to anybody about whether you thought
The simple answer to your question is you are lying. And every time you do so, I've answered your question. It's simply as follows. I was never locked out of my systems. Anybody who says it, anyone that says the opposite is lying. Thank you.
Look, man, stop. You're being extraordinarily rude. And I know maybe that's part of your profession, but please just stop. If you ask a question, he can answer it. And then wait, now you're interrupting me. Like just a little bit of respect, man. Just a tiny little bit. Try it sometime.
Damn.
Go ahead.
Earlier today,
Nah, they was on his ass though. They was really trying to get Cass to answer up, and they're just like, "Oh, so you're gonna sue?" I mean, well, hopefully that. I mean, here's the thing: whatever the Atlantic is going off of, they must be pretty damn confident in it if they're willing to like chastise him like this.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune once again was pleading for an end to the Justice Department's investigation into Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. How do you respond to a direct request like this from someone in your own party?
I haven't received a respond the request, formally yet. I mean, listen, this is an ongoing investigation, and that's something that we can't talk about aside from saying yes, it's an ongoing investigation, and the senator knows that, and other senators know that as well, and we'll get through it. But it is an ongoing investigation, and we can't really talk about it, especially not in public. But we'll try to address any senator, not just a senator from the Republican Party's concerns about that.
Director Patel, you said in an interview over this weekend regarding the election into whether the 2020 presidential election was stolen, you said that there were going to be arrests coming, and I promise you it's coming soon. Hoping you could just elaborate a little bit on what that meant.
Sure. We have many ongoing investigations into large-scale conspiracies, and like we did today, we'll be announcing those arrests when the grand jury returns those indictments.
All right, just one more question, sir.
I have an on-topic and off-topic. On the Southern Poverty Law Center, my understanding was from the video that the group posted today that this program about paying the informants had ended. I wasn't clear about when that was. Do you have any information about when this program stopped paying informants, and then if there's a statute of limitations issue there? I just wasn't sure how far back we're talking. And then I'll have another on topic.
So look, all I can tell you is the indictment alleges a very long period of time that includes up to 2023. So that's I can't speak beyond, when it, if anything has been happening since then, just what the grand jury found.
And then I also wanted to ask a follow-up on Joe DeGeneva. Looking back at, he's been very vocal over the years about his thoughts about the 2016 investigation, about the intelligence assessment. One quote that he said in an article in 2020 was, "There's no doubt John Brennan was the primogenitor of this entire counterintelligence investigation. It was John Brennan who went to James Comey and basically pummeled him into starting a counterintelligence investigation against Trump. Brennan's at the heart of this." Given those prior statements, isn't there possibly a conflict of interest, or at the very least a perceived conflict of interest, having him oversee this investigation? And has he been vetted for conflicts prior to being hired at the Justice Department?
I don't know.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and keep it pushing. Let's get back into the Iran coverage, and let's see what News Nation. Let's see what News Nation talking about. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate support, but let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys. Hit that icon above. All right, here, let's get right into it.
Friends, welcome to the program. President Trump appears to give Iran control of the war. One of two explanations. He's paralyzed or knows something we don't. We'll give you both scenarios. In a moment, Vice Admiral John Fozzie Miller, Joel Rubin, on how the president's next moves will cement his legacy for better or worse. Plus, we are in San Francisco tonight, 24 hours away from the California gubernatorial debate. Former Golden State Senator Barbara Boxer tells us whether Democrats can avoid what even Democrats are calling California Armageddon. But first, our Why It Matters segment, now 8,000 or 9,000 miles away in Iran. Right now, I can tell you what is happening with Iran. I can give you a couple of explanations of why, but we do not know how this is going to end up. President Trump may be screwing everything up, or he may be an absolute genius. We don't know. It's only fair that we tell you we don't know. What we can say for sure is that right now, the Iranians appear in control, and the United States does not have the momentum that it had 2 weeks ago from America's military successes.
I mean, yeah, because we're running out of missiles. Yeah, that's probably why. But all right, let's go ahead and get into foreign media. Let's see what they're saying out here in the global streets. Let's see here, and where are we here? Oh yeah, we're about like $53 away from the goal, guys. So you can go ahead and send your support on either Rumble, Venmo, Super Chat it in. Appreciate the support, guys. And like I said, let's get those likes up. Let's get to 200 likes, guys. Appreciate the support.
Containers of goods 3,000 containers of goods destined for Iran have ended up stranded in Pakistan as a direct result of the U.S. naval blockade. Osama bin Javed is live for us in the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. Osama, just talk us through, if you could, the situation with this cargo that's become stuck in
Well, Mohammed, we've been investigating on the impact of this naval blockade and the situation in the Strait of Hormuz in the last few days. What we've been shown are documents from the Iranian Chamber of Commerce seeking help to get these 3,000 containers which have been stranded in Karachi's ports as transshipment. They were destined for Iran. They couldn't go there, so they were offloaded in Karachi. Now, we suspect that there's going to be a land route that is being discussed with Pakistani authorities where these containers would be taken overland by Pakistani trucks to the border, and from the border, they'll be taken by Iranian trucks and lorries. But what we have been able to ascertain is that Iran has established a toll booth on the Strait of Hormuz, which is it is charging in yuan accounts with China, and also in cryptocurrency, as maritime experts and shipping industry has told us. And there's a tier system in that. It is charging about $1 per barrel of oil. So a ship carrying millions of barrels of oil would give millions of dollars to the Iranians. And vice versa, if there is a ship that is carrying cargo, that money would be determined on the value of oil barrels. So it appears that this is something that was working for Iran, but now
I know. And you know what? They wasn't doing this before the war. I just and here's the thing, me and the Dems are gonna hammer that down. They weren't doing this before the war, aka for some reason, us being aggressive towards Iran gave Iran a better position in the Strait of Hormuz, and it was able to collect transit fees. This is why I'm gonna be real with you. This is why there was high criticism, even then, about this war, because we're like, yo, we just gave Iran a card. We didn't. First off, for some reason, Trump wanted to go out there and say, well, damn, I didn't know they was going to take the Strait when they've taken it before. And two, now they're using this as a card as we try to tell the American people, or as Trump tries to tell the American people, that they have no cards. You kind of see the problem here about how they've gained something during this war when they didn't have it before. And that's why people have every right to be upset.
Americans have found essentially how to choke that supply. The U.S. blockade has been effective. They've seen dozens of ships that they say they have stopped, but they have also not been able to stop every single ship. And that's what industry experts are saying to us, that this is something which is more of a pressure point on Iran than the actual conflict itself.
And Osama, what are the overall consequences of this transit disruption, both for Iran and regionally?
Well, you've seen the impact on the energy market. I mean, 20% of the global energy supplies are stranded because Iran is not allowing them to go through. That tier system that Iran has established, some countries like Pakistan and Malaysia are able to go for free. Others, including China, have to pay the toll, and that is adding to the cost. And on top of that, there is the U.S. blockade. So all in all, what this means is that...
I guess they ain't that cool with China then. They say no, the Muslim homies, they get in for free, but the rest of y'all, yeah, I gotta go ahead and pay. I'm weak.
That there is now a toll booth that has been set up on the Strait of Hormuz, which is blocking supplies going into the Gulf nations, as well as their very important, precious millions of dollars worth of cargoes. But it also means that now the United States has also found its own solution to pressurize Iran, because Iran is heavily dependent on the imports, whether it's agriculture or medicine or raw materials or chemicals that it needs for its industries to function. And the United States is now holding that back. So it appears that this crisis is escalating. We've been speaking to maritime experts and naval experts who tell us that this is not feasible to carry on in the long run, and they'll have to come to some sort of solution. And that is why it is giving people some hope that as this becomes the choke point and the point on which the talks are not progressing further, but can also become a solution where the United States and Iran could come up with some sort of a joint strategy on the Strait of Hormuz, rather than free passage that existed before the US-Israeli attacks.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed, live for us from the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. Osama, thanks so much for unpacking all of that for us.
All right, man. Let's get over here to our guy, Robert Pape. Let's see what he's talking about here. Shout out to Robert Pape. I think he had a pretty viral interview on Diary of a CEO, where he explained the escalation stages that's going on in this war. So let's see where we're at with it.
We're happy to be joined once again by friend of the show, Professor Robert Pape at the University of Chicago, and of course, the Escalation Trap Substack. Make sure to subscribe to that if you haven't yet. Professor Pape, thank you so much for joining us once again.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I really enjoy these discussions. You guys are just the best. So thank you so much for having me.
Well, we appreciate you for being here.
Yeah, keep the compliments flowing, and we'll stay happy.
It'll be part of the escalation promise.
Yes.
In fact, I've been noticing, and I don't tell me if you noticed this at all. It feels like Iranian officials have actually been following.
Now, this is why people listen to Robert Pape, okay? And I know a lot of you wondering, like, who the hell is this guy, Robert Pape, that I'm hearing about? And this is him. So pretty much he's an American political scientist who studied national and international security affairs with a focus on air power, political violence, social media propaganda, and terrorism. All the right places. But this is where he gets his credibility from. I mean, not only is he pretty educated in, political affairs and all this good stuff and foreign policy and all that, he's also been a presidential advisor. No, here it is. During the 2008 presidential campaign, Pape served as an advisor to the Democrat Party senator and later President Barack Obama. During the same campaign cycle, he was also, let's see briefly, an advisor on the Iraq to a Republican Congressman, Ron Paul. So he's been pretty much an advisor on foreign policy to not only Barack Obama, but also to Republican Ron Paul. So I really want y'all to take that in when you hear this man out. He's been an advisor. I know a lot of people will say, oh, he's just a professor. No. He was also a presidential advisor as well. So yeah, it's a Democratic Party senator and later President Barack Obama. And during the same campaign cycle, he was also briefly an advisor to Iraq to Republican Congressman Ron Paul. So remember that. He got credentials. You got to respect that. And make sure to double tap that screen and like the video.
Following some of your analysis.
Having me.
Well, make sure to subscribe to that if you haven't yet. Professor Pape, thank you so much for joining us once again.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I really enjoy these discussions. You guys are just the best. So thank you so much for having me.
Well, we appreciate you for being here.
Yeah, keep the compliments flowing, and we'll stay happy.
It'll be part of the escalation promise.
Yes.
In fact, I've been noticing, and I don't tell me if you noticed this at all. It feels like Iranian officials have actually been following some of your analysis, particularly the argument that they're becoming a major power. Like I've seen them sort of repeating that
may be right. And so just so listeners know, so Russian television wants me on and has for a long time. Iranian media, various kinds, wants me on. I just won't do that here. So I'm laying out what
the Iranians are already taking notes. They're like, hold on. So you said if we hold the Strait of Hormuz, so hold on, Mr. Pape, and I'm let's say I'm an Iranian official. So Mr. Pape, you're telling him if we hold the Strait of Hormuz for long enough, we could become the fourth global power? I mean, you got any more tips for us? Like, let's be honest. That's pretty much what he's saying. He pretty much laid it out how they could do it, and it does seem Iran is leaning more into that plan.
Expect for the world here, and I'm not trying to, certainly not help the bad guys here or something like that. You're not seeing somebody who's in any way other than an American supporter here.
Right, you said you weren't trying to help
so
the bad
everybody
guys.
knows, my ideal world is where America remains number one. We're the strongest, richest country in the world. We want everybody to come here because we're the best place on the planet to be. And I think we need to get back to being the best place on the planet to be here. But we're not going to get there if we don't understand the world that's coming at us.
Well, let's just start by getting your reaction to the whirlwind of events yesterday, where the deadline was looming, where J.D. Vance, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff were supposed to go to Islamabad, and everybody was waiting, trying to figure out if the plane had taken off. They ended up, of course, not going, and Trump extended the deadline. We woke up this morning to news that there were ships fired on in the Strait of Hormuz. So, Professor Pape, wild 24 hours. What do you make of it?
Yes, but fully in line. If you're following the Substack posts here, this is just in line with the expectations I've been laying out on both sides. So, and what you are seeing, number one, is, and as I've been saying, from my early post about how Trump has the illusion of control, Trump's just lost control. So the bottom line is, America's not winning. Trump is not in control. And what you are seeing is a rising trajectory for Iran. It's just growing, sort of bit by bit. It's not exactly linear. There's some pauses, but it is growing just as I've been saying. And Iran has cards to play. They are more in control as each day passes. And since the first hour of the bombing, America has been less in control and has less cards to play. And that's actually playing itself out. Now, in detail, let me just shift over to the details here, because I did post these these longer articles about what's happening with why is the ceasefire breaking down. Well, the ceasefire is breaking down not because this is not a case of misunderstanding where you need to have negotiators get to the table, talk to each other face to face to clarify things. No, that's not what's occurring here. What's occurring is a zero-sum problem.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real though. I kind of get where he's going with this. Is like, nah, the problem is that both sides have maximalist demands and neither side are willing to concede on that. I mean, as you've seen, like Donald Trump had the maximalist demand of saying, yo, we're not removing this naval blockade until we get that uranium. And Trump and obviously Iran is saying, well, we said we're not going to give it to you unless you give us about $20 billion in our frozen assets. And Trump's like, damn well I'm not doing that. Who do I look like, Obama? Like, let's be honest here. It's cooked.
We have two zero-sum problems, and that's what's breaking us in the negotiations to break down. You see, we have two issues, the nuclear enrichment and Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz, and these are classic zero-sum issues. Iran cannot both control and not control the Strait of Hormuz. There's no middle ground here. Iran cannot both have enriched uranium to make a bomb and not have enriched uranium to make a bomb. So there's no real way to cut this pie evenly, 50-50, 60-40. That's just not what's occurring. One side has to give up, essentially. And what you're seeing is both sides, rather than give up, prefer to escalate. Now, Donald Trump is also trying to find a third way. So I've been arguing this for some time and explaining this. I just explained more in detail that we're at a fork in the road. Either we pull back here from escalation and Iran becomes the fourth center of world power, or we go forward with escalation. Well, Donald Trump is trying so hard to get a third way, which is, can't you just give me the fig leaf of a cover, Iran, so that I can...
Bro, I'm weak. He's like, damn, bro, can you at least make me look like you capitulated a little bit? Look, I'm trying to sell the American people a story here of us just dominating you guys, and you're not helping by closing the strait, by walking away from our ceasefire deals, by not giving up your enrichment and giving up your sovereignty. You're not helping us out, Iran. And of course, they're not going to help us out with that. I mean, let's be real here. They're hearing us, like they're hearing Trump on True Social and social media, and they're going like, all right, great. What can we do to make this guy look dumb? I mean, it seems like they're doing a pretty good job of that, or to make him look less credible.
Declare victory, and then I'll maybe even give you the Strait of Hormuz or something here under the table. We'll just kind of let me just have my victory, okay? They're not doing that, folks. They're not doing that. And there's, I think, a very simple reason they're not doing that, which is they want to torpedo Donald Trump's presidency. I think
guys, we're $44 away from opening up the call-in line. Appreciate the support, guys. And if you can't support, make sure you go ahead and double tap that screen, like the video, guys, because it's free and you help push the channel. And subscribe to the channel while you're at it. Why? Because that's also free. Hey, man, you might as well give out free blessings.
this has got the classic earmarks here where they want Donald Trump to become the lamest of lame ducks. Now, he's hurt right now. He's a wounded animal as it comes to his presidency. That's why he's squirming, trying to get out of this thing. But he's not unrecoverably wounded. So I think what you're seeing on the part of Iran is they're going to want to string this out. Now, I don't know exactly how far they can string it out, but I can tell you they're going to want to string it out at least to November. Now, that's horrible for the economy. Think about that. I'm about to do a new Substack because I did this one on the economy. I'm about to do a new one projecting out even further here, because what's happening is this everybody wants this to be over. Well, that's because they are not Iran. Okay, all right. That's the and what Iran is now wants is they want to become that emerging power. Okay, so how do you do that? You keep the Strait of Hormuz and you make sure everybody knows you're in control, which is what they just did this morning with demonstration. Yep. Number two, in about a year, you want nuclear weapons. They're going to want nuclear weapons here. Yep. And number three is you want to go.
And I did say, like, our current active aggressions against Iran has pushed them towards a nuke, like, every time. Like I said, when we hopped out of the JCPOA, when we had monitoring of their nuclear capabilities and their enrichment. But when we pulled out of that in 2018, I mean, let's be real, that was an act of aggression. We put back the sanctions back on them from 2018 to 2020. I mean, IRGC on the terrorist list. We killed Qasem. We bombed Qasem Soleimani. I mean, all of these acts of aggressions led up to, in 2021, Iran having 60% enrichment. The more we aggressed on Iran, the more we pushed them towards a bomb. Just like with North Korea, the more they seen us, put our active aggression upon the Middle East and overthrowing guy after guy, they said, yeah, the only way America is going to leave us alone if we got a nuke. And I'm sorry, but we kind of vindicated North Korea's stance on that. Now the whole world sees that, America's going to bully you if you don't have a nuke. Now I can start seeing a whole bunch of Latin American countries rushing towards a nuke. Why? Because that protects them from us, which is, well, that's the honest truth.
Down in history as,
and I'm not saying that I want Iran to get a nuke, but I'm saying that due to our acts of aggression is pushing Iran to a nuke. And that's what y'all just got to understand. Like, it's not because they always wanted one and they want to bomb us. No, we've consistently showed them we won't leave them alone unless we just completely destroy their nuclear capability and we just have it under lock, or they have a nuke. Only way is either we just make sure they don't got it or they do got it. Only two ways they're going to get left alone.
The country that torpedoed Trump's presidency when the Democrats couldn't. Just think about that on their legacy. You see, this would now establish them in this powerful way. And if that happens, if they torpedo Donald Trump's presidency, oh my goodness, the kowtowing that's going to come to them from UAE, because the governments in the UAE and Saudi Arabia, they're going to start to be fearful. Well, if you can torpedo Trump's presidency, what are you going to do to me? So this is what the game we're in is, power politics of the first order. This is not real estate negotiation.
Oh no, if Iran becomes a regional power, bro, all the monarchies are cooked. A lot of these guys who are Sunni monarchies rule over a Shia majority, and they're the minority. And I'm sorry, but if Iran becomes a regional power and they really start pumping money and weapons into these Shia majorities, then, bro, these monarchies are cooked across the Middle East.
This is not, this idea of just getting to yes. I knew Roger Fisher's son here, so I'm familiar with all of this. This is now power politics of the first order. And we are not playing up to Iran's just beating us at power politics, and they're doing it almost every single day.
So Joe Kent, the former top Trump official who resigned in protest, has put out a version of another third way that he sort of presented, which is similar to what you were talking about, but not exactly. He was saying what Trump should do is just walk away. But leave sanctions in place. And you then leave Iran in this situation where they are then left to negotiate bilateral or multilateral deals around passage through the Strait of Hormuz. But it's very difficult for them to then fire on Israel or anybody else at that point if they're not fired on themselves, because then they become the aggressor rather than defending themselves. But if sanctions continue to choke them, yes, they'll be getting revenue. Yes, they'll have control of the Strait of Hormuz, but without the ability to kind of engage with the kind of international economy, they'd be slowly choking out.
Well,
and you
yeah.
have a
So
hopeless
Joe Kent's
population.
plan.
So what's the
Joe Kent's plan is a version actually of you walk away and Iran becomes the fourth center of world's power, maybe a little more slowly because he's trying to slow it down a little bit. It's not really a third way. That's not a third approach because there's no actual way to stop Iran from exerting more power in Kent's plan. And what I'm specifically referring to in the hole in Kent's plan is the UAE and Saudi Arabia. So if we follow Kent's plan here, and okay, we keep the blockade even going here, the U.S. blockade going, what that's going to do is it's still going to open the door for Iran, not necessarily in a week, but in several months, to topple the governments of the UAE and Saudi Arabia over time. You could
told you, because that's what Iran has always wanted to do, to be quite honest with you. It's like these guys rule over Shia majority. I mean, the Sunni monarchies rule over a Shia majority, and Iran could easily stoke the flames for rebellion. And nowadays there's a whole bunch of Iranian vassal states all over the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia. Those guys get overthrown. Now that's Iran, UAE, Qatar, all these guys, same situation. Oman, all of them are in the same situation to where Iran could then gain control through the people. I mean, and think about it. I mean, it could even happen in Iraq. I think Iraq would be the first one to go because these guys were wilding out when the Ayatollah got killed.
Never really put a time clock on how you topple governments and so forth, but they have a lot more powerful ways because they're in the region. There are different groups inside of the UAE and Saudi Arabia that they don't like to talk about, who are minorities, who they try to keep a close eye on, of course. But Iran, if you can penetrate Iran, they can penetrate you. So this whole game here is will change. And so the idea that Kent has is, well, we'll have a stable equilibrium that will keep a containment band around Iran, and that's just not what's going to happen. This is not Iraq. This is not a situation like Iraq. It's worse than Iraq. There, I mean, some similarities, of course, but it's worse than Iraq. And so what he's doing is he's saying there's a fork in the road, as Pape is saying. I want to take this fork over here, back away, slow down this rise of Iran becoming the fourth center of world power. And notice in Kent's plan, they still get nuclear weapons. They can still process all that material and become a nuclear weapon state in Kent's plan. So this will, and that's really the hole in the plan. And I'm not saying, I'm telling you what the choices are in front of us, okay? And in this situation, one final point with Kent's plan is just recognize the economy still goes over the cliff or the dips here. So he's not actually stopping he's not opening the Strait of Hormuz for the UAE and Saudi Arabia to have it. Oil exports come out.
My bad, guys. My bad. What I was pretty much saying was, you guys got to understand about this man, Professor Pape, is that one, he was a presidential advisor to Barack Obama, which is, of course, a Democrat, and then Republican Congressman Ron Paul. So as much as y'all want to sit there and, get mad about what he's saying because he's telling you the truth about what's going on in Iran or what's going on with this war, I'm sorry, but this is the facts, guys. This war is not working out in our favor. We have not completed any of our goals. And I'm sorry, but like Trump is looking more and more idiotic for getting into this war by the day. And this, honestly, like I said, it walks back the America First agenda. So we're not even getting lower prices or gas prices or anything. I mean, the immigration efforts has been stopped. They're working on an amnesty plan. So, like, really, guys, what are we getting out of this besides a war that we're being told to be grateful for and accept higher prices? Like, please tell me. I'm pretty sure you cannot articulate it.
Here. So just be aware, this is the fork in the road. He's choosing clearly side A, and then there's B, escalation. He doesn't want to do that. Right. And I can appreciate that. I'm not really happy about escalation either. So I'm not really fundamentally saying that the choice he wants is necessarily wrong. I just think we need to go into this with open eyes, and I'm not going to sell the country a bill of goods and say, oh, sure, this will all be fine over here. And this is what people are frustrated with me, because they want me to be the happy guy who says, well, if only we would not do X and only do this over here, everything's working out. And I'm sorry, Donald Trump has doomed us to a trap.
I mean, look, if you want to get lied to about this war, go watch Fox News all day. But I mean, when the end results come out, you're gonna be shocked. You're gonna be shell shocked, sadly.
And what you're seeing is Joe Kent choosing one side of that trap, but he's not getting out of the trap.
Yeah, because the move would be a U-turn at the fork.
No way. Again, hold on here. Wait, can y'all hear me? Okay, good. Okay, sorry. The messages weren't catching up in time.
And go backwards.
Pardon me?
The move would be to pull a U-turn at the fork in the road and go backwards. And not
the move would be go to Star Trek and we go back in time. We don't do this at all.
Right.
I mean, come on,
That's
or Doctor
the
Who.
third way.
I mean, we're just not in a situation where we can have these magical ideas and go back to February 27th. Iran has learned something, I think even more than their material gains. They learned something in the last 8 weeks they did not know before, which is they can beat America, not just survive. They can actually beat America. And they're not just beating Donald Trump. Nobody in America is coming up with this brilliant plan where you're going to use escalation dominance and we're all going to.
Fantastic. Please. Because most likely you're going to be coming back going like, S.E.T, I ain't going to lie, you vindicated. Please come back. Please come back when we got the uranium. Please come back when we got regime change. I mean, shoot, please come back when any of that happens. I mean, oh yeah, also come back too when we got their missile capability and drone capability on lock. Please, because right now none of that's been done. Oh, please, come back when we got control of the Strait of Hormuz. Oh yeah, when we kind of release Iran's iron boot on it. Please come back then. But until then, I'm pretty much being vindicated as we speak. I mean, even Robert Pape, like, I'm sorry, bro, but this war is not working out. It's not the fantasy that Trump and Hegseth is selling to you. Sorry. And I'm MAGA. I actually voted for Trump. I'm America First and all that good stuff. I believe in those policies. Doesn't mean I'm just going to follow Trump on whatever he does, especially if I disagree with it and I don't believe it's America First. And like I said, you cannot articulate how this is helping Americans, especially with inflation up, with gas prices up. So please explain that. You can't
be happy with to win. And I'm saying this is not good. This is not good. When a major rival in the world really understands they can beat you here, this is different. And this is what Donald Trump has done more than anything else. He's given Iran actual knowledge they did not have before. They had uncertainty before, and they thought, well, could they survive?
Mm-hmm.
This is way beyond survival. And this is why what's happened here is Trump will go down as the worst president probably ever that we've had, worse than Jimmy Carter, worse than Lyndon Johnson. And this catastrophic disaster will probably go down, certainly the worst since Vietnam. And it won't have necessarily the military casualties of Vietnam, but Vietnam did not wreck the world's economy.
Yeah.
And the 2003 Iraq War did not wreck the world's economy. We didn't have gas prices shooting up like this in that. That's why this is Donald Trump this is all on his back, and Iran is not letting him off the hook with some face-saving gesture, and that's going to frustrate people. But now, come January, so as bad as I'm painting it, I'm saying it's going to possibly get much worse here, because I think they want to torpedo Trump's presidency more than the Democrats want to do it. I mean, imagine that. They want to do it worse than the Democrats.
Right, yeah.
So what you're getting here is that maybe by January, here, when Trump's presidency is thoroughly wrecked, unrecoverable, the Republicans want to get him out of Dodge.
I mean, let's be real, bro. Because if this war doesn't end the way Trump wanted to, which I can't see it, like if we leave this war and Iran's in control of the Strait of Hormuz, and this just turns out to be a complete disaster, yes, Republicans will be betraying Trump left and right. The only way to be able to salvage your seat as a Republican is to pretty much go against Trump. The Israel firsters will abandon Trump first, once now that they done used them out, and they'll toss them to the side. And then the midterms will be dominated by Democrats, most likely. Hopefully not. I'm praying that's not the case, but it's looking more and more likely day by day, as MAGA still supports this war and blindly supports Trump, even though they really can't show anything for it that, shows us it's helping us. And they see that, I'm gonna be real with you, like, guys, do you not see what's going on? You not see how you're low-key, like, allowing the Dems to get back in power for war with Iran? That's not helping us whatsoever, that we will be seeing damages of, like, throughout the year. Yeah, y'all don't see this? Or y'all too caught up in the shocking awe campaign of the blowing up of missile launchers and all that good stuff in boats? Like, ooh, look at the missiles. Hopefully that's not where you're at with this.
Not just simply the Democrats here. Then you might actually have a situation where they want to, because they will be around for decades, okay? And U.S. will be around for decades. But I really think this is this missing ingredient that I'm not hearing in the media, that Iran, I think, has a true interest in wrecking Trump's presidency. And send me emails, folks. Listen, if I'm missing this on all these other channels, you just let me know. I'm on those channels. I'm watching them on TV. I'm listening to them on podcasts. I'm just not hearing people explain that Iran wants to wreck Trump's presidency, and that's going to take some time. I mean, if you're really going to do this for real, you see, and make it so he can't come back after January 6th.
I mean, let's be real though. Yeah, if Iran really wanted to ruin Trump's presidency, trust me, Trump already cooked himself by getting into this. So he's already cooked himself. But Iran could make it worse by making sure it gets dragged out for months.
Democrats let him back in office. I mean, think about that. They weren't. You want to wreck a president, you got to do worse than what happened here. And I think they're trying to do that.
Now, I wanted to get you to respond to the very influential popular historian Neil Ferguson, who's, of course, at the Hoover Institute. Now, he posted a viral tweet yesterday, and it's super interesting. Now, back when the war began, Professor Pape, you were already warning of the escalation trap. Neil Ferguson's first column on this was tepid, but I would say bullish.
Dang, he said, let me walk you through the events of the war so far. The United States and Israel tried regime change. It didn't work. Yeah, we did. We did try. We tried to give the protesters guns and all that, and it ended up, getting these guys killed in the street and now hung in the middle of the street. All right, or rather, they got regime change. Iran became an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps led military dictatorship. That was not an improvement. Yeah, it's not an improvement. I mean, let's be real though. The moderates that we were talking to, they're all gone, and now we got a bunch of IRGC members as the new leadership. So, AKA a more extreme regime. The U.S. won an overwhelming military victory with air and naval power and scarcely a boot on the ground. But it destroyed less of Iran's missile and drone launching capabilities than first appeared. Yeah, they were talking 90%, but U.S. intelligence came out and said 33%. Now, 3. Then there was a hostage crisis. Iran took both the Goldfields and the Strait of Hormuz hostage, and the result was a massive economic shock from the world that required a rapid resolution. The choices was between one, military escalation, boots on the ground, or strikes on Iranian infrastructure, and two, a diplomatic deal. Trump chose two. All right. I mean, hey, as long as we're going in the right direction, this may look, sorry guys, effing up right now, but this does make Trump look weak, guys. This does make Trump look weak. As much as this is what I want, as much as I want to get this war over with in a diplomatic deal so people stop getting bombed and dying and all this good stuff, I'm going to call a spade a spade. This does make Trump look weak.
On the U.S. Now, as of yesterday, he's saying his point 7 in this was the Iranians have survived regime change and discovered that closing the strait is just as powerful a lever in economic warfare as they had always hoped. It's not despite the Russian quip, a quote, economic nuke, because unlike a nuclear weapon, you can use it. Then he says, where we go from here is fairly predictable. I would be surprised if Trump now deploys ground forces. There will be more negotiations. So Islamabad, here we come. There may have to be more bombing. If the Iranians dust down the North Vietnamese playbook of stringing the U.S. negotiators along, Neil's actually the Kissinger's biographer. He continues to say the final compromise will take longer to be agreed upon than Mr. Market currently believes. What's your response to this, Professor Pape? Because in a way, he's come around to.
Hey, shout out to my man Josh for sending the clapping seal for $250. I just seen that, my man. And like I say, you can support with either a super chat or a gift. Appreciate the support, or you can send a Venmo. All right, guys, let's get back to it.
Your perspective.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so one thing that your listeners would not be surprised about but won't know is I do more than talking to the media. I talk to very important people outside of the media. These are people in government. These are people not in government. And we have more lengthy back and forths here. And you're willing to give me.
Here's the thing, though. Remember, he was a presidential advisor for Barack Obama and Ron Paul. So, of course, he knows people in government on both sides of the aisle.
Quite lengthy back and forth. I really appreciate that. Most of the media won't do that, but we have, your audience gets more informed, and so you can actually have that intelligent conversation, and you see right away that he's directly on the pay path, right? That is, I mean, there's no gap, there's no daylight anymore. Well, I'm just pointing out, and I won't talk about these private conversations, who they are and so forth, but it is the case that there are very, very smart people. I highly respect people, even people that may seem to disagree with me. There are people I highly respect in that way, and I will have lengthy conversations with them offline, so we can talk about things that they really want to hear about, which might appear to the ordinary person to be, sort of off track or in the weeds. But when you get the experts together, this is what the talk is like. I'm sorry to say that we get into the weeds, and so we get into certain things, and it really does matter here. And I value that tremendously here, and I think that for me is quite an honor that and that Ferguson and whether it's an honor to me or he just come out with his own view, I don't really. That's neither here nor there. What it really means is the world is coming around, and these frameworks that I've been laying out, super smart people. Everybody is. I think I get so much email here about the benefits of the frameworks, the actual frameworks. You see what I mean? Not just simply commenting on yesterday's news. And I think that's what you see here. And I'm really glad I started the Substack. I could not be happier.
Oh, and we're glad to have you here, Professor Pape, to talk about the Substack. Hope everybody goes over and subscribes to the Escalation Trap.
Yeah, I think that people need to be aware just before we leave here so yesterday I published a trajectory on the Substack here. And this was, I said, the ceasefire is about to end in just a few hours. Don't be surprised if you see the next stage would be demonstration attacks. And what you're seeing, and I don't think Iran could have read it and responded in time. It's just not possible. But what you're seeing is the validation of this. When Iran took those ships, and then the other thing you didn't mention is they had a parade where they brought in the missiles. I don't know if your listeners can see or your viewers can see the missiles. This is just like with North Korea. This is just like with Russia, just like with China. And what they're doing with those missiles is they're saying, you mess with us, we're going to go beyond demonstration. And those missiles have American city names on them. Now, they can't really reach American cities, so I don't want America to freak out over this. But what they are doing is they're moving up a ladder of escalation that other countries have done. This is just, if you studied this for 30 years, demonstration, there's whole articles on this, you would see they're moving up a standard rung themselves. And the fact that they're having those missiles out there, that tells me that this is not going to be over anytime soon. The idea that they're simply now going to kowtow here and just surrender that power, I don't think so. They're feeling their oats here, and they're sending a direct signal. Maybe most Americans don't understand it, but those people in the White House get it, which is, America, you're next. You keep targeting us in our homeland.
Yeah.
So maybe Joe Kent's not necessarily all bad.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think he's trying to speak Trump's language and be persuasive.
Well, he's trying to speak Trump's language, but Trump wants a clear victory. He wants the fig leaf of victory. And the reason is because that way he can recover.
Bro, and he needs something to give the MAGA that MAGA can rub in our face and be like, ha ha, you guys are being panicans. Look at all the wins. But he can't really do that right now. I mean, bro, if you let MAGA run off with this, they're going to look like idiots. They're going to look at us and be like, ha ha, Trump walked away and he destroyed their Navy. Yeah, but they control the Strait of Hormuz now, and now they're making money. The regime is still in place. The nuclear capability is, well, still within their hands. I mean, where's the win? You kind of look crazy trying to make it seem like a win.
His presidency. I don't think Iran is going to be, if Iran was going to give him the fig leaf of victory, they would have met with J.D. Vance. And I think that's a clear sign that they understand what Trump wants, and he's begging them for this. And I think that this is just not, I don't think they're going to play that game, because this is signaling to me, intel to me, that they're revealing their preference. They would rather wreck his presidency than give the fig leaf of cover for him to declare victory. That's why he can't declare victory now. What's he going to say? They took a ship and now we won. I mean, this is just not, they're making it impossible for Trump to declare victory and walk away. He can still walk away. He just can't walk away with a victory.
Well, he can declare it.
He can try it, but they're going to say.
He can declare it. And I'm be real with you, there's going to be guys in MAGA that's going to be like, oh yeah, Trump won, and they'll carry that to their grave. So he could do it. He could spin it good enough. And, people in his base is going to hold strong to that.
They're going to do the next thing and say, sure, they're going to have the big image. Trump declare victory, we take ship. Trump declare victory, we topple UAE. Yes. That's what they want. That's what they're doing. And I'm just saying, this is power politics of the first order. Trump's playing domestic politics, okay? Iran is playing power politics, and you can see that when our CIA goes in to topple governments, as we have done, including in Iran, okay? We're playing hardball for real. We may paper it over with we're Mr. Trump said we're Mr. Nice. No, we're rarely Mr. Nice Guy. When we topple governments here, we're pretending to have the fig leaf of this. It took us 15 years to topple the Syrian government. So over time, you might be able to topple a government like 15 years, you see. So you keep at it for 15 solid years, you might be able to topple the Syrian government. But in that 15 years versus Iran, you can see Iran has a lot of cards to play in that period of time.
Professor Pape, thank you so much for being so generous with your time once again.
All right, now let's get into more updates on what's been going on here, because let's see here. We got something that just came in here from Fox News. New details around fires on ship with no warning. Not one warning. This came out like 24 minutes ago.
A lot happening this hour. We begin with this alert. President Trump giving the radical Islamic Iran just 3 to 5 more days to come to the table. The White House has confirmed to Fox News the ceasefire extension is limited, not indefinite. Already, we are seeing the extra time being used by Iran's Revolutionary Guard to attack. The IRGC fired on and struck commercial ships in and around the Strait of Hormuz overnight. It seized 2 of those ships early this morning. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. Here's what we know about those attacks, 3 in total. Iran's Navy said it seized 2 container ships in the Strait and now has them off the country's coast. Reports a third cargo ship was.
No, Chad, I ain't gonna lie, it is real out here for me. It's like, wow. I mainly have right-leaning views, but it's so funny how, oh, you disagree with one thing, you have one independent thought, and now, yes, you're a liberal. Now you're a libtard. I mean, bro, look what they're doing to Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and the rest of them. Anybody who's America First is no longer a conservative, no longer a Republican. We're now all raging libtards. I'm just like, okay, guys. Okay, now y'all making yourselves a cult. I hope y'all know this.
Also attacked in the waterway, but its path shows it's making its way past where the other two vessels were stopped. The attacks came just hours after the announcement from President Trump, quote, "We have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until their leaders can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded, one way or the other." Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg is on tap for us today on what the president's next move should be.
Look, you break the impasse by just breaking off negotiations. We're saying we're done with these guys. We're finished. And you take a really harder line. You create problems for them. They're a theocratic government. They're led by the supreme leader. You've got the IRGC out there, which is actually distributed because of the Mosaic defensive plan out there. We really don't know who's in charge. So we're just going to say we're in charge and this is what we're going to do. If that means taking Carg Island or the islands in the Strait, so be it.
A warrior's battlefield plan. You heard it laid out there. Colonel Mike Jernigan is coming up with me in focus. Let's begin with Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin in Washington, D.C. Jennifer.
Harris, Iran never agreed to an extension of the ceasefire, and the IRGC Navy continues to attack commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Since President Trump announced the extended ceasefire, 3 commercial ships, as you mentioned, have come under attack from Iran. Early this morning, an Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps gunboat fired at the Liberian-flagged Greek-owned Epaminondas container ship 15 miles northeast of Oman. Iran's Navy fired upon the vessel with no warning, according to the British Royal Navy, causing, quote, heavy damage to the bridge. All crew were reported safe. 3 hours later, the UK Maritime Trade Operations Center, or UKMTO, reported a second incident, this time 8 nautical miles west of Iran, where the Euphoria, a Panama-flagged container vessel, was attacked just off Iran's coast. Iran says it is now stranded in Iranian waters. And the MSC Francesca, a box ship owned by Geneva-based Mediterranean shipping company, came under attack while waiting to sail into the Gulf of Oman.
Why do I see nothing but women?
Escorted into Iranian waters. The U.S. blockade continues.
Come on now.
The U.S. Navy has turned back 28 vessels, most of them oil tankers, either sailing to or from Iranian ports. But more than 34 Iran-linked oil tankers and gas carriers have made their way through.
Everybody was complaining about how Hegseth was going to get rid of all the women. He's such a sexist. I mean, what you mean, bro? We said a whole lot of women in the military still, and shout out. Shout out. I mean, personally, I disagree with women being in the military, but I mean, hey, bro, do what y'all want to do. If this is what you feel like you're called to do, fight for our country, then God bless you.
Through the strait, despite the U.S. blockade line in the Gulf of Oman. That, according to Bloomberg. In a House Armed Services Subcommittee hearing last week, the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency warned of Iran's remaining capabilities.
Despite significant degradation of Iranian military capabilities through coalition strikes during Operation Epic Fury, Tehran retains thousands of missiles and one-way attack UAVs capable of threatening U.S. and partner forces throughout the region.
A new analysis by the Center for Strategic and International Studies warns that during 7 weeks of war against Iran, the U.S. military has depleted 45% of its precision strike missiles and half of its inventory of THAAD and Patriot missiles.
So now Fox News is saying it. I'm sorry, but what do you guys have to say now? I'm sorry, but MAGA, I love you guys, but CNN said it. Now Fox News is saying it. That should let you know a lot about what's going on right now. We are running out of missiles, guys. We can't keep this up. And you heard it from CNN. And I get, you guys in MAGA not listening to CNN. I completely understand that. But when Fox News is saying it, now you really got to listen. Now that you're hearing it from both sides.
A new analysis by the Center for Strategic and International Studies warns that during 7 weeks of war against Iran, the U.S. military has depleted 45% of its precision strike missiles and half of its inventory of THAAD and Patriot missiles needed to intercept ballistic missiles. And right now, military planners from over 30 countries will hold two-day talks in London, UK, starting April 22nd. President Trump's 3 to 5 day ceasefire deadline coincides with the arrival in the region of a third aircraft carrier strike group, the USS Bush, in the coming days. Harris.
You know what? Just a pause there, because you reported and reminded everybody that Iran never actually agreed to the ceasefire. So that's interesting because they accused the United States blockade in the Strait of Hormuz of being a violation of the ceasefire. So, I mean, so they never agreed to it, but they expect it to be honored. Just a quick word from you on that.
Well, the real question, Harris, is who is negotiating on behalf of Iran? Who is in charge there? And we really still are not clear at this point. The IRGC and the IRGC Navy does one thing, and their Speaker of Parliament says another thing to Pakistan. So it's very difficult to know what is actually happening and what is happening with the leadership of Iran right now.
Jennifer Griffin, thank you. In focus now, Colonel Mike Jernigan, former Iraqi invasion commander, so he can teach us a thing or two. During his 30 years as a Marine, he served as lead strategist for U.S. Pacific Command. Sir, it's great to have you on board today. Look, what Jennifer just described, and not knowing really who's in charge, and Iran saying, oh, we didn't agree to a ceasefire, but they want to hold the U.S. to it. That's actually, I think, strategically not a bad thing. I mean, they are not being run by the Ayatollah anymore. So what are we dealing with?
Are you, lady? Come on. Yes, they are still being ran by the Ayatollah. The IRGC answers to the Ayatollah because that's the religious leader. So no, the Ayatollah is still in power. As much as you guys want to sit here and try to sell the American people like there's disruption in the leadership. No, sadly, there is no disruption in the leadership, and the Ayatollah is still in power. Like, what are they talking about? I mean, as much as Trump want to sit here and try to sell regime change to the people, I mean, they're doing the same thing that they're doing, like since day one of the war. Don't sound like regime change to me.
Before I come to that, I want to park on one of Jennifer's points that you were just talking about. Not only are the Iranians didn't agree to the ceasefire, but your viewers will remember that the blockade didn't happen until after the ceasefire was declared. So the blockade is not a condition of the ceasefire, making your point exactly that you and Jennifer were just talking about. Coming to your point about the strategic implications of Iran, I think what we're seeing is a grasping of straws. Taking these two ships is piracy. That is the legal definition of what they have just done, is piracy of taking ships and then bringing them ashore. So there's going to be other people that unpack that better than I do. But that's an interesting thing that what the IRGC has just happened and done. The other thing that Iran is doing is they're trying to re-influence their bandit techniques from the Robin Hood stories of, hey, we're just going to come in here, make you pay a tax, and then we're going to steal what we want. And that's what they've been doing for now these 7 weeks, but previously before that. I was just talking to teammates this morning. Saudi Arabia has defended more than 1,000 drones. Bahrain, which is only the size of 3 times of Washington, D.C., has defended against 500 drones and 200 missile attacks. So why are the Iranians attacking Bahrain, which is the Las Vegas of the Islamic world, and also Saudi Arabia, which is the center of the Islamic world?
I mean, I'm writing down what you...
Because they want to overthrow those leaders. See, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of guys like this is missing that intel, or they're missing that knowledge that Iran, the Shia majority countries, wants to free the Shia majority, the Shia majority countries from their Sunni monarch leadership. Well, dictators. I'm real with you. They're really dictators. So, yeah, that's their goal at the end of the day. And here's the problem. If they control the Strait of Hormuz and if Trump leaves them in control of the region, that's exactly what's going to happen. And we will never be able to return to the Middle East again. All right, well, maybe in like 10 years, once we got like a different president and we have a different attitude towards Iran and all this good stuff, you know, we're going to have a generation going to have to die out first. But shout out to my man Noah. He says, my personal opinion, every man should have to serve 3 to 5 years in the military. Women should have to serve 2 to 3 years. With that said, we also need to teach more philosophy and being morally good. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I have no problem with that because I ain't gonna lie, that's gonna solve the fitness problem in America. Just get them right in at a good like 16 years old, right at the height of their testosterone. I'm talking about the young men, get them right in there. Just throw them in there. Women, get them into the tech and nursing and all this good stuff. Throw them in there at like shoot. Women are pretty damn smart. Throw them in there at like 14. They'll be all right.
You just said that is
pretty damn.
That's war right there. I mean, what maybe people didn't understand was just how big this country is. 93 million people. I mean, it's the size of more than a couple of Californias, and it's pure landscape. But they clearly have been building up to something for quite some time. So why wouldn't we think now is the moment to strike before they get a nuke?
Exactly right. And as General Kellogg was explaining earlier, they have a mosaic defense. They have commanders spread out all over their country with mobile missile launchers and mobile drone launching facilities. And they're busily attacking people while talking out of the other side of their mouth. Oh, no, there's a ceasefire and you're violating it. And actually, the United States hasn't fired during their declared ceasefire.
Amazing.
Whereas the IRGC has now shot at 4 ships, taken 2 ships, and, in the remaining 3 days after the ceasefire started, continued to launch hundreds of missiles and drones.
Well, the only time they did fire was to take out that engine room for that Iranian ship or flagship who thought it could just break the blockade. But they had 6 hours of warning before that happened. I want to get to this. The administration is taking a multi-pronged approach now against Iran's radical Islamic regime. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent posted yesterday, the regime must be held accountable for its extortion of global energy markets and indiscriminate targeting of civilians with missiles and drones. Under President Trump's leadership, as part of the economic fury, we will continue to follow the.
So this is wild. So we're pretty much under a ceasefire that the Iranians didn't even agree to. And now they're over here firing at our ships. And here's the thing, though. You know what's crazy? We're complaining about them firing at our ships, but we did it first. Yes, we seized an Iranian ship. We fired an Iranian ship first. We seized the ship first. And now we're getting mad that they're doing the same exact shit. Boy. Like, what type of childish ass type of bro, what type of war is this? This is getting childish at a certain point. I'm gonna be real with you guys. It's like, what are we dealing with? Children? I'm talking about on both sides.
The Iranian regime's recklessness and those who enable it. The following the money strategy includes new sanctions on 14 entities for helping Iran obtain weapons. We're going to scroll them here and get your thoughts on this as we do that.
This is great. I love seeing these people called out in public. They have been supporting the Iranian regime counter to U.S. regulations and sanctions, and they've been thinking they're getting away with it. And this is like, the America's Most Wanted. We put their lists up and call us when you see this arms dealer. And I believe that all those people, in addition to getting sanctions, which they are really concerned about, is now their name is displayed publicly. And are the SEALs going to show up one night?
That's a great question. Look, before I let you go, just real quickly, and we were all talking about it yesterday, what new cards on the battlefield could Iran be threatening that it would have? Would they use them? That sort of thing. What does your expertise and experience tell you about that?
My expertise tells me that you never underestimate an enemy, never assume away a capability.
Like, look, bro, I respect your service, but just because you serve don't mean your dumb ass can't get fried out here, bro. So let me go ahead and inform you. So since you serve, then you should understand that Iran's a regional power. I mean, you should have this knowledge as a military guy, right? I mean, you should have some type of military expertise on what's going on in the Middle East. You have some type of knowledge on Middle Eastern foreign policy. So if you have all this knowledge, and because you served, or I hope you would, then you would understand why this is a bad idea, why this war is not giving us anything. You know, it's actually funny. I listen to people who served longer than you. Yes, listen to people who served longer than you, my friend, and who's also against this war, who also don't see no way out for Trump in a winning way in this war. I'm sorry, but there's other guys out here that serve in the military other than yourself. Like, did you forget? Oh, and they disagree with this war, and actually they can articulate it, unlike you. But thank you for your service, though.
So with those two kind of tenets, I would tell you that they're going to try to continue to run out the clock. and make this so economically costly that the United States decides to quit, like the British did in 1789 and decided, you guys can have your own country. That was great for us, but we made it too expensive for the British to continue. So I suspect that the Iranians are going to continue to do piracy attacks and continue to put stress and allow the insurers of the world to close the strait for them. And so that's what I think. And then pretty soon, I think you're going to see them starting to strike their neighbors in the Gulf again.
Wow. Colonel Jernigan, thank you for being in focus. Always great to have you.
All right, let's get over to the next video. Sorry, I had to grill that one guy because I'm sorry, but Joe, just because you're in the military, I'm sorry, but it doesn't mean that we're just going to take your opinion as fact. Honestly, like, trust me, I appreciate you with the work you put in, but yeah, your opinion don't mean anything around here. There's more people who's more experienced than you in the military and in foreign policy. So sorry, dog. Sorry about that. But all right, let's go ahead and get over to foreign news. Let's see what they're talking about.
Guard Corps has seized 2 cargo ships, the MSC Francesca and the Epaminondas, in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran accuses the vessels of operating without authorization and manipulating navigation systems. The U.S.-Iran ceasefire has been extended to give the two sides more time to try and reach a peace deal. Washington says its naval blockade will continue, but Tehran warns talks won't happen until the blockade ends.
So yeah, pretty much like I said, we're under a ceasefire that, well, we're not even abiding by. So what ceasefire? I mean, we're showing acts of aggressions out there in the Strait of Hormuz. We're over here with pirate actions, seizing ships and all that good stuff. And so is Iran. And actually, we're both committing piracy in the Strait of Hormuz. Isn't that funny?
Well, Fuad Izadi is an associate professor at University of Tehran, and he joins us now live from Tehran. Professor Izadi, thanks for being with us here on Al Jazeera. It was U.S. President Trump who announced the extension of the ceasefire, but that's on American terms and with the naval blockade of Iranian ports still in effect. What do you expect we'll be hearing from Iranian government officials as a response?
I think they may accept that offer of ceasefire. The only problem we have is that blockading countries is considered an act of war under international law. And also, when you're negotiating under international law, you're supposed to negotiate in good faith. When countries engage in acts of war during negotiations, that's a good sign. So overall, I think there is a lot of doubts about whether the United States is really interested in negotiations or they're just getting prepared for the next round of attacks on Iran. And this is the general feeling a lot of people in Iran have, that whether they're serious or they are just buying time and getting prepared for the next time they want to attack Iran.
Which is completely understandable because, well, I mean, the last 2 times we were in negotiations, we bombed them. So I'm sorry, but it does seem like every time we are in negotiation with these guys, we bomb them. And that's just not a good look. And I always did say, like, a lot of people are like, yeah, we don't negotiate with terrorists. And I'm just like, guys, like, I get the sentiment, but this is not good. This is not anything we want to celebrate because it just means that we can't practice, well, honorable or fair diplomacy. I mean, like, let's be real. We're over here bombing people, bombing guys who are at the table with us, and we're bombing them. Like, yeah. And then here's the thing. We're brought right back to the table with these guys because we weren't able to get what we want. And then we do it again. And now we're forced to come to the table again. Now that we're in all-out war and we can't get these guys to believe us for shit. Like, I'm sorry, but this is where that got us. Like, I was over here. Oh, we don't negotiate with terrorists set. I'm like, yeah, cool. But, to get this war done or to get it over with, we're going to have to negotiate with these terrorists. Sorry. All right, let's get over to the energy apocalypse. Iran crisis deepens.
President Trump extending the ceasefire with Iran, but don't consider that backing down. The blockade ain't going anywhere. The clock's still running for the regime to submit a unified proposal for peace. Welcome to the Big Money Show. I'm Dagan McDowell, along with my co-hosts, Taylor Riggs, Brian Bremberg. who got a haircut.
Check it out,
Apparently.
huh? Taylor loves it. Ask her about
Did
it.
he do it himself?
What?
Jackie DeAngelis, and with us for this hour, Great Hill Capital Chairman Thomas Hayes. The move by the president signals a dual-track strategy: hold fire militarily, but the economic pressure not letting up. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying that Iranian oil storage is days from being completely full. That's when the wells get shut in and Tehran runs out of options and begins to run out of money. Overnight, Iran's regime attacked at least 3 ships in the Strait of Hormuz, a power struggle playing out in real time between the country's pragmatists and its hardliners. The price of West Texas Intermediate is trading around $91 a barrel. Can
Yeah,
we
that's
show?
true. Well, actually, let me see here. Actually, let me double check that. It's actually at $92 a barrel, 92,986 right here. So yes, WTI crude is trading at $92, and we got Brent crude trading at over a little bit over 100, but it's all gonna be all right. Let's just hope we can get some type of ceasefire, or we can get a real peace deal going here, or a real ceasefire that both sides agree to. That would be nice. But all right, let's get right back into it. But yeah, as things stand right now, oil prices, the price per barrel is not good. Like a month ago, a week ago, and then now. So we're still about $4.
WTI. And then AAA says the national average for a gallon of gasoline is still holding around $4 a gallon for
I'm sorry, some of us was seeing like 360, 350. So we're a little bit more hurt than that. I don't know. I don't believe that 394. Now we was at like 360 or something like that, guys. At least at most 370. So I don't know about no 394. Y'all trying to water it down like it ain't that big of a jump. Please don't bullshit me on that.
2 at the moment. According to Democrats, that qualifies as an energy apocalypse.
The administration has a big problem right now because they have created an energy apocalypse in the Strait of Hormuz, which is impacting every family.
I could talk about the likes of Ed Markey for hours upon end, because pain is the point when it comes to energy prices if they're pursuing a climate agenda. But Jackie, focus on what's happening with Hormuz, Iran, the kind of dual track of a ceasefire, but still economic pressure?
Well, as long as the blockade is up, we're in a good position, I think. The president is, and the United States is, because Iran is losing almost $500 million a day in revenue. And that's a huge issue for them. That's what's putting the screws to them. That's even made them have these conversations. But the New York Post has a great article by the editorial board, and it's entitled, "The Iranians Can't Be Allowed to String Us Along Much Longer." And I agree with that point of view, because they can't make up their mind. They're fragmented and fractured internally.
Wow. Like I said, they're going to try to sell the lie like they're fragmented internally, but no, they're just not accepting our demands. They're not accepting our strong hand on them. We pretty much tried to close off the Strait of Hormuz to Iran only and thought they were going to accept that, and they showed us that they wasn't. I mean, even with the whole ceasefire in the first place, we had to tell Bibi Netanyahu to sit his ass down and stop bombing Lebanon and give the ceasefire to Iran that they originally said was a part of the ceasefire originally, that J.D. Vance claimed that was never part of it. So we've been like conceding to a couple of Iran's demands already, but the last one that we honestly needed to concede to was that naval blockade. And if Trump would have removed that, then we'd have had the Strait of Hormuz open, and I'm pretty sure they'd have been more likely to talk to us. But since we didn't do that, now all negotiations seem to be off the table until further notice.
Technically in charge, might be willing to make a deal.
So no, there's no fracture in their leadership. The problem is that they're just sticking to their word or not letting us bully them as much as I would love for them to let us do that, but they're not.
but then another segment of their new regime, as we're calling it, will say, why'd you make that deal? We're not making that deal. And obviously the president's got a couple of really important facts that have to be included in the deal. You give us the nuclear weapons, the enriched uranium.
Iran has no play here. Bro, they closed down the Strait of Hormuz at their will. Now they're attacking ships and seizing them. They was able to shoot into Israel and get past their Iron Dome. They was able to destroy our bases in the Gulf region and attack our neighbors. Oh, not our neighbors, but our allies in the Gulf region. So I'm sorry, but that sounds really dumb to say when they sit there and showed us all the cards they have. Oh, and they still have the card of sending hypersonic missiles to energy plants. Like, yeah, that's a pretty good card. That's a pretty good card right there. That's like, I don't know, an Exodia level card right there if you're into Yu-Gi-Oh!
Uranium that you have, you allow inspections. You're not going to be doing this anymore. And I think that's going to be a tough nut for them to crack and to come together on. What the Iranians are trying to do right now in stringing this along or taking as much time as they need is creating a situation where they potentially can rearm. This time off has given them a moment to breathe. So if we do come back a little bit stronger with the military force, they will be in a different position than they were when the ceasefire started. I'm also thinking about the longer this goes, the worse it is for oil prices and gas prices, even though I'm very impressed that oil is staying under $100 a barrel. That's really significant. But, you know, you had that vote in Virginia yesterday for the redistricting provision. You've got a past round of elections heading into the midterms where Republicans didn't do very well. And the Democrats keep hitting this apocalypse theme that this was a war of choice, that gas prices are high, that people are suffering because the president at his whim decided to do this. And that is just, it's a bad tone to have out there. And whether you like it or not, or whether you disagree with it or not, they're loud about it and they are putting it out there. So, you know, the president said this can go on, what, 3 to 5 more days. He said he wants to take his time. I think we're in a position of strength as long as we secure the strait and keep that blockade in place. But there are people out there saying, okay,
woman, no, we're not in a position of strength if we keep it close. Oh, if we keep that blockade on, I'm sorry. If we take the blockade off and we go like, look, Iran, let's try this again. This time we'll remove our blockade and, you know, you open up the strait and everybody can go through and we'll work on that peace deal. Not sit there and let Iran open up the strait and then we go like, yeah, we're not opening up our side and you better give up your uranium. I mean, what did you think was going to happen? I'm sorry, but every time we try to big dog Iran or try to like pull their whole card, they show us that they ain't nothing to F with. Like, this is dumb. Every time we try to sit there and make Iran look weak, they show their strength and make us look retarded. This is irritating. And it kind of shows how we don't want no type of diplomacy. And it looks like we're just pushing towards all-out war with Iran. Sadly, I'm praying that doesn't happen. I don't want to be here telling y'all this, but it is what it is.
let's get to it. What are we doing?
Who wants it?
I can jump off. Tom, agree or disagree with me when it comes to these markets. Dagan, in the last couple of days when you were away, I said I am just so impressed by the resiliency of these equity markets, of a market that was at record highs in January. We had a big 3-week reset in March, and then we have come back and then some and stronger. And so to me, this is a market that saw that correction in March as a really good, healthy reset in terms of sentiment. People buy, and then those highs beget new highs because you've had that big reset in March. And so I think the rally, if the fundamentals remain intact, which so far they are, continues. I think because people are really excited. We've talked about earnings season, how strong this has been. I know that we'll talk about some of those companies later. There's also another really interesting note I read about how, you know, day to day, we can say the market's higher, the market's lower. But I think long term in a portfolio, you are looking at countries and companies that see these chokehold points in the Middle East and say, maybe I need to rethink my supply chain. Remember in COVID, we all looked at China and we thought, okay, maybe I need to nearshore or reshore.
All right.
And I'm wondering if companies are.
But all right, though, let's get into some independent media here. Since people want to bring up military guys, let's go to Colonel Daniel Davis. And let's go to the first one, because he got two of them I want to get into. There's the one he did with an ex-CIA analyst, and then there's the one he did with an Iranian. Now, we call him an Iranian spokesman, but he claims he has no tie to the government. He don't even get paid. They just like dragging him along because he's a popular face who, argue for the regime, all on Piers Morgan. I mean, trust me, once you see him, if you watch Piers Morgan, you know who this guy is.
In charge in Iran. Who in the heck is in charge in Iran? Is it the IRGC? Is it the political leadership? Are they having a knockdown, drag out battle in between the two that somehow is going to, I don't know, make things helpful for the United States? It's not clear what even the hope is, but there's a lot of chatter on the American media today, and especially throughout the West, that it's unclear who's even in charge on the other side. And therefore, that's probably the reason why we haven't got a negotiated settlement and why this war in some form or another continues on. To try to determine what is fact and what is fiction in this, we have back with us, we are delighted today to have Professor Saeed Marandi, professor at Tehran University and former advisor to Iran's nuclear negotiating team and combat veteran, we would point out. Professor, welcome back to the show.
Thank you very much for having me. It's always a great pleasure.
Well, it's always a pleasure for us to have you on because you're always just giving the viewpoint of how you see things from your perspective. And, we just get inundated here in the West with only one perspective with how the West is saying that things are. And we never get the balance of here's what the other side is saying. And then, of course, to always, like we do, look and see what is the ground truth and just to figure out who's closer to the actual truth and who's not. And it's not going to work out very well for us, that analysis today, as we're going to see here. And first of all, as I opened up with, there's a lot of chatter in the U.S. about that. Are the IRGC folks in charge? Is there a big debate inside? Here's how Fox News put it just earlier today.
President Trump's 3 to 5 day ceasefire deadline coincides with the arrival in the region of a third aircraft carrier strike group, the USS Bush, in the coming days. Harris.
Because you reported and reminded everybody that Iran never actually agreed to the ceasefire. So that's interesting because they accuse the United States blockade in the Strait of Hormuz of being a violation of the ceasefire, but they expect it to be honored.
Well,
it is a violation of the ceasefire because we told them that, look, you open up the Strait of Hormuz, we release our blockade and everybody's happy. Then Trump turns around and says, no, we're not releasing that blockade until you guys get into a nuclear deal. So be honest with we broke the ceasefire, and we're also the ones who started, striking ships and seizing them as well. So sorry if Iran is, it's really hard to fault Iran for matching our energies, as much as I wish they wouldn't, but they are.
Question, Harris, is who is negotiating on behalf of Iran? Who is in charge there? And we really still are not clear at that point. At this point, the IRGC and the IRGC Navy does one thing, and their Speaker of Parliament says another thing to Pakistan. So it's very difficult to know what is actually happening and what is happening with the leadership of Iran right now.
Let's just start off with that last part, Professor. Is it hard to figure out who's in charge in Tehran?
No, it's very clear. It's like saying that the U.S. Navy hijacks a Iranian ship, and then the Secretary of State says something, and then someone says it's not clear. Is it the U.S. Armed Forces that's in charge, or is it the Secretary of State? That's not how it works. In Iran, it's like the United States. There is a leader. There's a Supreme National Security Council. In the Supreme National Security Council, the president is the head. The president is the head of that council. There are members in that council according to the Constitution. The leader has 2 representatives, and there's a chair to that council, which the president and the leader agree upon. All strategic decisions are made in that council. So right now, the negotiations that we see that take place between Iran and the United States, the file is in the hands of the Speaker of Parliament, who is also a colleague of mine at the University of Tehran, and he was also a general during the war when Saddam Hussein invaded Iran. He was a volunteer turned military officer, and he went up in the ranks till he became a general. But so the file is in his hand. And the file is given to him by the Supreme National Security Council with approval of the leader. Because when the Supreme National Security Council makes a decision, it also has to get the approval of the leader. So if the Supreme National Security Council makes a decision, and the leader does not approve, it goes back to the council to be revised. So his status is very clear. The file is in his hand. Now, what the Iranian Navy, whether it's the regular Navy or the IRGC Navy, the IRGC Navy works in the Persian Gulf and the regular Navy in the Gulf of Oman and the Indian Ocean. Whatever the IRGC does in the Persian Gulf, it is with the authority of the armed forces and the Supreme National Security Council. So nothing is, no policy is pursued without the consent of the council and the state. So it's very, so this sort of debate really doesn't make much sense. I feel that it came this notion of divisions in Iran came after a tweet that the Iranian foreign minister made when Netanyahu finally was forced to accept the ceasefire.
Oh, guys, and like I said, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to, if you're, like I said, if you're a member or you send in a super chat, I'll be happy to answer it. Or if you're just, you just got to say something really retarded or disrespectful, I mean, that will get you my attention, but I don't think that's the attention you want. So I would prefer you probably just super chat in any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements so you'll get a respectful tone. I can promise you that.
Mr. Arakchi, the foreign minister, tweeted that the Strait of Hormuz is now open. And some people in Iran misunderstood him, thinking that Iran is relinquishing control of the Strait of Hormuz. That's not what he wrote. Maybe he could have rephrased it in a different way, but that's not what he said. He was basically saying it's open, but there will be a certain mechanism through which ships can go through the strait. And then what happened was that afterwards, Trump said, well, the Strait of Hormuz is open now, but we're not removing our siege. And after that, Iran reversed its decision.
Exactly what I pretty much told you guys. Coming straight from an Iranian spokesman and pretty much also from Pakistan as well. They said the same thing, like, yo, you guys were supposed to release your naval blockade. You didn't. Now Iran's closing back down the strait. So it's kind of funny how people sit here and try to lie and say that, oh, no, Iran broke the ceasefire. No, we broke the agreement through not removing our naval blockade. And then we really started this by shooting at ships and seizing them. And then when Iran sees it, start seizing ships, we're like, oh, my God, the crazy mullahs. It's like, bro, we started this, right? We started this whole war, actually. So you know that, right? Well, or conflicts. Some people don't want to say it's a war. But all right, though, let's go over to our guys over here at PBD, and then we're going to get into the interview with the CIA analysts.
This morning at 4:25, Iran's attack at around the Strait of Hormuz, 3 ships, 2 of them they seized. One is a Panamanian ship. One is a ship from Greece. That we have different names for them as well. Rob, you can pull it up. Yeah, those are the ships. So while this happened, this morning, if you look at the market oil prices, if you want to go to it, it's up a little bit. It's 91.37. There's not been a negative reaction to this yet. The president came out yesterday, and I believe he said indefinitely the ceasefire continues indefinitely, but not a date. And so we don't know when it's going to stop. We don't know when is this it, Rob?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go for it. Play this clip, and then we'll get right into it.
So to be clear, you're saying that you need at least the prospects for a signed deal today and tomorrow, or else you would resume bombing Iran.
Well, I expect to be bombing because I think that's a better attitude to go in with. But we're ready to go. I mean, the military is raring to go. They are absolutely incredible. I built the military in my first term. I'm using it now. The military, when I took it over from Barack Hussein Obama, it was so depleted, so sad. And I built it in my first term. You remember those big numbers. You talked to me about it once. That's a lot of money for military. I built it. We did a great job with our military. And we're using it now.
Yeah, but if you told us you were going to war with Iran, so you're going to build the military, trust me, Trump, you wouldn't have won that election. Like, honestly.
And
So
rebuilding it too.
We
We've done a lot of
know it's indefinitely. Sean Hannity said, based on some intel, I think, Rob, if you got that clip, that at any point, attack could happen. Go forward, Rob.
And welcome to Hannity. Tonight, we start with this Fox News alert. Now, new reporting tonight. Sources telling me that the ceasefire extension in Iran announced by the president, that will be short-lived unless a deal is reached quickly. Now, earlier today, the president announced that American strikes will not yet resume, and he will allow peace negotiations to continue. According to my sources, mostly this was out of respect for the Pakistani mediators and as a final push for peace for the war-torn Iranian people. The president is also giving more time to Iran's regime to attempt to coordinate and actually communicate with each other.
Tom, what do you think is going on here?
So what I think is going on is the president is doing what he always does. Well, maybe I will, maybe I won't. This is what I think, maybe I won't. I think this is literally a day-by-day ceasefire. He's trying to keep them unbalanced. And unfortunately, they said that Vance was pulled back. I guess he's not going to the next, the previous public, what did they say? They previously, they had made a public statement about what the next negotiation would be. So that's the one where we can see them all at the table and we see the media talking about it. But there's things going on behind closed doors. I think Trump's trying to keep them off balance. I think he's trying to get a deal done. I think Witkoff is working in the background. But the public, everybody sits at the big, beautiful table and everything. That's not happening tomorrow, Thursday, and Vance was pulled back.
There you go. David, your thoughts?
Well, the question is, who are the Americans talking to? Like, who's the Iranian delegation and who's in charge in Iran right now? Because my sense is that it's not the clerics, it's the IRGC. And they are definitely hardened. So,
yeah, bro, guess what? All the clerics that we killed, Ayatollah and all that good stuff, all replaced by ex-IRGC members, bro. All of them replaced by ex-IRGC members. Actually, the current Ayatollah is ex-IRGC. He's actually the IRGC wanted him to be Ayatollah because he has really close ties to them. So we're filling all the moderates that we took out are being filled by, radical IRGC members. So I'm sorry, but the regime change we got was a more radical regime.
My thoughts are this. I think the bombing campaign is over. I think that Trump pays attention to the stock market, and I think he's paying attention to the public opinion polls. And I think he has to take note of the fact that his MAGA base is starting to deteriorate in terms of the support for the war. So I think he's looking for an off-ramp. And I think that we're just further in this age of disinformation. It's not just the Iranians, but it's also what we're hearing out of Truth Social. We were bombarded with no fewer than 7 messages from his social media account last Friday. And next thing you know, the Dow was up 1,000 points. It's hard to know where this leads. I think that I agree that I think Trump is looking for an off-ramp. We don't know what sort of deal are we really expecting? Because the Iranian list of demands and the U.S. list of demands, there's no overlap. As I go through this in my head, I'm there thinking that Trump, I don't think he can bomb anymore. I think it's a classic case of Einstein's definition of insanity. Like, where's the bombing? What's it going?
Let's be real. They got a lot of underground cities where they keep these missiles. So if we really want to take care of their missile and drone, capabilities, we got to put boots on the ground and secure those underground facilities that they keep inside mountains, by the way.
To accomplish that hasn't accomplished. Right now, what Iran has found out is that it has an economic engine that it can stranglehold the world through the strait. I think a lot of us already knew that because it's not the first time this has happened, but on this scale. So you have a situation where, as you mentioned about the strikes by Iran on those ships in the strait, they're demonstrating that they're still in control. And the U.S. still has this blockade.
But does this break the ceasefire by them attacking those 3 ships? I mean, if you're talking ceasefire,
that's really up to Trump, right? You would think that it would break the ceasefire. You would think that Hezbollah, which wasn't mentioned, I think just sent a few rockets into northern Israel. Did that break the ceasefire? So this is almost very loose definitions. It's clear to me, firstly, that Trump wants an off-ramp. We just don't know who he's talking to, who's in charge in Iran, and what any deal is going to look like. Because how can we walk away from this war with the Iranians still having those 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium? And how do we walk away with Iran not abandoning its nuclear ambitions? I don't really know how Donald Trump is going to wiggle his way out of this. I think in the end, what he wants to do is walk away and declare victory on his terms. And then the Iranians are going to declare victory on their terms. And my biggest concern is, do we just end up back where we were with Barack Hussein Obama and the deal that he struck in 2015? Do we just end up right back there? And that's all this damage.
Are you speculating, or you're thinking we're going to end up there where we're going to
always
20 billion?
I'm always scenario building. There's a wide range of outcomes, but you have to have a base case scenario. The thing is that Trump is under a lot of domestic political pressure. I think he's coming under some pressure in his own party. We have the midterm elections, all these things that Iran doesn't have to worry about.
Yeah.
And then we have to consider all along, how we've come to this place. And this isn't like a war over land. This is a war over radical ideology and fanaticism. This is a different sort of war. When we had the Cold War with Russia, it wasn't really dealing with anybody.
You know what he's really explaining here is how is Trump going to get out of this? He can't get Iran to give up their nuclear enrichment program, nor their nuclear their enriched uranium stockpile. He can't get them to give that up. He can't get no complete surrender. He can't get a regime change. I mean, he's not getting anything that he wants out of this Iran war, but honestly, not anything at all. I mean, what are we getting? We're spending $2 billion a month, not a month, we're spending $2 billion a day on this. We haven't made any progress. We're seeing higher gas prices and inflation is ticking up because of this war. So once again, I keep asking MAGA, please substantiate how this war is good for the American people. And please don't say, oh, well, you want Iran to have a nuke? Well, guess what? They don't got a nuke. And nor do they have a nuclear program. So, that's nipped in the butt. Can you substantiate why this war is America first? Substantiate why it's good for the people. You can't. All you can sit there and do is just throw insults and try to call me a lib, which whatever, but you still don't have an argument.
Who was irrational. Khrushchev was not irrational. Now that wasn't religious ideology. That you could argue that was more economic ideology, but you were dealing at least with rational actors, and this time around you're dealing with irrational actors, and you're dealing with a regime that has no value on human life, even the human life of their own population, as we've seen. So I think the template you want to look back to, and this is what I would advise the president if I was there, is just, know what you're getting into here. Because from 1980 to 1988, Iran and Iraq fought an 8-year war. Now, Saddam Hussein wanted to create a buffer. You could argue that was partly about land, but it was also about ideology, because it was right after the revolution. And Hussein was very concerned that this radical ideology was going to spread into Iraq. After year 2 of that war, Saddam Hussein actually offered an olive branch to the Ayatollah to end the war, to call for a permanent truce. Iran walked away. And the war lasted another 6 years.
Yep.
Over 500,000.
Oh, and just a little bit. And then if you don't know, we also supported Saddam. Pretty much we supported Saddam during his war on Iran. We supported him along with the Gulf countries to pretty much try to take out Iran. It didn't work. Our CIA helped this guy procure chemical weapons to gas the Iranians. Didn't work. So here's the crazy, and this is kind of one of the reasons why they say death to America, because, they know we did this. We've been kind of messing with these guys since the 50s onwards. And this is one of the reasons why they yell death to America, because of our constant interference in their government. And of course, in the 50s, we try to pretty much play them on their resources.
And deaths. So that's what we're dealing with right now. So there's a wide range of outcomes. I think that what's obvious to me, I mean, this is now, what is a deadline right now? What's a deadline? Now the deadline is over, and now it's basically, there's no timeline attached. What does that tell us?
What's ideal for you, in your opinion? Would what you just?
Well, I'm, I'm pretty hardcore. I'm in the John Bolton camp. Okay,
Oh, really?
That absolutely, because I think that you've got to you've got to finish what you started. What was the goal? The problem I have is that President Trump says, "Well, we did it. We did achieve regime change." Well, that's a lot of information right there. He's going to say we actually got one of the things that we wanted, which was regime change, but we got a worse regime. And then he says, "Well, these are more reasonable people than we had before." Well, I don't really think so. And then it's a matter of what people have to know is that it's the Revolution Guard are the ones really in control.
Yeah.
And they're hardened.
Like, bro, the moderates that we were dealing with before have all been replaced with, IRGC members. That was the line of succession, was to have the moderates be replaced by hardliners.
I think that you got to finish what you start. And I think that the ultimate goal was really to get that 60% enriched uranium out of Iranian hands and to permanently end their nuclear ambitions. Now, the reality is that you actually would need to have a new and more peaceful regime to do that. I think that's next to impossible. The question is, because when you think about what the spark was the uprisings that we saw, the popular uprisings back in January. And how do you incentivize? I mean, now you could actually argue that the Iranians were prepared because they killed, let's say the number is 30,000. Now the Iranian population is scared to go out and do it again. And that to me is really, when you're talking about regime change, I think that that always should have.
I mean, no, they're being hunted. No, that's the problem. The protesters that we gave guns to, that we convinced to go out in the street and start burning down mosques and, shooting at police and all this good stuff and hacking them to death. Yeah, that protest that we funded, or that revolution that we tried to fund. Yeah, all those guys are now on the run. And if they get caught, they're going to get hung. I mean, if that's the type of help that Trump was talking about, they could have did without it.
Been the goal, because when you think about how do we end this nuclear ambition, I think that nuclear bomb in Iranian hands is a danger for the entire world. How do you accomplish that? And then you look at history. How do you change regimes? You don't do it from the outside. You do it from the inside. And what you need to do is you need to get to a place where the army, the regular army, I'm not even talking about the IRGC, I'm talking about the regular army. There's 1 million of them. Now, I don't know. I'd like to hear, what I'd like to hear is that that's who Wickoff and Jared Kushner and Vance are talking to. Are there back channels into the actual regular Iranian army? Because when you look at previous revolutions, King Louis XVI, the revolution was successful only when the army turned their back on the king.
That hasn't happened yet.
No, when you look at Nicholas II, okay, it's only when the army realized that their survival was at stake that they abandoned
How do you
the
get
Tsar.
there? How do you get there?
Well, I sort of
because you give the weapons to Kurds, they kept.
No, I agree with that, though. And here's the thing: it's not like I don't want regime change in Iran. Like, I don't really care. I mean, if that's what's best for the Iranian people, then they'll let them do it on their own. I mean, I believe we did enough when we pretty much destroyed their currency and they was at the government's neck over that. We should have just left it alone there, instead of getting all the way involved and now trying to force regime change through military actions, which we said we weren't trying to do in the first place. But now Trump is saying, it's a goal we didn't expect to hit that we didn't really hit.
So it's not like they're passing it to the people.
I like that. I like that idea, but Turkey shot it down. And you know, I mean, there's always risks about having a revolution, and you'll create this political vacuum. And let's face it, Iran is not a homogeneous society. But the thing is that, how do you incentivize the people and the army to turn against the clerics? And to me, you know, that's why, look, the whole notion of bombing power plants and bridges, or even, you know, using the blockade to block food imports and medical supplies. And then there's all sorts of commotion and noise around, well, would the U.S. be breaking international law? Well, never mind about all the international laws that the Iranians have broken. But you see, there's just more political pressure.
But here's the thing. See, and that's what kills me. It's always about, well, what about them? I'm just like, all right, so what? Do we just lower ourselves to the Iranians' level? Like, you call these guys terrorists, and you're pretty much saying we should lower ourselves to the level of terrorists, and also start committing war crimes willy-nilly, right? That's what we should start doing, right? That's cool. I mean, then I'm telling you, we lose all moral ground then at that point. I mean, you might as well just say F international law, and Russia, what Russia's doing in Ukraine is okay because might makes right. What if China decides to take Taiwan? Shut the fuck up because might makes right. Like, if that's the world you want to live in, cool, but don't complain when other countries start exercising that ability as well.
On Trump. But, you know, the thing is that, and this is going to sound pretty radical, and I don't want to sound mean. I'm not a mean person, but the question is, how do you incentivize the Iranian people into another uprising, which they did in January, but now they have fear because they know that the guard are going to kill them.
The problem, though, not really, because in January it was manufactured. And what I mean by manufacturers, we had a bunch of Mossad and CIA running guns to the protesters and also giving them Molotovs and all this good stuff to burn down, you know, mosques, not civilian infrastructure, but, you know, civilian cars and houses and all that good stuff. So, yeah, there were some bad actors in those protests. And it stopped being about the government or protesting the government and started being about destroying property for some reason. I mean, there was even people like I said, it was literally like protesters, and this was the worst part about it. Protesters who got armed with guns shooting at the police and the IRGC, and the IRGC are also shooting back at the protesters, and there are unarmed protesters in the middle of them getting shot from the front and the back. And that was pretty much being reported in Iran from protesters inside there. So, yeah, we didn't really help them out like that at all whatsoever. And the guys who stood up to protest are now being executed one by one. So did we really help them out? No, we didn't. Do we really care about the freedom of the Iranian people? Well, our government sure don't. And neither does Trump. I mean, Trump definitely don't. And do I? No, not really. But I mean, God bless them. I hope they do finally get to a more free government, but let them do that on their own with no help.
Yeah. I always thought the Kurds were at least a good start. It would be actually a very good distraction to the Revolutionary Guard.
Yeah.
You know, can Mossad or the IDF get involved? I don't know. They're under a short leash themselves.
They're for sure involved. I mean,
but they're also under, you know, they're under, you know, Trump's control as well. To me, that would be the most effective end game. How it's accomplished. Look, I don't claim to be a military expert. I'm an interested observer. But I would say that without regime change, nothing's going to change. And then it's a matter of how you accomplish it. Would you accomplish it through, say, real boots on the ground? Like you'd need you'd probably need like a million troops.
Brandon, what do you think? It'll be interesting. What do you think yourself?
I mean, I agree. And that's why I said a week or two ago, I said I think they should use an Iran-Contra model. I mean, any revolution that's ever happened, it's been through rebel groups, through militia groups that the CIA or Mossad type of group helps organize and helps them get together and helps smuggle weapons to them. But that doesn't exist in Iran. There's no organized militia or rebel group. And that's really how an uprising could actually happen. Like, you know, right now it's just a bunch of people without weapons that get slaughtered by the government when they organize in public. So I agree. There really is no off-ramp with this in terms of changing leadership in an effective way. Like no matter what, even if you take out the guy who's in charge right now, somebody just like him from the IRGC is going to be put in his place. And until that whole mindset or that whole IRGC regime is gone, then it's the same situation, probably even worse. So even if we do agree to a deal, there's not an off ramp that exists with the same group. And I just looked it up. Actually, 31% of the military is part of the IRGC, but the IRGC does control all the military weapons. So that's what that looks like in that regard. But yeah, it's a bad situation because I don't see what that option is to like totally eliminate it, because it's not like they're in one place. It's not like it's one group of like small group of people.
But saying you're extending the ceasefire indefinitely, and then these guys break the ceasefire
immediately,
and they're saying we did not. They're saying we're enforcing the law because they're acting as if they created new laws. So because of that, they're enforcing new laws. So I was like, we didn't do anything wrong. We're just kind of doing our part. This is not breaking a ceasefire. But in a way, Iran is trying to say is, look, they're not showing their real players. Not real players. They're not showing their ethical players here.
Oh, they're not.
So if that's the case, what do you do? So if his position is, well, Trump wants to get out of this because he's paying attention to the market. Market's doing better. Everything is up. Earnings are coming through really good. Numbers are coming through really good. People are pretty optimistic. The market, I don't know where S&P is today, was at 7,000. And hey, but that's a different story between Main Street and Wall Street. S&P's at 71.49 right now. Okay, up almost 3/4 of a point. So, but if he goes back and attacks, let's just say we hear the news, boom, we're bombing again. What happens to the market?
Bro, completely tanks, and gas prices probably skyrocket up to like $110 a barrel for probably the first week or so. Then if we keep going at it, it's going to get to 120, and it's going to get even worse and worse and worse.
2 to 3% adjustment.
Yeah, it goes back the other way. S&P goes back down to 69.
Yeah. Right. So, but if he's gonna do it, Iran's telling you we're not ethical negotiators.
Right.
This guy who was
whoa! I don't think we're ethical negotiators. Like, in all honesty, and I wish we were, but we can't sit there and tell these guys, "Hey, yo, you open up the strait, we'll remove the naval blockade, and everybody's cool," and then switch up. Like, that's not ethical and that's not honorable. It's like we're not ethnically handling this right when it comes to the Iranians. I mean, if we're going to promise them something, at least hold out with our word instead of trying to double back and be like, oh, we never promised that, or, oh, no, we're not doing that. This is what we're doing instead. I mean, you can't even sit there and use the ethical argument since we're the ones that's not fulfilling our promises.
Obama's, or I don't know, was he Obama's or Clinton's? Clinton's guy in 1996, he says Iran's never been an honest negotiator. They always lie. So what are you going to do now? You're dealing with somebody that's ethical now? Who knows? We don't do any major sponsorships on the podcast. You won't see us doing a podcast and announcing 7 sponsors. We haven't done that yet. We're talking to some big companies we'll entertain and have that. We have some things that we'll invest in. And if we do, we'll talk about it. There's certain companies I invest in. I'll gladly talk about it. But when it comes out to the Vol Conference, if there's one thing that I can tell you, it's 12,000 people in one room this year in Las Vegas at the MGM Grand Arena.
Okay.
And a lot of business owners want to get in front of these qualified.
All right, now let's get into this interview with the CIA analysts and people who Trump should have been listening to instead of the Mossad. But all right, now let's get right into it.
Shows that there still remains a great deal of confusion. And it's not even clear what the American side is. We just did a show with Professor Morandi out of Iran, and they are...
So guys, you got any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, or just want to support the show, you can send a super chat or a gift, or you can go ahead and Venmo in. The Venmo is up there above. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Despite the accusations against them, they are quite unified in what they're doing at both at their government level and at their military level, and their message is very clear. They are not going to come back into negotiations until the blockade is lifted, and then we can start talking about the difficult stuff. Until that point, they're saying there's no talking. The American side, on the other hand, is a little more complicated than that. We're going to get into that today, and we have nobody better to try and figure out just what in the heck is going on than Larry Johnson, former CIA analyst, the king at sonar21.com, and the son of a new American revolution on Substack, which we go to a lot. Larry, welcome back to the show.
I am amused by your term, complicated. Yeah. That's one way of describing it. How about dumpster fire?
That's also one of the nicer terms you could use. There are others more colorful, shall we say, that are probably more accurate. But I mean, we have what we have.
Yeah, we could use Donald Trump language and then get banned by the FCC.
We probably get
Exactly. Yeah, somehow it's okay there, but man, just I mean, just let me just kind of start off just kind of at the 30,000-foot level. I mean, President Trump was on CNBC, I guess it was yesterday morning, and talking about how what they've agreed. Iran's agreed to everything. They're going to give us their reprocessed material. They're not going to do any more reprocessing, no more enrichment. And by the way, they've also promised me that they would never again use the Strait of Hormuz. All those things are done, so we'll probably have a deal. But I'm actually planning on resuming the war if they don't agree to it by midnight. So that's what he said in the morning. And then, the whole, what happened with the whole change of venue after that. What do you make of that? And we'll just keep it like about a 10-hour period on American policy.
Yeah, nobody's in control. This is like you're sitting in a plane and the plane starts vibrating and shaking and you look up front to see who's sitting in the pilot's seat and there's nobody there. I mean, this is genuinely frightening that Trump's mental decline is accelerating. His behavior is becoming more and more erratic. And, you and I have been around long enough to have seen previous presidents that regardless of their competence, they usually had control over the messaging. In other words, the administration had one message, and so there was not confusion about what was the intent of the United States. But we don't have that here. So you, as you pointed out, on the one hand, Trump says, "Oh boy, a deal is imminent. The Iran has agreed to everything," and the Iranians say, "No, we haven't." Or they signed they've got a ceasefire in place. And while that ceasefire is in place, Scott Bessent comes out and announces new sanctions on Iran, where one of Iran's 10 points in their 10-point paper was lifting sanctions. So instead of lifting sanctions and showing that you're cooperating with Iran, they do the exact opposite. So this kind of schizophrenic policy is, I think at some point it goes beyond the boy that cried wolf. He kept crying wolf, and finally the wolf shows up and nobody pays attention. I think other countries have just stopped paying attention and are saying, America's going to probably restart the war. We got to be ready. There is nothing that these countries can do that are going to satisfy Donald Trump. And Trump is not even listening to his own advisors. Based on that New York Times article from last week, where everybody but Pete Hegseth had advised against don't attack Iran. And what did he do? He attacked. He gave the order, attack Iran. So he's not even thinking. He's not thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead. Wall Street Journal tried to suggest that this was sort of a Roy Cohn, negotiating tactic, that Trump would, act like you're insane. It's like Mel Gibson in the opening scene of the first Lethal Weapon movie, where he starts sounding like the Three Stooges and smacking himself in the face and acting crazy. And Trump thinks that if he acts crazy like that, according to the Wall Street Journal, that will force concessions out of Iran, because they'll say, "Oh, don't disturb the crazy man. Let's give him what he wants." Well, that strategy is not working out. It's backfiring. It's having the exact opposite effect. The Iranians,
Man, we're literally dealing with people more crazy than Trump. I'll tell you that right now. Those Shia Muslims, man, they ain't nothing to F with. Like I said, a martyrdom culture. So you threaten them with death, and they see that as the highest honor. I mean, you're talking to the wrong people, Trump.
they're taking him at his word. He's going to try to end our civilization, and we need to prepare accordingly. So, yeah, this is, and right now, I sent Gary the link that according to Channel 12, Israel's been informed that Trump's new deadline to Iran ends on Sunday. So, that's 5 days from now. That's in that 3 to 5 day window. And tell you what,
here's what Fox News is reporting today. The ceasefire extension will last only 3 to 5 days. A White House official confirmed to Fox. So that validates, I guess, whatever with Channel 12. Although, as Gary was showing us all, there's other Israeli media that seems to be showing something different. So I don't even know if that's clear.
Well, and see, there is the confusion. It's the ball of confusion, and so in that circumstance, if you're one of the recipients of this confused messaging, you got to assume the worst. So, okay, they're going to attack on Sunday, and you get prepared for it, and the markets start reacting, and then Taco Trump comes out and says, "Oh, never mind, we're going to have a further extension." Because when you step back and start saying, "Okay, what are the actual military options?"
Yeah, wasn't
There
the
is
best
no
look.
ground force option, no viable ground force option, unless you can explain to me how you're going to get a contingent, say 2,000 troops embedded in place anywhere in Iraq, in Iran. I mean, can't do it. You know, if what are you going to jump them in with parachutes? Okay, that's going to take 22 C-130s. Okay, 20.
Oh man,
Yeah, that's because a C-130 only holds 90 paratroopers with combat loads. So
You sound like
do,
easy
do the
pickings.
math. We have a total. I looked it up. We have a total of between 330 and 350 C-130. So essentially, we're talking about having to use almost 10%. You know, really, it's 8% of the entire force in order to deploy. And they are slow-moving aircraft, vulnerable to shoot down. So dropping paratroopers in somewhere, that doesn't make sense. You can do a special operations mission where, you know, one plane and one you know, small unit can conduct a raid, but then you got to figure out how the hell you're going to get them out of there. So there is no ground force option. There is no amphibious option because the straits are now thoroughly mined, and we wouldn't dare put one of those LHDs or LHA. They look like a small aircraft carrier through the strait. It'd be sunk in a heartbeat. So they have to stay offshore, far enough offshore, so they're not in range of the Iranian missiles. So that leaves us with air power, and in air power, we're dropping missiles and JASSMs and Tomahawks that we're running out of, as CNN reported. You know, and CNN is the most reliable news source according to Donald Trump because it gave him 100%.
Bro, literally, it is funny though. I mean, like, people want to say CNN is fake news. I'm like, well, you know, you're right. It does say their spins are pretty outrageous, but you know, Donald Trump took him at 100% when he said that MAG is 100% with him on this war. So I don't know about that anymore. And not only has CNN reported that we're low on missiles, but so is Fox News, and that's pro-Trump.
Approval rating among the MAGA crowd. But look, we're running out, and that they are actually, CNN is wrong in saying half of all THAAD interceptors are gone. Wrong, they're gone.
What?
Not
well,
half.
I actually was going to ask you about that because the next line there says Patriot missiles down nearly 50%.
50%. Yeah,
I think you were telling us you think your math and your calculations showed it was much worse than that. Right?
It's got to be 90% down. I mean, we can't. You know, we know the numbers that have been produced since 2015, and I gave it the upside, the highest side, and you know, unless he's just not shooting the missiles off, which is like, you know, saying, "Hey, I got this beautiful car. I need to go to the store and get some groceries, but I'm going to walk because I don't want to get the car dirty or to bother the car." Well, what's the purpose of having the car? And the same thing with Patriot missiles. Oh, we better not shoot at that incoming missile because then we're going to deplete our force. No, so here's China sitting back watching this proverbial shit show go on, and they're thinking, you know what? We can deplete the U.S. arsenal without having to fire a gun. We'll let Iran do it for us. We'll back Iran. We'll support Iran. We'll make the United States like, you know, Iran is Muhammad Ali with rope-a-dope, and the United States is Joe Frazier, and just going to punch himself out to the point that they literally deplete their Patriot THAAD batteries. They deplete Tomahawks. They deplete JASSMs. And then China's going, we don't really have anything to fear now. You know, the United States has depleted itself, and Russia the same way. I mean, they've got to be sitting there saying, are the Americans really this crazy?
Well, let me show you something here. You talked a little bit about this a second ago with President Trump. Let me just show you here in just the last little bit today. This is some of the things that he's posted. This is 2 hours ago.
He posts the last season of his Apprentice ratings numbers from 2004. That's what he's posting about. He's, well, I don't know, living in some distant time there or something. Then he claims and says that thanks to him, the Iran has decided that they are not going to execute 8 women. Iran says, what are you talking about? There are no 8 women who are up. So he's claiming victory over something there that at least the Iranian side claims aren't even anything that were up.
I seen this on X, and they're pretty much saying that Trump was claiming what he was pretty much saying. Oh, Trump is celebrating saving what Iranian women who are AI. Yeah, apparently those are actually AI images, and those aren't actually real Iranian women that are being saved from execution. Because sadly, I've seen a couple of these execution videos, and ain't nobody getting spared in Iran. Nobody
on the docket. Then he goes back again and says that because Virginia voted last night in a very close election to basically do gerrymandering for the Democrats in response to Trump's pro-Republicans in the North Carolina and Texas. But this one has to be fake. So anytime he loses election, must have been rigged, et cetera. So he's back on that situation again. And let's see if I can get this other one. Earlier today, I think it was right before this. Let me scroll down here a little bit. Morning Glory, will President Trump go full Sherman in the war on Iran? And you find out that he's talking about the Sherman in the Civil War, where he marched to the sea and burned everything down. And you're like, what is this stream of consciousness stuff? I mean, it's one thing to say, oh, he's just crazy as a pejorative, but I think we got to really ask, is it a pejorative?
Oh, no, it's real. In the past, you could make the case that, say 10 years ago, when Trump, or we go 8 years ago when he's in his first term, that he could use some bizarre tactics in negotiations, but there was always sort of a filter or a check. He did not use obscene language, vulgar language in public. He may have used it in private. A lot of us do.
But all right, though, let's move on to, let's see here. Damn, running down to the end real quick. All right. Hatred towards Christians, IDF soldier under fire over Jesus statue. I think I covered it yesterday. I know I made a post about it, and I had all the Christians and their feelings about it. And, I wasn't trying to. I was just wondering, where's all that outrage at when it comes to, to Israel or the Jews and all that good stuff. I have all the smoke from Muslims, about their ideology, what they think about Jesus and all that good stuff, but never got none of that same smoke for the Jews. And here's the thing. I don't want you to hate Jews or hate Muslims at all. But if you're going to be mad at one group for a certain action or cultural practice, I would like you to remain consistent across the board. But all right, let's go ahead and get over here to our guy at PBD.
After photo shows Israeli soldiers smashing Jesus statue in Lebanon. If you pull this up, a viral photo of Jesus in Lebanon with a sledgehammer has sparked outrage. In a statement on Monday, the IDF confirmed the authenticity of the image. So it's not like they're like, no, this is not real. They came out, their Twitter account came out and said this was real. And image that was widely shared online, 5 million views on one of the accounts. It said that the following: an initial review was determined that the photograph showed an Israeli soldier operating in southern Lebanon, where Israeli last month launched a ground invasion in conjunction.
You want to know why this is not a good look? Because here's the thing. This adds on like constant disrespect of the Christian faith. I mean, they bombed churches in the West Bank, bombed churches in Gaza, raid churches in the West Bank. They've pretty much like vandalized Christian villages in the West Bank, pretty much pushing these people out of their homes. And of course, they're bombing Christians in Lebanon. And they spit on Christians in Israel because they don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah. They see him as a scoundrel who's a liar. So I'm sorry, but it is kind of crazy how, we have these Judeo-Christian values, but I mean, the whole foundation of Christianity is the divinity of Jesus Christ that Jews don't even believe in. I mean, at least the Muslims believe he's the Messiah, but man, the Jews don't even give my man that. But hey, that's just me thinking out loud.
When aerial bombardment amid its joint war with the U.S., the military added an investigation had been opened that appropriate measures will be taken against those involved in accordance with the findings Commenting on social media, Ayman Odeh, a Palestinian member of the Israeli parliament, wrote pointedly, "We'll wait to hear the police spokesman claim that the soldier felt threatened by Jesus." Ahmed Taibbi, another Palestinian member of Knesset, commented as well, "Perhaps these racists have also learned that Donald Trump..." So
No. The Muslims are way better than what? Look, I get it. I get that they don't see him as God, and that's highly offensive to the Christians. But what's more offensive, though? Not seeing, I mean, let's be real. At least they see him as the Messiah. The Jews literally think this man is burning in hell. Like, are y'all serious? You can't say that the Jews are better when it comes to their image of how they see Jesus. The Muslims are obviously better. They believe the man is coming back in the end of times, just like the Christians do. So I really don't get the beef. Like, I understand the whole like theological difference. Like, oh, well, we believe he's the son of God and you only believe he's a Messiah and we don't like that. I mean, that's cool, but at least they don't disrespect the man and say he's burning in hell, though. That's all I gotta say.
He asked, referred to U.S. presidents, controversy, including So this is the clip that we're talking about right here. That's the soldier to the right. And IDF, can you go to the IDF tweet, Rob? I think you just had it a minute ago. If you don't,
that's not it, Rob.
That's not it. Yeah, there was one out there that's confirming that this took place.
And Benjamin Netanyahu said something today too.
Yeah, he said it's tragic.
Yeah.
Go a little bit lower, 4 hours. You're gonna have to go a lot more.
I mean, yeah, shout out to BB. He did pretty much come out there, say, yo, this is not what we stand on in Israel. We respect all Christians and all this good stuff. And I'm glad to hear BB say that. I really am. But I mean, you know, if it wasn't for all the genocide and all that good stuff, I would say he's a pretty cool guy, you know, outside the genocide. But to be quite honest with you, we know this is like a common attitude among Christians in Israel. Like, we know this. Shoot, this is written all in the faith. And I don't hate Jews or anything, but I'm just calling a spade a spade. They don't believe in the divinity of Jesus Christ. They don't believe he was even the Messiah. So, I mean, come on now. I mean, you kind of match that up. You can kind of see where the disrespect for Jesus come from.
Tweeting a lot.
I don't hate them for it. I mean, they can hate Jesus all they want. I mean, it is what it is. But let's not sit there and pretend like it ain't there.
Go a little bit lower, faster up. Okay, they're right there. Okay. So IDF, following the completion of an initial examination of referendum of the IDF soldier Christian symbol.
I'm sorry, you'll never catch a Muslim talking crazy about Jesus. You'll never catch him doing that. They'll say that he wasn't the son of God. I mean, if you say that's talking crazy, I mean, all right, but you'll never hear them say anything crazy like he should be burning in hell or anything like that. So let's just be intellectually honest, everybody. I know some of y'all hate Muslims, and that's fine. You can do that, but let's be intellectually honest.
It was determined that the photograph depicts an IDF soldier operating in southern Lebanon. The IDF used the incident the great severity and emphasized that the soldier's conduct is wholly inconsistent with the values expected of its troop. The incident is being investigated by Northern Command and is currently being addressed through the chain of command. Appropriate measures will be taken against those involved in accordance with the findings. Furthermore, the IDF is working to assist the community in restoring the statue in its place. The IDF is operating to dismantle terrorist infrastructure established by Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, has no intention of harming civilian infrastructure, including religious buildings or religious symbols. Vinny.
I mean, horrible look. And by the way, this happened in the village called Debel, near the Israeli border, in the Bin Jabil district, which is one of the oldest, just FYI, I know where it's located in Lebanon, but the oldest Christian populations on earth. It belonged to a Catholic church, and the actual people of that neighborhood posted the photo of the statue when it was standing still, and they quoted scripture from Gospel of Luke 23:34, and they said in Arabic it says, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." Now I want to say this. Obviously, this doesn't reflect, 'cause I know what people are going to do. Oh, all the soldiers. This doesn't reflect all the soldiers. It doesn't respect all of Israel and how they feel. But this isn't an isolated incident. In 2024, the IDF destroyed the church of Durgaya that killed 8 people. There was another incident in 2024. Well, yeah, that's the church. And then, Rob, can you show me the bulldoze one? I think that's the church, killed 8 people. Okay, in 2024, the IDF in a town near Yarun, where a St. George statue was reportedly bulldozed during operations in that same region.
Yep.
I think I sent it to you, Rob. Oh, but by the way, and just FYI, Pat, just for people.
That's what I'm saying. It's not like this. If this was just an incident on its own and there wasn't that much disrespect of Christians coming out of Israel or the IDF, then we'd be able to pass this off. But the fact that there's just constantly an attack against Christians, I mean, when it comes to how the IDF or how Israel's moving or even how some of the Israelis move, you kind of got to talk about it at a certain point. Like, yo, what is this?
No, this is, can you show that video on the top? Yeah, that's the bulldoze. That's them bulldozing St. George, which, by the way, if you guys know St. George, he stands for faith and love and all that stuff. And then just go back, Rob, just really, really quick. Show that. Guys, this isn't Gaza. This is southern Lebanon. And I understand the argument. There's Hezbollah there. But this is complete annihilation. And let's just get to the point, okay? Israel is in Lebanon for what? For what?
Really?
Destroying who? Hezbollah. Okay, that's the mission. That's the threat.
Thank you. I mean, like, bro, I'm glad somebody said it too. It's like, so they're supposed to be there for Hezbollah, but I'm sorry, but they've killed more civilians than Hezbollah. They're doing the same thing they did in Gaza, and they're going to do it in southern Lebanon. They're going to kill more civilians than combatants.
Already seized almost 20% of the land for the buffer zone. What are you smashing a statue of Jesus? Okay, has nothing to do with the mission. I know the soldier, again, does not represent all of Israel, but that's discussing. I'm curious why the hatred towards Christians. Okay, I'm just curious. With Islam, I could see that there's a clear reason. It's Islam. Okay, I get it. They hate them, but with Christians,
bro, Islam does not hate Christians. Like, bro, y'all are tripping if you really think Islam don't hate Christian or Jews. Actually, it is funny how though the Jews and the Christians hate Islam, but Islam don't hate the Jews or the Christians. Like, it's a very awkward relationship they have. But I mean, here's just the reality of it. I mean, I really don't get the hatred for Muslims and all this crazy stuff. Like, I do hear people say, "Oh, Islam is not compatible with Western values and all that." And I'm just like, I never heard anybody really debate that. Oh, they don't believe in freedom of speech. I'm like, our forefathers left a Christian nation that didn't believe in freedom of speech. So you can't even say that's a Christian value. Just a value that our forefathers held. And let's be real, not all of them were Christians. So you can't say that freedom of speech was a Christian value. So I really wonder what they mean by that, honestly. And I mean, come on now. The Muslims definitely brought us algebra, and we use that over here in the West.
Where's the justification? What were you going to say?
No, but I just think that like the history of Lebanon is very important to discuss it. What used to be a majority Christian nation,
a lot of them were.
Yeah, well, Lebanon used to be the Paris of the Middle East. It was a beautiful place, and when the PLO came in after Black September, it destabilized it, caused a civil war. Many of the Christians left, and then you have the rise of Hezbollah, which is essentially an Iranian proxy. And there's this is the sad.
And why is Hezbollah there? Because Israel pretty much tried to take southern Lebanon, and they created Hezbollah through their constant aggression against Lebanon. So Hezbollah is literally a creation through Israel's aggression. But, these guys on the right will never tell you that.
That reality of you're taking 18 to 21-year-old guys, you're putting them in a war zone, and you see stupid behavior like this, and worse, sadly, in any army, any war zone. What I care about is accountability. Israel has to take swift, strict action against this. They already have a bad image problem, and there's already a lot of people trying to push division between Christians and Jews. And I think it's an unnecessary division. When I look at southern Lebanon, you're talking about Hezbollah. Why are they doing this? There's been Christian leaders in southern Lebanon who've come out and said Hezbollah is embedding itself in our villages, in our homes. And that's more I mean, this is a terrible, terrible look and disgusting and bothers me. And like I said, one thing I will say is everywhere online that I saw Israelis and Jews, they were speaking out against it and saying, I condemn this act. I condemn this act. That's what I care about, the accountability. But again, I would also like to see accountability for the suffering of the Christians in southern Lebanon because of Hezbollah, because of the actions that have taken over the years.
Bro,
I want to see a resolution.
The Christians are running to Hezbollah for help. Bro, this is a problem. That's how much we've lost the plot. I mean, that's how bad it is now in Lebanon. And that's how reckless the IDF is killing people, to the point where the Christians are going like, yo, Hezbollah, I mean, do what you do, man. Drive them out. You've been doing it for years, decades. Do it again, because these Israelis guys is tripping.
Solution to this. So longer wars.
I mean, let's be real. Yeah. Hezbollah has a record of pushing Israel out of southern Lebanon, out of Lebanon, period. I guess they got to do it again.
Go on. The longer the civilians will suffer, the longer we'll see people do stupid things like this that are just absolutely disgusting and indefensible. And so I don't think there's an intentional targeting of Christians. I think that there's an idiotic group of young 18 to 21-year-old guys who are in the IDF. You have a population there that's under extreme stress, and and some of them do hate Christians. Obviously, if you do something like this, you're just an idiot. But I don't think it's reflected by the majority.
Adam.
I don't think many Jews would agree with anything this guy just did. I don't think any normal person would agree with this guy just did. I think it's you should condemn this, and I think taking down any religious symbol and making a mockery of it, I'm not a fan of. So with that being said, we just talked about good news and bad news. I can give you countless stories of Christians who are saved, Druze who are saved by the IDF. I'll give you one story.
That's a lie. That's a lie. These guys are lying. When they said, we don't want no religious like, symbols to be burnt down. Yo, when it was burning down mosques in Iran, you guys were going like, see, they're turning against Islam. See, this is the reason to celebrate. You were literally celebrating the burning down of holy sites. Like their mosques. Like y'all was celebrating that, remember? So I'm sorry. It is really rich to hear Adam say that. We respect all religions and all forms of their symbols and holy sites. Like, no, you don't. If it's Islam, you don't.
I'll give a shout out to my friend Rudy Rockman, who served in the IDF. He would be in Gaza. He would find Qurans that were, victims of what's going on there. He would take the Quran and bring a pile and save them because he respected religious artifacts. That's the same person in the same conflict doing different things.
Yeah.
So if we're going to label anybody anything, let's label this one person an idiot. But while we're processing labeling, the selective outrage and the selective hypocrisy, stop it. Okay, so you've seen
so crazy when this video went around. You know what they start showing us? The Zionists start showing us videos of ISIS pretty much desecrating Christian holy sites or Christian graves, breaking crosses and all that, desecrating graves that have crosses on them, pretty much taking down crosses on top of churches. And this is all ISIS. And we know ISIS are savages, but they don't make up all Muslims. Even Muslims hate ISIS. So let's be real. So and that's their argument. All right, well, what about ISIS? We condemned ISIS. Oh, when they did it at that time, instead of you guys trying to condemn you over here trying to nitpick. Oh, well, what about ISIS? You condemned that? Yeah, we did. We condemned it at that time.
Video of like a religious Orthodox guy spitting on someone or someone, what this guy did, smashing a symbol of Jesus. Okay, the Christian people are the most persecuted people on earth. They're killed, they're kidnapped, their churches are bombed by who? Say the name. Islamic terrorists. Let's focus on that.
Huh?
What happens when you convert from Islam to people are the most persecuted people on this guy spitting on someone or someone, what this guy did, smashing a symbol of Jesus. Okay, the Christian people are the most persecuted people on earth. They're killed, they're kidnapped, their churches are bombed by who? Say the name.
You know what? And I guess I'm going to be the dick who says it, but honestly, I think the Muslims are the most persecuted. Their religion is completely slandered. They're seen as terrorists. They're seen as an evil cult. And people actually literally think it's okay to kill Muslims because they're Muslims. Nobody, honestly, I'm be real with you. And that's something like championed, not only in all throughout Europe, but also all throughout America and the strongest countries in the world who can actually carry that out. And look at the Middle East. We've killed millions of Muslims. Millions. If we compare the amount of Christians to the amount of Muslims from the Middle East to now, it's like the number of Muslims that have died is gonna outnumber the Christians. I'm just being honest with you. So if we want to talk about the most persecuted religion, persecuted people, as of now, it would have to be the Muslims. Christians run shit, bro. They run the strongest country in the world. What do you mean? Don't play victim here.
Islamic terrorists. Let's focus on that. What happens when you convert from Islam to Christianity? In any Islamic country, death sentence. I've been to Israel.
That's not true. Not in any Islamic country. Jordan, you're good. Qatar, you're good. UAE, Oman, you're good. So when you say any Muslim country, that's not true. You can convert to Christianity and you'll be all right. Well, hold on. Take that back. Saudi Arabia, actually. I'm not sure about that one. But in Iran too, though. I ain't gonna lie. In Iran, here's the funny thing about Iran. You can convert to Christianity, but it depends on the sect of Christianity you're converting to. So you can convert to any sect of Christianity in Iran except for Zionism. Yeah, right. Except for Zionism, bro. Except for being an evangelist, you cannot do that in Iran.
Seen Christians in Israel, in Jerusalem, preaching about Jesus. I said, hey, nice to meet you.
Protected.
Protected.
Fully protected. Yep.
You can go through countries in the Middle East, Yemen, Iran.
The most war-torn countries that we bomb and that we've turned those people against us in the worst way. I mean, because we fund. I mean, if we didn't bomb them directly, we funded people to do so. I mean, Yemen, war-torn because of us. Iran, bro, we've been beefing with these guys since the 50s, interfering in their government. We helped Saddam invade them. Like, please, let's name the countries that we haven't fucked up that are Muslim.
Sudan, Pakistan, Nigeria, the Nigerian Christians. So let's chill with the selective outrage. How dare you smash a photo? Horrible.
But you have to realize
people
no, but there is a
people.
double standard. Look, there is an openly double, but you have to accept that there's a double standard.
But what's a double standard?
Well, that obviously when an IDF soldier or Jew does something, you like I've seen a million people online look at Epstein and say all Jews are like this. You see that with any time a Jew does something, it's held to the standard of all Jews, even though there's 15 million in the world. The Orthodox Jews spitting on the Christians.
Yeah, I know. So let a Muslim do it, and they'd have been like, all 2 billion Muslims, these dirty Muslims, you can't trust them. They hate Jesus. So I'm bro, there's a lot of pictures where Muslims respecting the statue of Mary, honoring Jesus, and all this good stuff. But y'all don't see that. Y'all don't see that. No, you just see the wild radical Muslims that actually do want to take over the world. And that's not all Muslims. Actually, that's a very small group of them. But people want to take the most radical of a group and then make it out to be the entire group. It'd be Christians, Muslims, Jews, don't matter. People just tend to do that idiotic shit all the time. It's irritating, to be honest with you.
I cannot tell you how many times I explained to people, those were a sect of 200 religious Jews in Israel. They were arrested by the Israeli authorities, and this is an isolated incident. But it doesn't matter. You have to accept that you are held to a higher standard and do something about it. Live to the higher standard. Don't use that as an excuse to say, well, this happened. So I'm in agreement with you. There is a double standard, but it's such a bad look, and the world will take advantage, the worst players, of this type of
thing. Can I
thing.
say one thing, though? I completely disagree with selective outrage. It's something that we were seeing. People were denying it. We're seeing it. It's not an isolated incident, because I can go back and show you, and those same people in Lebanon, I saw that a lot of them were saying, no, this place, and these are medical people trying to help that aren't Hezbollah. They're saying, no, Hezbollah is not here. We're telling you we're not here. And that statue, if Hezbollah's everywhere, why was it still standing while Hezbollah was there and apparently all overrun by terrorists?
Yeah, because Alex Jones reported this, and I believe I reported it as well. Christians are literally running to Hezbollah for help because the IDF is joining agents like ISIS in messing with these Christian villages. So yeah, they are killing Christians. Surprise. Like, come on now, let's catch up, guys. Like, they reported this about a week ago. And yeah, I mean, that's also a good point, Vinny. It's like, yo, I mean, let's be real. The only time this Jesus statue is getting desecrated and Christians are getting killed is when the IDF pulls up. I mean, not Hamas, but Hezbollah been there for a while now, and you don't see Christians just getting killed like this. You don't see statues getting desecrated like this. So you can't just say it's a Muslim thing when ain't nothing happened and Muslims run that country. Well, actually, they actually have a Christian leader, but majority Muslim.
Then the IDF comes in and they have a problem with the statue of Jesus Christ. I'm not selective. This is a story. It's bothering me. You're bulldozing statues of St. George. You're blowing up churches. And I'm not saying it's an excuse, but what's to stop an army from saying, hey, we're going to bomb there and bomb churches because we say, and you have to believe our intelligence, that there's terrorists there.
Again,
if you think about it, Elon, that mindset, that attitude, tell me how you can tell that person to stop.
So
And I actually want to hear
what bothers you more?
No,
nothing
but
but
this or thousands of Christians being killed in Nigeria.
No, but Vinny, can I just say one thing?
Yeah, here's a problem with that whole Nigeria too. I mean, like, look, we're talking about 14 years. So from 2009 to now, about 53,000 Nigerian Christians have died. from the likes of Boko Haram. But if you actually go to Nigeria and you hear what they're telling you, they're going like, bro, Boko Haram kills everybody. They kill Muslims, they kill Christians, they kill atheists, they kill everybody. So when people say that, oh, they're kind of glorifying that, like, actually people in Nigeria are low-key offended because they're like, yo, you're only highlighting the Christians when there's a lot more than just Christians dying by the hands of Boko Haram. Like I said, they desecrated mosques, killed Muslims, killed regular, people who aren't even religious, kidnapping, killing, all of that. But for some reason, the media only reports the Christian deaths. So there's people in Nigeria who are like literally highly offended at us because they're like, yo, what about the rest of the people that died? Because if you add that in, there's maybe over 100,000 or more, that over the 50 other thousand people that have died at the hands of Boko Haram that we're not counting because they're Christian. So do all lives matter or just Christian lives matter?
Can I
Each
just
has its own thing. That
What bothers you
I
more?
agree with you.
No, let me. I want
Obviously, Adam, you're not going to get me in a got you moment. Of course, it's thousands of people getting killed. This isn't a got you. You can't address this story. This is a messed up story. So and somebody else is reporting of doing it.
Same. You're treating thousands of people being murdered.
Adam,
with
you're
the same
putting,
selective outrage.
You're telling me how
one
I
idiot
Are you
smashing
telling me how I feel?
a statue.
Are you telling me how I feel?
Here's what I'm telling you how you
Jesus
feel.
Christ, a statue of
Facts
Jesus
don't care about
Christ.
your
Vinny,
feelings.
here's what I want to say. I want to say you have to look at the larger picture of what the intention of
Adam gets worse and worse at debating every episode.
The nation is. So in Israel, 20% of the country is not Jewish. They have the only growing Christian population in the entire Middle East. It's a small population, but it's the only growing Christian population in the entire Middle East. Anyone can go research this. It's the only country in the Middle East that has equal.
Actually, I don't know about that. Actually, I heard the Iranian Christian population is growing. Like, people like to talk about the secret churches and all that good stuff. No, Christianity is making a comeback, so I don't know about that. And here's the thing. You say it's Christians are growing in Israel, but how do they have less Christians than Qatar? Like, remember that part. He says that Christians are growing in large numbers in Israel, but they have less Christians than Qatar. They got less Christians than Jordan.
Rights for Christians and protections for Christians across the board. They can even proselytize as much as people say they can't. That's a myth. You can't go undercover into schools, pretend to be a Jew, and proselytize to children secretly. That was protected for any religion.
There's proselytizing prohibitions for 1,000 miles around Israel, but not in Israel.
Not in Israel. Exactly. And so there. When Adam's talking about selective outrage, there's a reality that you're looking at the one country in the Middle East with a growing Christian population that has major protections within its country for Christians. And you're saying, look at what they did here. It's terrible, it's terrible, it's terrible. And objectively, it gets more views, more attention, and more anything than the massacre of Christians in Nigeria, then the massacre. There's bombs in churches in Syria where people were inside praying. Suicide bombers went in. Nobody talked about it.
Zero story.
There is a certain
really good argument. Not even an argument. Actually, what you're saying is just facts. It's like, you're right. It is a fear-based comeback. A lot of Christians feel like, they're persecuted because they're being told they're being persecuted, even though they control the strongest nations in the world. Like, they are the biggest religious group in the world. So it's really hard to believe in Christian persecution when they just have all this power. I don't know. Maybe just centralized to the Catholics. And maybe that's why a lot of them don't, feel this, protection. Maybe it's that. I'm trying to be charitable here. But I do hear what you're pretty much saying, though, is that it is a fear-based comeback. They feel like Islam is taking over. They feel like their values are being stepped on. And that's actually true a little bit. But, Christians do need to start standing up for their values a little bit more. I will say that as well.
Reality to the double standard we talked about. That does not mean that you should not be pissed off about this.
Of course.
You are 100% right for being pissed off about this.
I'm going to be real with you, though. Our Lord told us not to live in fear. So let's be real. That's what the devil wants us to do. So Christians, I don't think that's what you want to do, is just start spreading the word of God through fear of Islam. You're not really going to get the word of God across right. You want to spread it through understanding and love. But hey, if you want to try to spread it through hate, be my guest. Not what it's not what Jesus wanted. It definitely isn't what our Heavenly Father wanted. But do you, man? Do you?
But also understand that this is something that the leader of the country immediately came out and condemned and said he is saddened by,
which is good. He
has value.
Should.
And we should fix the problems, hold Israel accountable.
I got two more stories to get to.
Sorry. Okay. I'll stop talking.
So, Tom, were you going to say anything or no?
No.
Okay.
Did you see the picture that was on Lebanese TV? Just to give a little optimism, bright side. Have Robbie could play this. This is the first time on Lebanese TV recently.
My TV died, so I can't say anything.
Well, Glenn Beck was talking about this, where a Lebanese official TV showed the Star of David, the Israeli flag, and said, the people of Lebanon and the people of Israel, we want peace. Okay, so let's understand Hezbollah is a terrorist organization that has hijacked Lebanon, and the 80%, just like in Iran, want Hezbollah out of there.
Here's the reality.
That's what's going on.
Here's the reality of it. If in your core you have something against Israel, your behavior on what you share will reveal who you are. If in your core you have an issue with Catholics, it's going to reveal itself. If in your core you have something against Christians, it's going to reveal itself. And social media right now is going to use this to divide. Muslims are celebrating with something like this. Celebrating, because what is it doing? More division, more division, more division, more division. They're salivating.
I'm crying. Yo, PBD, that's left field. You're Muslims, like, you think all Muslims are salivating at the idea of a Jesus statue being broken? They hold that at high offense. If you did that in a Muslim country, bro, you're going to get charged with a crime. They might execute your ass. What are you talking about, bro? A lot of Muslims are honestly offended just like the Christians at the statue breaking. They hold them. They believe that Jesus is going to come back in the end as well. So they don't like that shit either, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Like, oh, Muslims are there salivating. They're looking at the division. No, you guys sow the division, PBD. You sow division between Christian and Muslims. You don't believe that we can live in harmony. You believe that the Muslims need to reform and go to Christianity. You don't even believe in their religion. You don't even believe in that they have the right to have their religion. You believe that the religion is a death call and that needs to be exterminated. I'm sorry, but Muslims don't even think that way about Christianity whatsoever, or Judaism. But y'all think that way about them. So I'm sorry, bro, but I just can't hear it saying that Muslims are salivating. Like, bro, a lot of them are just as outraged as Christians, believe it or not.
It's going to reveal itself. And social media right now is going to use this to divide. Muslims are celebrating with something like this. Celebrating, because what is it doing? More division, more division, more division, more division. They're salivating for stories like this and want more of it. And if your automatic reaction is this level, then Christians getting killed in Nigeria is this level, then you've been manipulated. You've been.
The gaslighting is amazing. They said, look, if there's like, don't focus on this, focus on the 53,000 Christian Nigerians. Like, focus on them, guys, even though Boko Haram killed a lot more than just them. But we don't want to talk about them because their lives don't matter, just the Christian ones, right? No. Don't talk about the desecration of the Jesus statue, because we don't want you to think about that because Jewish people did it. We want you to think about the Nigerians because the radical Islam guys did it. So anytime there's Jewish extremism, oh, no, cover your eyes. But, radical Islam, open your eyes wide, guys. Open your eyes very wide. Actually, force them open.
Brainwash. You're part of the camp that's been banned. That's on you. You know, if the reaction here is not this, and oh my God, look at this on any story that you have. Like even today, when we're going through the stories we're showing with Trump and Pope Leo. Okay, and then Humberto. The only data Humberto only sends me is always one-sided. So I know where Humberto's stuff will come from. So he sends me, but look at this, but look at this. But guess what? One of the ones he sent was right. Let me show it to you.
Yeah.
This is where America's against it, right? The problem is when people are not able to see both. Like if you're selective searching and selective looking for everything, you're going to find plenty of stats to use to validate your animosity towards the community. Yesterday, I went to a game that Dylan had a back-to-back football game yesterday. I'm watching it.
All right, guys. All right, I got to go ahead and call it a day on this one. I'm going to go ahead and see you guys later on. Well, see you guys tomorrow around the same time. Appreciate the support, guys. And make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video on your way out. And make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys. So go ahead and hit that icon above. We do this every day. Appreciate the support, guys. This is Seth from S.E.T Media. I'm going to go ahead and leave you out from a word from our guys at Kalshi. Appreciate the support, guys. Peace. Yo, this is Seth with S.E.T Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi.